A pessimistic student laments her miserable life while walking alone, reflecting on the unfortunate illness that kept her home during the first week of school, which ultimately caused her to miss the chance to join any social groups, forcing her to navigate the campus as a sweating and anxious social outcast, wondering about the true meaning of friendship while wandering near a busy road, suddenly facing a massive truck as it speeds directly toward her in the crosswalk, despite the pedestrian's signal clearly showing it is safe to walk, when a fierce young man suddenly leaps out to kick the heavy vehicle, stopping the truck's advance with a single leg and a wooden sword, while the girl recoils in a state of absolute shock and disbelief, letting out a frantic scream as her heart races from the close call, before noticing that the stranger actually stopped the massive truck with his foot, as she trembles while he asks if she intended to be reincarnated, receiving a mocking grin as he tells her it won't happen on his watch, showing off a determined and slightly menacing expression toward her, which leaves the girl trembling and completely speechless from the encounter, trying to process the strange and arrogant words the man just spoke. Meanwhile, at a towering castle located deep within the Retriever Kingdom, a group of armored knights stands ready to defend their realm from danger, featuring the elite and powerful warrior known as the Holy Knight Pomera. Pomera stands firm in his polished silver armor, ready for any challenge that comes his way, exhibiting unmatched sword skills while a massive dragon silhouette looms in the distant sky, as the local citizens and children call out his name with immense respect and adoration. A cheerful young girl holds a bunch of small flowers while smiling with pure happiness, prompting the noble knight to kneel before her in the middle of a cobblestone street, where he looks upon the simple gift with a soft and heartwarming expression, while his fellow soldiers watch from a distance, feeling a bit envious of his charm, leading Pomera to offer a quiet prayer, feeling truly blessed by the people's love, as he reaches out to gently pat the little girl on her head, promising his comrades and the civilians that he will always defend justice and love, leaving the junior knights completely starstruck by his overwhelming sense of duty and honor, before he suddenly launches himself into the air toward a brilliant and blinding light, standing as the perfect embodiment of an elite hero whom everyone strives to emulate, though a subtle hint of future regret begins to cross his stoic and handsome face, shifting the focus to the high spires of a grand castle under the daytime sun, where a young man with sparkling eyes expresses his absolute delight at his new surroundings, boldly poking and prodding the confused king while celebrating his arrival in another world, causing Pomera and his subordinates to freeze in terror at such a blatant display of insolence, as the elite knight screams in disbelief at the newcomer's lack of respect for the monarch. Yet the boy remains unfazed, casually arguing that everyone is equal regardless of their status. Pomera draws his blade with a trembling hand, furious at the boy's lack of basic etiquette, then launches himself into the air to strike down the disrespectful stranger. But the young man effortlessly flicks the elite knight away with a casual gesture, sending the armored warrior spinning out of control across the castle hall, as his loyal subordinates scream in horror at the sight of their fallen commander, prompting the newcomer to offer a half-hearted apology while Pomera lies face down on the floor, grinning widely as he wonders aloud if his overwhelming power is simply too much for this world, while Pomera stares back in stunned silence, his pride completely shattered by the encounter, leaving the other knights frozen in a state of absolute disbelief at the scene, before a beautiful elf maiden suddenly confesses her love to the mysterious boy, causing Pomera's eyes to widen in a mixture of shock and sheer confusion, until a thunderous cry echoes through the sky above the kingdom, announcing the arrival of a terrifying dragon with its jaws open wide, which forces Pomera to stand his ground against the massive winged beast, as he desperately warns the oblivious youth to flee from the dangerous creature. Yet the boy remains calm, telling the elite knight that he is the one who should move, leaving Pomera baffled by such a reckless and arrogant statement during a crisis, until the newcomer suddenly unleashes a massive wall of fire called Burning Explosion, creating a blinding blast of energy that completely engulfs the battlefield, while the distraught junior knights once again cry out for their master amidst the chaos. Surveying the smoking crater where the dragon stood, the young man lowers his hand, admitting to himself that his powerful magic might have been slightly over the top, while the elf maiden clings tightly to his side amidst a backdrop of hearts. Far away from the battlefield, the morning sun illuminates the castle's stone towers. Inside the walls, a battered Pomera sits hunched over with an expression of defeat, leading his concerned subordinates to ask if he has recovered from the recent encounter, as they discuss the mysterious group of incredibly strong people appearing everywhere lately. Though his knights remain furious at the blatant disrespect shown to their master's pride, Palmer humbles himself by acknowledging the blood and sweat these strangers must have shed, concluding that he simply needs to train harder to reach their level of mastery, causing his followers to stare at him in a state of stunned disbelief, before the junior knights kneeled down and asked him to listen to them calmly, asserting that the disrespectful strangers have actually never put in a day of effort, which forces Palmer to look at his men with a confused and inquisitive gaze, as they drop the bombshell that these warriors are actually reincarnated from another world, leaving the veteran knight struggling to comprehend the meaning of such a strange claim, while the subordinates reference a detailed report gathered by the Royal Intel Squad, focusing on the terrifying reality of souls being reborn into their world with power, where a divine entity grants newcomers unfair cheat skills before they even arrive, allowing these individuals to become unrivaled masters who are effortlessly adored by everyone around them. The junior knights scream in absolute fury, cursing the existence of those who receive power without effort, asserting that those handed everything on a silver platter have no right to call themselves heroes, while Palmer stands in silent contemplation, realizing how popular this strange phenomenon has truly become, as his men remind him of the grueling path he took to reach his current position, showering him with praise for being the elite hunk that every warrior looks up to. Yet they quickly bow their heads and offer a sincere apology for what must be said, leaving the knight waiting for their explanation with a look of genuine bewilderment, while the subordinates steel themselves to deliver a painful blow to his warrior's pride, revealing the terrifying reality that elite knights like him only exist to serve as foils, causing Palmer's gaze to sharpen as the crushing weight of their words begins to land, as he repeats the offensive term in shock while his men nod in somber agreement, while they describe the common trope of protagonists defeating masters with a single cheat ability, until the knight begins to chuckle darkly to himself with his head bowed in the shadows, suddenly erupting in a fiery outburst of rage against the sheer nonsense of unearned strength, as he clenches his bandaged fist and swears on his name to never be a foil again, moving his subordinates to tears of joy as they watch their leader find his spark, while he declares a new training regime from the ground up to surpass his rivals, leaving a look of intense and grim determination fixed upon the veteran warrior's profile, recalling the lonely years he spent as a child perfecting his strikes in the wilderness, proving that he understands the value of hard work by swinging his blade through endless repetition. His very soul feels the weight of his conviction as he prepares for the coming trial. Palmer swings his blade with raw effort, sweat flying as he pushes his physical limits. He grins through the exhaustion, finding a grim satisfaction in the pure struggle of his training. But a young man from another world suddenly appears, casually using a cheat ability to overshadow hard work. More and more reincarnators arrive in waves, effortlessly defeating powerful warriors with single, lazy blows. Subordinates flee in terror as the endless stream of newcomers begins to overwhelm the kingdom. A high-pitched scream echoes across the terrain as the chaos of the invasion reaches its peak. Palmer is sent tumbling through the air, defeated by the overwhelming power of a random stranger. As the night continues to fall, the world becomes a series of blurred, rapid motion lines. The drifting clouds provide a momentary pause in the frantic action unfolding below. Exhausted and panting heavily, Palmer leans on his sword in the middle of a desolate wasteland. He refuses to back down, muttering words of defiance while sweat drips from his brow. The knight grips his weapon tightly, swearing that his spirit will never falter while he holds it. A student in a school uniform suddenly appears nearby, nonchalantly realizing he has arrived in this world. Palmer looks on in stunned silence, his eyes wide as he processes the arrival of yet another visitor. He watches from afar as multiple figures from other worlds begin to populate the barren land. Another youth stands atop a high cliff, scratching his head while announcing his presence. The knight's face contorts in shock as he realizes the sheer scale of this strange phenomenon. Several pairs of feet march across the dry earth, signaling the approach of even more newcomers. A girl in a hoodie joins the crowd, casually stating that she has also been reincarnated. The air fills with the monotonous chanting of countless souls realizing their new existence as reincarnators. Palmer's eyes widen in sheer horror as he witnesses the impossible scale of the otherworldly invasion. Hundreds of outsiders line the clifftops, staring down at the lone knight who represents a world they now dominate. A blinding flash of reality settles over the landscape, confirming the overwhelming truth of this new era. The knight remains speechless, his worldview shattered by the sheer absurdity of the unfolding situation. His trusty sword finally gives way, snapping into useless fragments under the pressure of the cosmic shift. He stands paralyzed as the remnants of his pride as a warrior fall to the earth in pieces. Dark, grasping visions of cheat abilities and foreign concepts surround him, threatening to swallow his very identity. Drifting through a void of buzzwords and alien tropes, Palmer loses his grip on his place in the world. He lies broken in a massive crater, a discarded relic of a kingdom that no longer needs its traditional heroes. Staring blankly at the sky, the fallen knight struggles to find meaning in his total defeat. His hand rests limp and defeated on the scorched earth, signifying the end of his resistance. The sky remains indifferent to his plight, stretching wide over the desolate remains of the battlefield. Meanwhile, new arrivals pose with unearned confidence, basking in the glow of their innate powers. Local villagers flock to the newcomers, their eyes shimmering with immediate and shallow adoration. The king himself bows to the whims of the youth, offering praise for abilities they never had to earn. More admirers swoon over the mysterious aura of the strangers, completely forgetting the knights who once protected them. A festive atmosphere surrounds the gathered heroes while the true cost of their arrival remains ignored. The bright light of the invaders casts a long, dark shadow over the broken man limping into the distance. Alone and forgotten, Palmer wanders away from the celebration of the world that has left him behind. The noble history of the knight who fought for peace becomes a painful memory of total loss. Once an elite protector, he now feels his mind fracturing under the pressure of his new reality. The tension finally breaks, and Palmer discards his composure as a dark energy takes hold. His features twist into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury against those who mocked his world. He curses the shallow concepts of harems and cheats while gripping the last piece of his armor. Standing against a backdrop of cosmic cracks, he vows to end the era of mindless reincarnation. A terrifying bout of laughter escapes his lips, marking his descent into a vengeful madness. His cynical thoughts drift toward the unsuspecting souls who dream of starting over in another world. In a sudden shift, he stops a massive truck from crushing a student on a busy street. The girl watches in stunned silence as the stranger stands calmly before the metal beast. Sweating and paralyzed, she struggles to comprehend the impossible feat she just witnessed. He checks a small slip of paper, seemingly bored by the life-or-death situation he just resolved. The student remains caught in a daze, her identity suddenly under the intense scrutiny of a warrior. He addresses her with a commanding tone, nonchalantly resting his sword against his shoulder. Pinning her with a sharp gaze, he speaks her name to confirm her identity. The girl breaks into tears and shakes violently as he prepares to deliver a life-changing message. He flatly announces that she has been chosen to serve as the world's next reincarnated hero. She repeats his words in a daze, her mind failing to bridge the gap between fiction and reality. When she mentions popular anime tropes, the former knight reacts with genuine and utter confusion. A sharp, mocking smile spreads across his face as he warns her against having high expectations. Palmer looms over the student, declaring his intent to dismantle the entire concept of reincarnation. The girl stares back in utter confusion, her mind swirling with questions about his strange demands. His face twists with a murderous intensity as he threatens her life should she ever cross worlds. Trembling and sweating, she realizes she cannot comprehend a single word of his unhinged rant. Their tense standoff in the middle of the street is suddenly broken by an outside presence. A frustrated truck driver leans out of his cab, yelling at the pair for obstructing traffic. The girl quickly offers a panicked apology, but Palmer only responds with a cold and lethal glare. Suddenly, the knight lunges forward and delivers a brutal kick that knocks the driver to the ground. He seizes the man by his shirt, berating him for almost enabling a cliché fantasy trope. As the traffic signals glow above, the driver weakly confesses to looking at his phone while driving. This admission only fuels Palmer's rage, leading him to kick the man aside and target the vehicle. He raises his sword high into the air, focusing his intense hatred into a single physical strike. With a deafening shout, he leaps forward and cleaves the metal beast in a display of power. The truck erupts into a cloud of smoke and debris, leaving nothing but a shattered wreck. While the driver screams in agony over his lost truck, the student watches in paralyzed horror. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she tries to process the impossible violence she just witnessed. Standing before the smoldering remains, the knight remains motionless as the dust begins to settle. A wave of dark catharsis washes over him, and he erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter. He continues his crazed yelling, vowing that he will never permit another soul to leave this world. Overwhelmed by the madness, the student decides to flee the scene before things become even worse. Palmer looks down with a brooding intensity, his mind fixed on his singular, grim objective. Massive sound effects explode across the frame as a heavy truck barrels down the open road. The student stands frozen in the path of the oncoming vehicle, certain her life is ending. Her face contorts in pure terror as the massive grille of the machine looms before her. The sky remains silent and indifferent as a single word of denial echoes through the air. Speed lines saturate the world while the girl wonders if this is truly where she dies. At the final second, Palmer throws himself into the impact to shield her from the collision. He grits his teeth against the sheer force of the blow, refusing to release his grip. The dust clears to reveal the knight holding the girl amidst the wreckage on the street. Shirtless and battered from the hit, he leans in and repeats his refusal to let her reincarnate. A wild, unsettling grin spreads across his face as he issues a paradoxical threat against her. He looks down at her with condescending pity, calling her a silly girl for her weakness. Overwhelmed by the sheer insanity and trauma, the student begins to foam at the mouth. Palmera panics as her eyes roll back and her body goes completely limp in his arms. He shakes her violently, screaming at her to wake up and stop fooling around with death. His own exhaustion suddenly catches up to him as he feels his strength rapidly failing away. His balance fails and he tumbles backward, his body finally succumbing to the immense physical toll. Both the knight and the girl lie motionless on the hard pavement as the world slows. Gasping for air, Palmera stares upward, his consciousness slipping into a deep and painful darkness. Even as he fades out, his final thoughts remain a defiant vow to break the cycle. Palmera lies exhausted on the pavement, muttering fragments of the word reincarnation to the dazed girl. Chiwa reacts with pure disbelief, pointing at herself as she processes the idea of becoming a hero. The knight regains his footing and identifies her by name, demanding she remain humble despite her selection. Still reeling from the news, the student nervously questions if he has perhaps chosen the wrong person. She envisions herself as a talentless loner, convinced her unremarkable life makes her the opposite of a hero. Palmera dismisses her doubts, explaining that her lack of individuality is exactly how the selection process works. He points a finger firmly toward her, declaring that her destiny has already been set in stone. A dark expression crosses his face as he explains that by stopping her, he stops all future heroes. He bursts into a fit of maniacal laughter, relishing his plan to use her as a cosmic stopgap. The next day arrives with an ominous quiet hanging over the city streets under a bright sky. Chiwa trembles uncontrollably while walking to school, her mind haunted by the night's terrifying threats. She moves cautiously along the sidewalk, wondering why a madman has suddenly set his sights on her. The pedestrian signal changes unnoticed as the mundane world prepares for another sudden moment of chaos. A black car suddenly careens toward the girl, threatening to end her life in an instant. Her eyes widen in a state of paralysis as the vehicle looms inches away from her. A blur of motion cuts through the air, intercepting the certain death before it can strike. Palmera smashes into the car with incredible force, crushing the metal to save her once again. The impact sends Chiwa tumbling through the air as she screams in total confusion. She hits the ground while the knight stands atop the wreckage, his eyes fixed on the horizon. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he curses the cycle he is determined to break. Palmera stands before the wreckage, accusing the fallen student of trying to leave through reincarnation. Chiwa stares up in absolute horror as the knight's terrifying logic begins to sink in. He rests his weapon on his shoulder and makes a paradoxical threat against her life. Tears stream down the girl's face as she realizes the madman has actually found her. She points frantically at the green signal to prove she followed the rules of the road. A clicking sound echoes as the door of the damaged vehicle swings wide open. Both of them turn in surprise as a cold voice asks if they find the situation funny. Several intimidating men in sharp suits emerge from the car with murderous expressions. Chiwa's face pales with a new level of dread as she recognizes the gangsters. One of the men draws a sharp blade, promising this will be her final insult. The group of Yakuza charges forward with weapons raised, discarding all laws of the street. The student wails in despair at the sight of yet another life-threatening threat closing in. A dark horizontal line marks a sudden transition in the narrative flow. Far above the clouds, magnificent islands drift peacefully in a realm known as heaven. At the heart of the sky sits the sterile headquarters of the Bureau of Reincarnation Affairs. A file containing Chiwa's portrait is thrown onto a desk, demanding answers for her survival. An employee reports to his superior that an unknown force has disrupted the girl's fate. A shadowed hand reaches toward the light while lamenting the delays in the system. Images of struggling youths appear as the bureaucrats discuss the necessity of their escape. The supervisor declares it their angelic duty to ensure the miserable find peace in another world. Chiwa throws her hands up and screams in absolute terror at the escalating violence. Palmera suddenly intervenes, launching a powerful kick that sends the suits flying through the air. The attackers are knocked backward with bone-shattering force as the knight defends his target. Standing over the groveling men, he coldly informs them that their lives are over. He declares that any person attempting to harm this woman will die by his hand. A bald gangster recovers and pulls a handgun, warning the youth to stay in his place. The man pulls the trigger, sending a lethal projectile straight toward the knight's head. Moving with impossible speed, Palmyra lets the bullets graze past him without flinching. His gaze remains sharp and analytical while the world seems to slow down around him. With a fluid motion, he prepares to counterattack with a series of blindingly fast strikes. A web of silver light fills the air as his blade carves through the space between them. The gangsters stand frozen in disbelief, mesmerized by the sheer elegance of his swordsmanship. A former kendo captain among them realizes the knight's skill is far beyond human comprehension. Focusing his energy, the warrior prepares to deliver a final, decisive maneuver. The group is completely overwhelmed by a force that belongs on an entirely different planet. Chiwa watches from a distance, trembling as the dust begins to settle over the battlefield. She realizes with a shock that this man is truly like an overpowered hero from fiction. Palmyra stares down at the unconscious Yakuza littering the street like discarded trash. He reflects on how even fearsome criminals are mere ants without the gift of reincarnation. Turning his cold and calculating gaze back to Chiwa, he resumes his terrifying interrogation. Chiwa trembles like a terrified animal while the knight continues his intense observation. A sudden memory flashes of Palmyra delivering a crushing blow to an unseen opponent. The warrior stands over a defeated foe in a desolate, rocky wasteland. She offers a mocking smile while dismissively questioning the capabilities of her enemy. Clad in brilliant silver armor, the knight coldly apologizes for overlooking such a weakling. Returning to reality, the girl stammers as the imposing warrior looms over her. His expression twists into a bloodthirsty mask of rage as he threatens her life. He bellows a terrifying vow to hunt her down even through the cycle of reincarnation. The morning sky stretches over a neighborhood power line as a new day begins. Light hits the windows of a local high school during the early morning commute. A pair of students stop in their tracks, staring in disbelief at an approaching duo. Chiwa trudges toward the entrance with the knight trailing her like a menacing bodyguard. She spirals into a silent panic over the fact that he followed her to school. Whispers spread among the student body as they observe the dangerous-looking delinquent. The knight snaps his head toward the onlookers with a gaze that promises violence. He roars a challenge at the frightened crowd, asking if they want to die. Several boys flee in absolute terror from the warrior's overwhelming and aggressive aura. Chiwa cringes in mortification as her companion continues to shout threats at everyone nearby. A sharp, authoritative voice cuts through the chaos with a sudden command to stop. Both the girl and her knight turn toward the source of the unexpected interruption. Shibasaki-sensei strikes a confident pose with his arms crossed, asserting his authority at the school gates. He immediately confronts the intruder, noting that he clearly does not belong among the students. Chiwa frantically clarifies to her companion that this man is actually her homeroom teacher. The educator dismissively labels the warrior an outcast, prompting a shocked and defensive retort. Maintaining a calm smile, the teacher suggests he sees through the facade of anger. He suddenly shouts an inquiry about the hidden hardships the young man must be facing. Grabbing the knight's shoulders with intense fervor, he insists that a kind heart lies beneath. The teacher urges him to turn over a new leaf and never give up on himself. With a sparkling gaze of pure determination, he vows to save the lost soul before him. Palmyra stares back in utter confusion, completely overwhelmed by the teacher's relentless positivity. Watching from the sidelines, the girl reflects on her teacher's pushy and overbearing personality. Shibasaki-sensei throws his arms wide to the sky, proclaiming his mission to protect everyone's dreams. The weight of these earnest words seems to strike a chord deep within the warrior's spirit. A momentary flashback reveals the knight broken and defeated on a cracked battlefield. As the sentiment of being saved resonates, the young man begins to tremble uncontrollably. He suddenly bursts into a flood of tears, wailing for the teacher to stop being kind. Overwhelmed by emotion, the warrior sprints away while shouting insults over his shoulder. The teacher merely laughs at the display, misinterpreting the retreat as a sign of extreme shyness. The focus shifts toward the school building as the morning classes proceed under the clouds. The chime of the school bell eventually signals the start of the long-awaited lunch break. In the bustling classroom, students gather in groups to enjoy their midday meals, while the school building stands tall under a sky filled with drifting clouds. Chiwa retreats to the quiet outdoor steps to eat her lunch in solitude. She looks down at her meal with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Palmyra suddenly appears, crouching atop a high fence to startle the lonely student. He bluntly labels her lunch a loner meal, catching her completely off guard. Bursting into tears, the girl shouts a defensive retort about her isolation. She screams in frustration that she has no friends and no other choice. The two stand in the courtyard as Chiwa begins to explain her situation. A flashback reveals her bedridden with a fever during the school entrance ceremony. Missing those first few days allowed everyone else to form exclusive friendship groups. She admits with a pained smile that she lacks the courage to approach anyone. Walking away, she dismissively claims that being alone suits her character much better. The knight watches her with an expression of intense shock and growing concern. He suddenly screams about reincarnation with a wild and determined look in his eyes. Chasing after her, he demands that she make a friend right this second. The girl panics and bellows that she deserves to be alone for life. She suddenly sprints away with surprising speed, leaving the warrior baffled and impressed. The focus shifts toward the vast sky as the wind whistles through the air. Heavy gasps of breath echo across the wide and empty expanse of the rooftop. Chiwa leans heavily against the rooftop railing, gasping for air after her sudden and frantic dash. She looks up in terror as a voice asks if she intends to end it all. Shibasaki-sensei stands triumphantly on the roof with his arms folded across his chest. The girl recoils in shock, recognizing her teacher standing before her in such an unexpected place. He suddenly drops into a dramatic superhero landing, offering his assistance for whatever might be troubling her. Walking closer, he bluntly states his awareness of her lack of friends within the classroom. The vast, cloud-filled sky underscores his promise to provide her with the help she needs. He stands tall with a confident grin, assuring her that hope still exists for her future. Chiwa listens intently as he dismisses the labels of being a loner or an introvert. His voice carries across the open air, insisting that her life is still brimming with potential. The pair stands together at the edge of the building, gazing out at the world below. She frantically waves her hands, bashfully claiming that his grand speeches are far too exaggerated. He looks down at her and explains that saving lonely souls is the true purpose of reincarnation. Completely bewildered, she questions his strange mention of another world while struggling to understand his logic. He suddenly takes on a terrifyingly intense expression, commanding her to accept her impending death. Without hesitation, he flings himself backward over the rooftop railing into the empty air. A sharp snapping sound echoes as a sudden and mysterious force manifests within the courtyard area. Chiwa finds herself standing paralyzed in the path of a massive truck that appeared out of nowhere. The heavy vehicle barrels toward the defenseless girl at high speed as she watches in horror. Up on the roof, the knight strikes a triumphant pose to celebrate the start of his intervention. Shibasaki-sensei maintains a smug and self-assured grin while peering through his glasses. Chiwa freezes in pure terror as the reality of the situation sets in. A deafening roar of sound effects vibrates across the open sky as chaos erupts. The massive truck suddenly materializes and barrels directly toward the petrified student. She lets out a panic scream as the vehicle looms inches away from her. The scene abruptly shifts to signal the beginning of a brand new chapter. Debris and thick smoke cloud the air as the heavy truck crashes violently into the railing. Sensei begins to clap enthusiastically, congratulating her on successfully graduating from her life as an introvert. He continues his rhythmic applause while a mysterious figure suddenly swoops in to pull the girl away. The teacher's triumphant expression fades into confusion as he notices the unexpected intruder. A furious young man with spiky hair suddenly lunges forward with a powerful punch. The impact of the blow sends Sensei flying across the rooftop in a single motion. He crashes hard against the metal bars of the railing from the force of the strike. The teacher slumps down in defeat while his attacker looms over him with clenched fists. Chiwa collapses to the floor in a daze, questioning her identity and surroundings in total confusion. Her rescuer looks down at her with annoyance, calling her a fool for her reckless behavior. He continues to scold her loudly for repeatedly putting her life in danger for the sake of reincarnation. The girl stares up at him with wide, tear-filled eyes while trying to process the sudden lecture. She finally bursts into hysterical tears, screaming at the top of her lungs that she did nothing wrong. Her frantic explanation continues as she blames the truck for appearing on the roof and trying to kill her. The spiky-haired boy looks down in utter disbelief at the girl's hysterical weeping, while Shibasaki-sensei looms behind the intruder, playfully scolding him for making the young girl cry. A sudden shock registers on the boy's face as the teacher's presence catches him off guard. Despite the tension, the teacher continues his lecture, pointing out that she must die to successfully achieve reincarnation. The young man responds with a sudden and violent kick that sends the teacher reeling backward. Standing firm in front of the petrified student, he glares intensely at the mysterious and resilient educator. After recovering instantly, Sensei mentions receiving reports about a meddler who keeps preventing necessary deaths. The boy narrows his eyes in suspicion, correctly deducing that his opponent is actually an angel. Meanwhile, Chiwa tilts her head in total bewilderment at the mention of celestial beings and overseers. The teacher proudly confirms his identity as a servant of heaven dedicated to worldly transitions. He peers through his glasses with a chillingly calm expression while demanding a reason for the interference. Both students stand together against the sky, struggling to process the teacher's insane revelation. Shibasaki-sensei suddenly erupts in a fit of rage, shouting about his interrupted divine mission. He frantically argues that every suffering introvert deserves a chance at finding true happiness elsewhere. The girl blushes with intense shame as he lists her lack of friends and social belonging. Then he triumphantly declares that reincarnation is the ultimate solution for someone as unsocial as her. The spiky-haired boy points out the blatant trash-talking while the girl dejectedly accepts the insults. Turning back to Chiwa, the teacher offers words of encouragement despite the recent physical altercation. He passionately claims that history proves every introvert finds joy after being sent to another world. Finally, he illustrates his point with a vision of a former office worker living a dream life. An example of a successful NET hero is shown to prove his point. The teacher spreads his arms wide while reassuring the girl about her fate. He commands her to accept the inevitable as a massive shadow looms above. A giant truck suddenly materializes and crashes down from the heavens. The young girl gapes in pure terror at the sight of another vehicle. Ignoring her fear, the teacher explains that trucks are essential symbols of reincarnation. He unveils his true angelic power known as the Godluck truck. Both students stare upward with expressions of complete and utter shock. Violent streaks of energy begin to rip through the sky above them. The atmosphere crackles with the force of an impending celestial event. A massive fleet of falling trucks suddenly rains down upon the rooftop. The two companions scream in unison as they face the impossible bombardment. Sensei performs a celebratory dance while promising to finish his divine task. The girl weeps hysterically, pointing out the absurdity of this forced accident. The falling vehicles impact the ground with a world-shaking explosion of force. Thick clouds of smoke and debris billow across the decimated school building. The teacher calmly strides through the wreckage to find his target. He offers a gentle smile and promises her a heroic future in another world. Turning his back to the scene, he wishes her luck in her new journey. A lone truck continues to descend through the vast and empty sky. Sensei stands amidst the wreckage of his celestial truck bombardment. He is met with a fierce shout of defiance from within the smoke. The spiky-haired student effortlessly lifts a massive truck while carrying his terrified classmate. Sensei stares in disbelief at the young man's impossible display of physical power. The student confronts the teacher about the countless cheat users he has defeated. Wielding a sword and wearing silver armor, he mocks the angel's failed attempt. Sensei finally recognizes the identity hidden behind the student's familiar face. He recalls the legendary elite knight Pomerakuen who once stood as the strongest. The teacher notes how much the hero has changed since his time in another world. He admits to being intimately familiar with the tragedy of the knight's past life. The student was once used as a mere foil for the world's many cheaters. A heavy silence falls as Sensei acknowledges the unfairness of that existence. The former knight stands quietly while his painful history is laid bare. In a shocking turn, Sensei drops into a deep bow to offer a formal apology. The boy recoils in total confusion at the sight of an angel's humility. Sensei explains that their duty is happiness, yet their actions caused him grave harm. He expresses deep remorse for neglecting the feelings of those caught in the cycle. The student shifts uncomfortably, unsure of how to react to such sincere regret. Even with the weight of his mistakes, the teacher prepares to make a stand. Sensei looks up with burning resolve and declares he will never stop reincarnating people. Pomerakuen stands in utter bewilderment as the angel's sudden shift in tone leaves him speechless. While Sensei admits that strength alone cannot save the forgotten souls of this world, showcasing a montage of social outcasts who find their only salvation through reincarnation, the teacher adjusts his glasses with a chilling look of absolute conviction in his divine mission. Suddenly a gargantuan pillar of darkness pierces the sky and slams into the school rooftop. Both students reel back in terror as a thunderous roar shakes the very foundation of reality. Chiwa trembles violently while trying to process the sheer scale of the unfolding disaster. She lets out a blood-curdling scream as the pressure from the celestial energy becomes unbearable. Atop a massive vehicle, Sensei reveals his grotesque final form known as the Midnight Angel. His face darkens with an intensity that signals the end of his patient mercy. Chiwa expresses her utter disgust at the sight of her teacher fusing with the truck. A terrifying orb of concentrated power begins to manifest high above the devastated rooftop. The shirtless angel warns that no one will survive if they fail to dodge his next strike. The two students stand small and vulnerable beneath the weight of the looming divine judgment. Sensei lets out a guttural roar as he pours every ounce of his energy into the attack. He unleashes the godluck truck Nova in a blinding flash of celestial destruction. A cataclysmic explosion engulfs the area while the students struggle to remain standing. Palmrakun bellows a defiant war cry as he prepares to meet the attack head-on. He catches the full force of the falling debris with his bare hands in a miracle of strength. His muscles bulge and teeth grit as he fights to hold back the weight of a god's wrath. Palmrakun screams in denial as the massive truck-like projectile threatens to crush everything below. His face contorts in agony while he uses every ounce of strength to hold back the weight. Meanwhile, Sensei grits his teeth and pushes down with equal intensity to finish his work. The teacher's expression hardens as he reminds himself that he cannot afford to fail his mission. A vision of lonely social outcasts appears in his mind as he justifies his brutal actions. Blinding white light begins to consume the scene as the celestial energy reaches its breaking point. Sensei imagines the desperate hopes of every introvert who dreams of escaping their mundane lives. The massive vehicle trembles violently in the air as the two forces clash in a stalemate. Palmrakun curses his opponent while blood and sweat pour down his determined face. His eyes widen with a desperate realization that he is the only one left to fight. He glances back at the terrified Chiwa and wonders what fate awaits her if he falls. She watches the chaotic battle from the ground with an expression of pure disbelief and horror. Suddenly a series of ethereal messages drift through the air like fragments of a lost dream. A bizarre hallucination depicts a victorious Chiwa in armor mocking a defeated version of her friend. Fueled by an explosion of sheer petty rage, Palmrakun lets out a deafening roar of anger. His fury peaks as he screams insults at the top of his lungs against the divine pressure. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, he heaves the massive truck upward toward the darkened sky. Sensei gasps in shock as he finds himself tossed backward by the boy's impossible surge of strength. In a flash of movement, Palmrakun transforms into a warrior and draws a sword to strike back. His face remains twisted in rage as he declares that Chiwa is the only person he cares for. Chiwa stands alone in a vast expanse of blinding white light. She points to herself with a bewildered expression and a question mark above her head. Palmrakun delivers a devastating blow to Sensei while vowing to prevent any forced reincarnation. A massive explosion of energy erupts across the sky, sending Chiwa tumbling backward. Thick plumes of smoke billow through the air as Chiwa recovers on the ground. The aftermath of the blast leaves nothing but drifting clouds and lingering debris. Sensei eventually emerges from the haze completely naked except for his signature necktie. He stands motionless in the center of the destruction as the dust finally settles. The scene transitions through a soft gray gradient as the chaotic tension momentarily shifts. Darkness begins to swallow the frame during a quiet and somber narrative pause. Apologetic words drift across a peaceful sky as the atmosphere turns unexpectedly reflective. Sitting on the ground, Sensei confesses his sincere desire to see the girl become a hero. He lowers his head in shame and apologizes for failing his divine mission. Chiwa looks on with a complicated expression of shared sadness and deep realization. She tentatively approaches her teacher to offer her own perspective on the ordeal. Trembling with fear, she admits that she is terrified of dying and rejects his plan. Sensei gazes up at her in stunned silence while he processes her honest feelings. A soft and understanding smile finally spreads across the exhausted teacher's face. He asks for clarification while Chiwa stands awkwardly before him in the quiet aftermath. Palmrakun suddenly interrupts the moment by delivering a fierce kick to the teacher's head. Recovering from the blow, Sensei acknowledges her refusal and accepts her decision to stay. He declares that her feelings are most important and vows to stop the forced reincarnation. Striking a heroic pose amidst shimmering lights, he promises to wait until she changes her mind. The teacher offers a confident smile while leaving the invitation open for whenever she feels ready. Chiwa and her protector stare back with expressions of utter disbelief and mounting discomfort. She quickly stammers out a polite but firm rejection to put an end to the awkwardness. A new chapter begins as Chiwa stands tall between two formidable warriors from another realm. On Saturday, the knight walks through the neighborhood while complaining about the angel's persistent mission. Chiwa admits to her solitary lifestyle and plans to spend her weekend indoors without friends. A series of near-fatal accidents occur as vehicles narrowly miss the girl during her brief outing. The knight sighs with exhaustion after saving her from certain death for the 6th time. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment complex where life seems peaceful on the surface. He climbs the outdoor staircase with steady footsteps to return to his current residence. Pulling the door open, the warrior enters the room with a calm and unsuspecting demeanor. He recoils in total shock at the sight of 2 men writhing on the floor. The victims scream in agony as sweat pours down their distorted and pained faces. Rushing to their side, he frantically demands to know who caused them such suffering. The 2 companions manage a weak smile while welcoming their master back to the apartment. They are revealed as a pair of elite knights who serve as his trusted right-hand men. The duo grovels on the mats while admitting their own foolishness as their leader looks on. One of the exhausted knights explains that they have been busy securing multiple part-time jobs. They recount their grueling schedule of working as traffic controllers and shop clerks throughout the day. A visual chart illustrates how their entire daily routine is consumed by various shifts of labor. Despite their visible fatigue, the pair prepares to leave again while Palmyra urges them to sleep. The warrior stares in confusion as his loyal subordinates insist that he should not worry about them. They envision themselves pushing wheelbarrows and hauling heavy timber to provide financial support for their master. The camera pans out to the apartment exterior as the knights pledge their absolute devotion. The duo reaffirms that his noble purpose is to dismantle the system of otherworldly reincarnation. They recall their past lives as armored soldiers who were prepared to sacrifice everything for him. A trembling fist clenches tight as the emotional weight of their dedication hits home. They lament how those with unearned cheat abilities have consistently ridiculed a truly hardworking knight. Overwhelmed with sudden emotion, Palmyra looks at his friends with a face flushed from gratitude. The 2 companions also begin to tear up while reciprocating the intense feelings of their leader. The 3 of them burst into a loud, weeping huddle while swearing vengeance against reincarnating bastards. Their synchronized wailing fills the small apartment as they embrace on the tatami mats. Suddenly, the knight catches a movement in the hallway and looks toward the open doorway. A small, elderly woman with short hair and glasses stands quietly outside their room. While the confused warrior questions her identity, his subordinates immediately recognize her as their landlady. She offers a polite greeting to the group as they ask if she requires any assistance. The kind old woman simply beams at them with a gentle and serene expression. The landlady's serene expression vanishes as she screams for the group to vacate the apartment immediately. Both subordinates stare in frozen silence, completely caught off guard by the sudden and intense outburst. Sweating profusely, the 2 men shriek in unison as they realize the gravity of their situation. She orders them to stay silent while the group desperately attempts to explain their presence. Pointing an accusing finger, the angry woman specifically targets the man wearing the unusual shoulder pad. Palmyra looks around in disbelief before pointing at himself to confirm if he is the target. A memory surfaces of him crawling through the neighborhood covered in wounds and terrifying the local residents. He reflects on his previous humiliating defeats and the public scenes he has caused while struggling. The subordinates plead for mercy, explaining that they have nowhere else to go if they are evicted. Tensions rise as they step outside to the balcony where the confrontation continues with more shouting. His friends beg him to keep his temper in check because of the incredibly cheap rent. Palmyra bluntly suggests a lethal solution to their problem, sending his companions into a fresh panic. The landlady ignores their pleas and begins walking down the exterior staircase with the men following. Suddenly, a tiny chihuahua trots across the ground while yapping loudly at the gathering crowd. The landlady stops to greet a young girl walking the dog and offers her a piece of candy. A young girl with short hair looks up while happily chewing on the treat she received. The 3 warriors stand in stunned silence as they glare at the small child before them. Feeling the pressure of their intense gaze, the girl begins to sweat and look visibly uncomfortable. Palmyra recognizes the girl and demands to know why she is wandering around outside their building. His subordinates watch the interaction while wondering if this girl is the person they think she is. Inkai Chiwa stands holding her chihuahua's leash while wearing an incredibly tacky sweatshirt. The 2 subordinates realize with shock that this girl is the hero they must stop. They process the sudden revelation under the vast open sky as reality sets in. An elderly woman named Inkai Tozi appears and identifies herself as the girl's grandmother. She asks the group if they are friends of Chiwa while the girl looks on nervously. Reacting instantly, the 2 men drop to the ground in a desperate and dramatic bow. They loudly pledge their total allegiance to the young girl to avoid being evicted. Chiwa reacts with pure terror and sweating, vehemently denying that she knows any of them. Palmyra screams at his subordinates to get up and stop making such a scene. The grandmother considers the situation and decides she cannot kick out her granddaughter's companions. She turns her attention toward Palmera and demands proof that he is also a friend. A wave of frustration and disbelief washes over Palmera as he faces the grandmother's scrutiny. Clutching her tiny dog, Chiwa trembles with uncertainty about the strangers claiming to be her friends. Palmera shouts in a fit of rage at the absurdity of befriending the Chihuahua girl. His loyal subordinates remain huddled on the pavement while promising to follow his every decision. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, the two men vow to remain by their master's side forever. The knight stands frozen in silence as he stares at his emotional and pathetic subordinates. He clenches his jaw and squeezes his eyes shut while trying to endure the humiliation. The scene transitions through a flash of light to a completely different moment in time. The group is seen practicing their swordsmanship with wooden blades under the clear afternoon sun. A memory of the three warriors posing heroically with their swords drawn appears. They walk together through a shimmering vision of pride and camaraderie. The dream vanishes as Palmera's face contorts in a display of intense physical strain. He suddenly strikes his own knee with a bone-shattering punch to create a diversion. The knight collapses forward as his leg buckles from the self-inflicted injury. Chiwa gazes at the gruesome scene with wide eyes while holding her pet close. Enduring the pain, Palmera kneels on the pavement to swear his allegiance as a friend. The girl reacts with a frantic outburst of tears and confusion at the sudden pledge. His two followers cry hysterically while thanking their leader for his humiliating sacrifice. Observing the display, the grandmother decides to forgive the group for their earlier chaos. She further surprises them by promising to lower the rent for Chiwa's new companions. The entire group stops their celebration to look toward a new voice from above. A composed man wearing glasses greets them while sitting on the apartment balcony. He casually swings his legs over the railing and remarks on their living arrangements. The people on the ground stare up at the newcomer with varying degrees of shock. Palmera lashes out by throwing a projectile that hits the man in the face. A loud argument ensues over the revelation that the man lives in room 202. The mysterious individual stands before the group to discuss the miraculous nature of their meeting. Chiwa looks on in bewilderment as the man suggests their encounter is a matter of fate. The knight shouts a furious warning when the man invites the young student into his home. Chiwa watches in the parking lot as the group realizes their sworn enemy is actually a school teacher. The landlady remains silent as she processes the strange dynamics unfolding between the chaotic group of residents. She suddenly feels as though she is witnessing a dramatic scene straight out of a romance game. Grabbing the teacher by his necktie, Palmera demands a massive favor in exchange for their temporary peace. The school week begins on Monday morning as classes resume at the local high school building. Chiwa breaks out into a nervous sweat when she enters her classroom and sees something completely unexpected. Palmera sits perched casually atop her school desk while she recoils in absolute shock at his presence. The teacher stands beside the knight and cheerfully introduces him to the class as a new transfer student. A brief memory shows Palmera using physical intimidation to secure his spot in the student body. Chiwa questions how two bitter enemies could suddenly be acting like teacher and student in her classroom. The educator passionately declares that it is his duty to help any student who wishes to improve. Palmera flashes a confident grin as he tells his new classmate they should try to get along. Despite his friendly words, Chiwa can only stare at him with a face full of dread and anxiety. The former knight makes a vow to ensure she never gets the chance to reincarnate elsewhere. He issues a terrifyingly paradoxical threat to kill her if she ever dies, leaving her utterly speechless. The teacher and Palmera begin a petty argument while Chiwa remains trapped in the middle of their bickering. A quiet staircase stands empty within the school as the bizarre new academic reality takes hold. Trembling with confusion, the girl finally demands to know the true reason behind his sudden transfer. Palmera rests a weapon behind his neck and explains he is there to guard against her untimely death. She playfully brushes off his intense concerns as a ridiculous fantasy despite their past encounters with danger. Palmera vents his frustration at the teacher while blaming him for the current predicament. A sudden sound from the doorway catches the educator's attention during their heated exchange. The teacher nonchalantly announces the arrival of yet another transfer student to the class. Chiwa and Palmera both look toward the front of the room with confused expressions. White clouds drift slowly across the bright sky above the school grounds. The massive school building stands tall as a new introduction begins inside the classroom. The classroom door slides open as the teacher presents a student named Akita-san. A tall girl with short black hair and a loose tie enters with confidence. Chiwa and Palmera can only stare in silence at the striking new addition. Their fellow classmates immediately gossip about her beauty and model-like appearance. Shibasaki welcomes her warmly and encourages her to enjoy her youth at the school. The newcomer remains silent as she observes her new surroundings with a cold gaze. The teacher beams with a radiant smile while trying to lighten the serious atmosphere. She maintains her intense and unreadable expression despite the friendly greeting. The girl walks toward her seat with a stoic attitude that leaves everyone speechless. A loud buzz of excitement fills the air as the rest of the class gossips. Palmera leans in close and tells Chiwa that this is her ideal opportunity. He points out that the newcomer is a loner with absolutely no friends. Flashing a mischievous grin, he urges her to go and introduce herself immediately. She panics at the thought of socializing while he claims they are a perfect match. Chiwa feels completely intimidated by the newcomer's overwhelming beauty and presence, prompting Palmera to criticize her lack of social initiative and friendless state. The nightly reincarnator continues his lecture about her lack of courage in social situations. He insists that she must proactively put herself out there to build any relationships, questioning if she truly wants to remain alone forever while demanding she show some bravery. A confident smirk plays on his face as he promises to supervise her progress. Stunned by his bluntness, the girl prepares herself to follow his aggressive advice. Chiwa stands up at her desk while mentally psyching herself up to change her life. She looks back with a new sense of resolve to prove her determination. Racing toward the front of the room, she shouts out an invitation for friendship. A horde of other classmates suddenly swarms Akita with loud praise and requests. The small girl stands frozen in the background as the crowd overshadows her effort. Everyone recoils in shock when the silent student suddenly pushes back her chair. Akita stands tall with an aura of indifference that silences the entire room. Without uttering a single word, the tall girl turns and walks out of the class. The rejected students are left trembling from the intensity of her cold rejection. Far from being insulted, the boys celebrate the honor of being ignored by her. Chiwa wipes her brow and feels relieved that she held back from her attempt. The teacher turns his attention toward Palmera and asks about his own social plans. He dismisses the idea entirely while claiming he has abandoned everything for a serious life. During physical education class, the sky sets a peaceful backdrop for the upcoming activities. Palmera suddenly unleashes a monstrous swing with a baseball bat that defies normal human strength. The ball vanishes into the distance as his classmates stand completely stunned by the display. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupts from the sidelines as everyone hails him as the best. The boys in his class chant his name with sparkling eyes and genuine admiration. Not to be outdone, the girls join the chorus of praise with wide smiles and applause. Standing alone on the field, Palmera looks toward the sky while feeling a strange internal shift. A sense of overwhelming nostalgia washes over him as he experiences a familiar warmth. He remembers a time when simple villagers would greet him with reverent joy and open arms. Memories of fellow soldiers cheering for his leadership and strength flood back into his mind. He visualizes his past self walking through crowds of adoring citizens as their heroic knight. The image of his armored boots stepping forward symbolizes the weight of his previous glory. Returning to reality, he wears a look of absolute intoxication from the sudden social validation. He shamelessly basks in the attention while begging his classmates to keep the compliments coming. Chiwa watches this display from a distance with a look of utter disbelief and concern. The sheer absurdity of his ego-driven behavior leaves the surrounding observers questioning his nature. As the school day progresses into lunch break, the building remains buzzing with recent events. Palmera continues his athletic dominance by striking a volleyball with enough force to crater the ground. He proudly declares it his secret technique while demanding even more adoration from his teammates. His moment of self-indulgent triumph is suddenly cut short by a mysterious and challenging voice. Shibasaki-sensei steps forward with a confident posture to interrupt Palmera's victory, catching the attention of Palmera and the other students who watch him closely. The teacher expresses a sudden, burning desire to join in on the youthful athletic spirit, immediately launching a spirited challenge that catches the group completely off guard. Away from the commotion, Chiwa retreats to the quiet school steps to eat alone. She quietly ponders the inherent unfairness of human social circles while chewing her food, contrasting her solitude with the memory of Palmera being swarmed by adoring fans. She tries to convince herself that she prefers the peace of her own company. Her solitary lunch is interrupted when she senses another presence nearby. She discovers the popular transfer student sitting just a few feet away. The newcomer is completely preoccupied with devouring a massive beef bowl with sheer delight. Chiwa stares with wide eyes at the unexpected sight of the elegant girl eating so messily. Gathering her courage, Chiwa cautiously calls out to her classmate to break the silence. The girl pauses mid-meal and offers a polite apology for potentially taking the spot. Chiwa quickly waves off the concern by explaining that the area is open to anyone. A heavy silence settles between them as they sit side by side on the concrete steps. Internal panic grips Chiwa as she realizes the legendary silent student just spoke to her. The atmosphere shifts when her companion lets out a satisfied sigh about her solitary meal. Chiwa remains frozen in place after hearing the girl explicitly call it a loner lunch. She looks at her classmate in wonder, questioning why someone so beautiful chooses to be alone. The transfer student explains her preference for solitude and avoiding the hassle of social considerations, suddenly striking a confident pose while declaring her dedication to the independent path of a loner, which causes Chiwa to react with intense admiration, covering her mouth in absolute awe. The girl continues her striking pose against a shimmering background as Chiwa's reverence grows deeper. Chiwa's shock intensifies upon realizing the massive gap between their two very different social dimensions, leading her to internally hail her new acquaintance as an elite, high-level loner with sparkling eyes, until the peaceful atmosphere is shattered by a sudden, violent explosion that sends a body flying. Both Chiwa and her new companion react with panicked screams at the chaotic disruption occurring nearby. They watch in horror as Shibasaki-sensei collapses in the dirt, looking battered and defeated after the impact. Meanwhile, Pomura stands victoriously in front of a massive hole in the wall, shouting his triumph. Pomura then approaches the two girls and casually congratulates Chiwa on finally making a new friend. The transfer student turns her attention toward him, curiously confirming Chiwa's actual name for the first time. Pomura jokingly instructs the newcomer to take good care of her first friend, further flustering Chiwa. Chiwa shouts back in intense embarrassment, accusing Pomura of acting way too much like a mother. The transfer student stands silently between the bickering pair with a completely unreadable and mysterious expression. She suddenly turns around and begins walking away with a swift, dismissive movement that surprises them. Pomura questions the girl's unfriendly attitude while Chiwa remains frozen in a state of tearful confusion. Chiwa calls out to her friend as a tattered hand suddenly reaches out toward Pomura's leg. Shibasaki-sensei rises from the debris with shredded clothes, still defiantly calling Pomura a lousy angel. Pomura looks on in disbelief at the teacher's survival, while the battered man explains he somehow lived. Shibasaki-sensei concedes the match with a smile, while praising the magnificent assassin's serve. Pomura acknowledges his opponent's skill, impressed that the teacher survived his powerful strike. The two share a firm, sparkling handshake of mutual respect while Chiwa watches nearby. The perspective shifts upward to a clear sky filled with drifting white clouds. After class concludes, a group of eager boys surrounds Pomura to ask about his club interests. The students tug on Pomura while Chiwa attempts to pull him away from the loud recruitment. The group continues their enthusiastic appeal, hailing him as the savior of the school's sports clubs. Pomura beams with pure joy at the overwhelming amount of praise and attention. He triumphantly decides to try every club as the boys cheer and chant his name. In the school hallway, two girls approach Akita-san to invite her to join them for karaoke. Akita-san looks back and declines the offer, stating she doesn't really enjoy singing. She remains dismissive even as they suggest bowling, walking toward the exit instead. The transfer student suddenly puts her hand on Chiwa's shoulder, claiming they have plans together. Chiwa's face goes pale and sweaty as she reels from the unexpected and sudden declaration. The other girls accept the excuse and wave goodbye while Chiwa remains internally frantic. The pair walks down a quiet residential street under the afternoon sun in total silence. Chiwa finally panics aloud, demanding to know how they ended up walking home together. Akita-san looks away and apologizes for using Chiwa as a convenient excuse to avoid others. She then offers a soft, gentle smile while confessing that being with Chiwa is calming. Chiwa reacts with a massive, heart-pounding blush as she clutches her chest in stunned silence. Chiwa pants and blushes heavily, her mind reeling from the intensity of the situation. She stammers through her overwhelming nerves, barely able to form a coherent sentence. With a sudden burst of courage, she asks Akita-san to officially become her friend. Akita-san stops in her tracks and looks back with a confused, flat expression. Mortified by the awkward silence, Chiwa cries out in total social agony. She begins flailing her arms wildly while ranting about her own pathetic loneliness. Akita-san watches silently, her own thoughts drifting toward a strangely dark and morbid curiosity. A tense silence hangs between them as the transfer student remains completely unreadable. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes through the street, shattering the awkward atmosphere instantly. A masked slasher appears brandishing two large knives, causing nearby pedestrians to flee in terror. The attacker huffs heavily through his mask, his wide eyes darting around with crazed intent. Both girls freeze in place, staring at the sudden life-threatening danger before them. The hooded man prowls the street as more people scramble to get away. He fixes his gaze on the pair, the atmosphere turning deadly cold and silent. Without warning, he lunges forward with his knife raised high, charging straight at them. A pair of hands reach out toward the panicked Chiwa from behind. Akita-san pulls Chiwa into a sudden and firm embrace, shielding her from the chaos. Chiwa looks back in total shock, her face burning with a massive, confused blush. The transfer student smiles tenderly and softly speaks Chiwa's family name aloud. She reassures the trembling girl that she is no longer alone in this world. Chiwa stands stunned and blushing, overwhelmed by the sudden physical contact. Meanwhile, the hooded attacker continues his frantic assault with a sharp blade. Chiwa urgently begs Akita-san to flee the area before they both get hurt, but instead the transfer student hoists Chiwa into the air with surprising strength. The poor girl dangles helplessly while sweating profusely in a state of utter confusion. Akita-san holds her up like a human shield as the killer closes the distance. She coldly remarks that reincarnation will allow Chiwa to make plenty of new friends. A sinister blush creeps onto Akita-san's face as she suggests Chiwa accept a quick death. Even the masked slasher pauses, seemingly disturbed by the girl's terrifying lack of empathy. Chiwa's face contorts into a hysterical mask of fear while she wails at the top of her lungs. The entire scene descends into pure chaos as the terrified victim demands an explanation. A sudden burst of intense motion lines signals a dramatic shift in the encounter. Elsewhere, Pomerkun appears with a focused expression as he prepares for his own task. At that critical moment, his shoelace suddenly snaps during a high-stakes basketball game. Luckily, his teammates quickly offer him a spare pair of sneakers to keep him in the play. Back on the street, the crazed attacker prepares to deliver a final, fatal blow. He cries out in desperation as a massive shadow looms over the entire sidewalk. The killer's eye bulges with pure dread as he realizes his imminent fate. A giant white truck roars into the frame and slams directly into the would-be murderer. The masked man can only stare in disbelief as the irony of his situation becomes clear. The giant truck hits the attacker, launching him through the air with incredible force. The hooded man slams onto the asphalt as the vehicle comes to a screeching halt. A mysterious figure stands nearby and declares that the attacker's journey has come to an end. Chiwa remains frozen in place while Akita-san continues to hold her firmly by the shoulders. The terrified girl looks up in realization as she starts to recognize the newcomer's voice. A tall, bespectacled man in a suit walks confidently toward the two high school girls. Chiwa bursts into tears of relief and screams for the man she identifies as her teacher. She clings to her sensei while he attempts to comfort her during the traumatic aftermath. The man holds Chiwa close and demands to know the identity of their would-be assassin. Akita-san reveals her true name and questions how her superior could fail to notice her. The teacher looks back at the girl with a blank and slightly confused facial expression. He studies her stoic features and intense eyes, trying to place where he knows her from. The realization finally strikes him as he joyfully identifies her as his junior colleague, Akita-kun. He explains to a baffled Chiwa that Akita is actually an angel just like him. Akita-san stands with her hands in her pockets as her official heavenly role is disclosed. The man admits he is quite scatterbrained, which only adds to Chiwa's growing sense of annoyance. He assumes Akita came to visit him out of affection, but she quickly dismisses the idea. Akita raises her hand sharply to cut off her superior's annoying and overly friendly rambling. She bluntly states her dislike for him and criticizes the slow pace of his reincarnation mission. The angel declares that heaven sent her to take over the task from her incompetent superior. Akita claims she could finish the reincarnation job in half a day if Sensei hadn't interrupted. Sensei refuses to let her, arguing that Chiwa's fear means reincarnation wouldn't make her happy. He passionately questions whether forcing someone into another world against their will is right. Akita bluntly calls him dumb and inefficient for caring about the target's feelings. Sensei stands stunned by the harsh criticism from his junior colleague. Akita dismisses the concern for Chiwa's fear as irrelevant to their heavenly mission. Suddenly, multiple masked slashers in hoodies emerge from the shadows with knives. They surround the group as the angel's true job of reincarnating introverts is discussed. Akita's cold gaze reveals her utter lack of empathy for the human girl. Chiwa's face contorts in pure terror as she realizes the scale of the threat. The trio becomes completely encircled by over a dozen knife-wielding attackers. Sensei explains that Akita is a specialized angel who summons slashers instead of trucks. Akita stands calmly among her summoned killers while Chiwa panics over the slasher user revelation. The angel demands to get the process over with quickly so she can return home. Sensei smiles confidently and tells Akita he won't be looked down upon by her. He strikes a dramatic pose as a massive truck materializes behind him in a burst of energy. Akita watches with a bored expression as the teacher prepares his counterattack. He orders his good luck truck to pulverize the army of slashers with its overwhelming power. The truck begins to emit a strange sound as something goes wrong with the summoning. Chiwa points out the malfunction, while Sensei wonders why his vehicle has suddenly stopped moving. Slashers block the truck by placing a small piece of poop directly in front of the tire. Chiwa watches in disbelief, realizing the vehicle is completely immobilized by the fall obstacle. Sensei grits his teeth in frustration, while Akita smugly declares that the era of trucks is over. Striking a cocky pose, Akita explains that modern reincarnation is all about getting stabbed by slashers. Suddenly, two hooded men grab Chiwa's arms and pin her in place as she panics. The attackers hoist Chiwa into the air and throw her aside while Sensei screams out her name. Chiwa collapses onto the pavement in a daze, overwhelmed by the instruction to simply give up. Akita towers over the fallen girl, coldly suggesting that her current refusal is only temporary. Reaching down to lift Chiwa's chin, the angel asserts that every introvert secretly desires a new life. She narrows her eyes and commands Chiwa to just be happy like all the others before her. A vision of a previous victim appears, celebrating his arrival in a fantasy world with pure joy. The boy excitedly opens his status window and cheers about his new occupation as a legendary hero. Returning to the reality of her capture, Chiwa asks if anyone truly feels attached to their world. Her eyes cast downward, Chiwa's face reflects a deep sense of betrayal and growing loneliness. She drops to her knees before her supposed friend, questioning if their entire relationship was a lie. Akita blinks in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the human girl's intense emotional outburst. Memories of their walk home together flash by, highlighting Chiwa's genuine happiness at finding a friend. With tears welling up, Chiwa pleads to know if it is truly impossible for them to be friends. Akita maintains a stoic and silent gaze, offering no comfort to the devastated student. Chiwa trembles in the silence, her heart breaking as the reality of her situation finally sinks in. Akita maintains a chillingly professional demeanor, dismissing her previous connection with Chiwa as merely part of her job. The group of hooded slashers looms closer, mockingly promising Chiwa endless friendship once she completes her reincarnation. A wave of sheer terror washes over Chiwa as a masked assailant prepares to strike with a blade. Acting on instinct, Sensei launches a desperate tackle at one of the attackers to create an escape path. The collision sends Sensei reeling backward while Chiwa cries out in alarm for her teacher. Regaining his footing, Sensei confronts Akita and reprimands her for using such violent and heartless methods. He continues his lecture with fiery conviction, insisting that Chiwa's personal feelings should be their highest priority. Akita reacts with visible irritation, finding the teacher's moralizing to be nothing more than a nuisance. With a sharp snap of her fingers, Akita tells Sensei to simply join Chiwa in her new life. A heavy, mechanical rumbling suddenly vibrates through the air, signaling the arrival of a new threat. The previously immobilized truck roars to life and speeds directly toward the shocked pair. Both Sensei and Chiwa gape in confusion, unable to understand how the vehicle is moving without a driver. Paralyzed by the impending impact, Chiwa's expression distorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated fear. A hooded slasher leans out from the truck's cabin, signaling his success with a confident thumbs up. An entire fleet of trucks emerges, each one swarming with slashers ready to carry out their mission. Akita explains the mechanics of her power, revealing that her minions now act as living steering systems. Raising her hand with finality, the angel coldly announces that their time for games has reached its end. She commands the massive vehicle to execute a devastating reverse maneuver aimed squarely at her targets. Sensei and Chiwa let out a synchronized scream of desperation as the metal behemoth closes in on them. The chaotic scene suddenly fades as a sharp whistle echoes across the rooftop of the distant school building. Palmer wipes his brow during a well-deserved break after an intense basketball session with his classmates. A cheerful smile spreads across his face as he enjoys the satisfying feeling of working up a sweat. His fellow students kindly offer to treat him to a refreshing drink from the vending machine. Feeling the warmth of their friendship, Palmer walks along with the group and notes how fun school is. He looks up at the sky, reflecting on how this life is even better than his original world. Reaching the vending machine, he finds his choice of beverage is unfortunately sold out. Two delivery workers suddenly appear with a cart of stock to refill the empty slots. The workers reveal themselves to be Pochi and Pesu, greeting their leader with enthusiastic excitement. Palmera asks why they are here while they inquire about his progress in adapting to school life. His classmates chime in to praise Palmera as the incredible hero of every sports club. Basking in the compliments, Palmera admits that he is finally living the perfect normie life. Pochi and Pesu smile brightly, wishing that those who rely on reincarnation cheats could see him now. The conversation shifts as the two minions look around and ask where Chiwa has gone. A heavy silence falls over Palmera as he stands still, his expression darkening with a sudden realization. He reflects on how he has become exactly like the fawning figures he once despised. His subordinates desperately try to convince him that his strength is genuine and earned through hard work. Without warning, Palmera winds up and delivers a powerful, self-inflicted punch directly to his own jaw. Pochi and Pesu recoil in horror as their master explains he needed the pain to open his eyes. With a demonic grin and renewed bloodlust, he declares his true mission is to crush those who reincarnate. His followers can only stare in stunned silence as the terrifying intensity returns to his eyes. His classmates look on with concern, asking Palmera if he is truly alright. They stand frozen in place, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in his demeanor. Palmera tilts his head down, his face partially obscured by a dark, brooding shadow. Gazing up at the clouds drifting by, he quietly admits that he genuinely enjoyed his time. A soft, sincere smile touches his lips as he offers a final word of thanks. Without another word, he sprints away into the distance, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. His loyal subordinates are left wide-eyed and reeling from their master's sudden, dramatic exit. As he disappears from view, his followers burst into over-the-top tears while the students watch. Meanwhile, the sky vibrates with the loud, aggressive roar of a speeding engine. Chiwa and her teacher run as fast as they can, gasping for breath while fleeing. They are suddenly intercepted by a group of menacing, hooded figures wielding sharp knives. The attackers surround them completely, declaring that they have no choice but to face their end. The teacher steps forward bravely, urging Chiwa not to lose hope as he protects her. Chiwa turns around with a start as a sudden, forceful movement catches her off guard. A massive truck suddenly surges forward, bearing down on her with terrifying speed. Her eyes go wide with paralyzing fear as the grille of the vehicle looms closer. In a desperate act of sacrifice, the teacher leaps in front of the truck to push her away. Chiwa cries out in total despair as she watches the brutal impact unfold before her. The teacher looks back at her one last time, wearing a calm and reassuring smile. Blood splatters across the pavement as the heavy silence of the tragedy sets in. The teacher lies motionless on the pavement with his glasses discarded nearby. Chiwa stares in horrified silence, barely able to utter a single word. She cries out for him as he remains slumped on the ground. The assassins watch from the sidelines, mocking the teacher for his self-sacrifice. A girl among the attackers questions why anyone would protect their own target. The teacher begins to stir, slowly pushing himself up from the asphalt. He stands firmly before the truck, proclaiming his divine duty to protect lives. Stumbling toward her, he speaks of a world created for an introvert's happiness. His foot strikes the ground with force as he prepares to stand tall. He looms over Chiwa, explaining that she is no exception to the rule. She gazes up at him with a mix of awe and lingering confusion. A close-up reveals the teacher's mysterious and confident smile as he speaks. With renewed strength, he vows to protect her until she wishes to reincarnate. Chiwa remains in a daze, overwhelmed by his sudden and intense declaration. A loud impact sound echoes through the air, breaking her focused stare. Her expression shifts to one of total bewilderment at the new interruption. She looks up from the ground as a new figure stands over them. Palmera appears before them, breathing heavily and looking distressed by the situation. Chiwa calls out his name in surprise as she recognizes her classmate. Palmera gazes back with an intense, sweating face while taking in the scene. The hooded assassins stand defiantly in front of their large white transport trucks. Palmera huffs with exhaustion while sweat beads down his forehead from the intense effort. The teacher remains motionless on the concrete as the enemies mock his pathetic state. Looking completely unimpressed, the girl with short hair finds the new arrival quite annoying. She sighs deeply while requesting to be spared from any more overtime hours today. Palmera stands tall with a metallic pauldron on his shoulder, confronting a masked thug. With a sudden burst of speed, he delivers a crushing blow to an enemy. The attacker collapses instantly as Palmera turns away from the clouds of rising dust. While Chiwa tends to the fallen teacher, Palmera clenches his fist in silent resolve. Looking back with fire in his eyes, he announces he will take charge. The entire group of assassins watches as he prepares to face them all alone. The short-haired girl stares at him with a look of pure, unadulterated boredom. Palmera maintains his serious expression, refusing to back down from the overwhelming odds. A tense close-up shows the girl's cold eye as she warns him. A massive truck accelerates at full speed toward the young man standing in its path. Chiwa screams a warning for him to move as he winds up a punch. He lets out a primal roar, pouring every ounce of strength into his fist. His punch connects with the grill of the truck, shattering the metal into fragments. The vehicle is sent reeling backward by the force of the single strike. Standing amidst the smoke, Palmera mocks the attackers for relying on soulless lumps of metal. He reflects on the immense weight of the trucks compared to the teacher's spiritual burden. Palmera turns to the enemy with a cold glare, stating they cannot hold a candle to his ally. Hearing the unexpected praise, the fallen teacher blushes and smiles with pure delight. The young fighter reacts with visible shock and annoyance at the teacher's embarrassing outburst. Suddenly, a swarm of hooded assassins leaps into the air to launch a coordinated knife attack. Clenching his teeth, Palmera readies himself for the incoming wave of steel and masks. He releases a fierce battle cry while tearing through the ranks of the attackers. With a powerful roundhouse kick, he sends the surrounding thugs flying into the distance. Chiwa stands frozen in place as the sheer force of the confrontation shakes the ground. She stares wide-eyed and sweating, unable to believe the incredible strength displayed before her. Palmera stands victorious over a heap of defeated enemies, dusting his hands off with a huff. His attention is suddenly drawn to the side as he senses something strange happening. A new line of identical hooded figures emerges from the shadows to resume the hunt. The short-haired girl shrugs, informing him that his victories are ultimately meaningless. She reveals her ability to manifest an infinite number of slashers to do her bidding. Chiwa screams in disbelief, accusing the girl of using an unfair and impossible power. One of the summoned killers lunges forward, swinging a sharp blade with lethal intent. Palmera vaults into the sky, effortlessly dodging the frantic strikes of the masked mob. While suspended in the air, he draws a weapon and warns his foes against arrogance. He brings down a devastating strike that sends the newly formed army crashing back. The short-haired girl claps her hands in mock praise, asking if he has overlooked something vital. Hooded assassins suddenly materialize behind Chiwa, indicating that she is the real target of the hunt. Palmera looks on with wide eyes as the killers surround the defenseless schoolgirl. Chiwa lets out a terrified scream while cowering in the face of the approaching hooded figures. The masked thugs lunge forward with their knives drawn, aiming for a finishing strike. A sudden streak of movement flashes across the scene as the air is sliced open. Leaping into the path of the blades, Palmera takes the devastating hit to protect his friend. Blood splatters across the ground as the warrior grimaces from the sheer pain of the impact. Chiwa watches in horror, her face flushing with panic as she shouts the boy's name. The wounded protector falls to the ground, his body giving out under the weight of his injuries. Looking down with a nonchalant gaze, the enemy girl expresses disappointment at missing her target. Chiwa kneels beside the fallen boy, fearing that he can no longer move or fight back. The antagonist points her knife at the student, declaring that this moment will be her end. A trembling hand reaches out across the pavement, searching for the strength to stand again. Palmera manages to prop himself up on one knee, extending an arm to guard the girl. He stares up with a gaze full of defiance, even as sweat and blood pour down his face. Chiwa looks back at him with a mix of despair and gratitude, her voice failing her. Turning away slightly, the dark-haired girl holds her weapon with a cold and calculated grip. She declares that she is losing her patience and decides to execute the protector first. The girl raises her knife high, revealing the grim truth about their fates and the cycle of rebirth. Palmera grunts in agony as sweat pours down his face from the strain. The cold-eyed antagonist offers a final farewell with a chilling glare. She mockingly remarks that the encounter was enjoyable before preparing her strike. Chiwa suddenly leaps forward, shielding the fallen warrior with her own body. The dark-haired girl pauses in genuine surprise at the student's sudden bravery. Behind her, the wounded boy shouts for her to flee while calling her a fool. Despite her fear, the girl stands her ground and refuses to abandon her friends. Her back is turned as she confesses that she is trembling with absolute terror. She acknowledges that both her protectors risked everything just to keep her safe. Sense watches from a distance as Chiwa maintains her desperate defensive posture. Tears begin to fall as she cries out that she cannot be the only coward. Palmera stares up from the pavement, rendered speechless by her resolve. The enemy towers over the crying girl, asking if her emotional speech is over. Chiwa gasps in sudden realization as the threat looms closer than ever. A low groan escapes into the air as the tension reaches a breaking point. The terrified student suddenly erupts into a long, piercing scream of pure panic. Taken aback, the assailant freezes and stares at the girl with total bewilderment. Chiwa remains on her knees, wailing loudly without any sign of stopping. The antagonist holds her knife steady while wondering what on earth the girl is doing. Clutching her face in despair, Chiwa screams for the attacker to go away through her tears. The antagonist raises her knife, questioning if the sobbing girl is attempting to intimidate her. Chiwa continues to tremble uncontrollably while tears flood her face. A piercing cry for help erupts from the student as her panic reaches a fever pitch. Suddenly, a small dog wearing a bandana leaps into the fray and begins barking. The cold-hearted girl freezes in place, her eyes widening in complete shock at the sight. The tiny creature stands its ground and lets out another defiant yelp. Looking down at the small animal, the assailant remains motionless with her weapon drawn. A sudden wave of confusion washes over her as she stares at the barking dog. The dark-haired girl mutters a name under her breath, seemingly recognizing the tiny pet. Chiwa blinks back her tears, utterly bewildered by the attacker's sudden change in demeanor. The narrative shifts back 10 years to the ethereal, floating islands of heaven. A young girl sits huddled on the ground, gasping in fright at an approaching shadow. A massive white wolf towers over the child, its presence heavy and threatening. The beast lets out a low, terrifying growl as it looms over its prey. Trembling with fear, the little girl prepares for the worst as a small sound interrupts. A tiny chihuahua boldly steps between the predator and the child, barking with all its might. The young girl looks up in wonder, softly calling out the name of her unlikely protector. Despite the overwhelming size difference, the small dog refuses to back down from the wolf. The brave pup continues its fierce barking, shielding the girl from the divine beast. A flicker of hope appears in the child's eyes as she watches her small companion stand tall. The massive white wolf continues its intimidating display, snarling at the tiny creature. Suddenly a bald man rushes onto the scene, shouting a command to halt the beast. He humorously scolds the giant dog for escaping its enclosure as the tension breaks. The owner turns to the young girl and offers a sincere apology for the fright. She responds with a single, resolute word that surprises the elder. A bright smile illuminates her face as she credits her small companion for her safety. Memories flood back of the tiny dog who spent its life trembling with nervous energy. They spend every waking moment together, wandering through fields under a vast sky. She lifts her one and only friend into the air while laughing during playtime. The young girl watches with deep affection as the pet enjoys a quiet meal. Her heart overflows with joy for the companion she treasures above all else. Despite its small stature and constant shaking, the pup remains her most beloved soul. Tragically, the passage of time leads to a quiet stone marker in the grass. Her gaze turns cold and distant following the loss of her childhood protector. Classmates attempt to bridge the gap by inviting her to join their weekend plans. She walks away without a second thought, shutting out the world entirely. A firm resolve takes root as she decides that no human can replace her pet. She chooses a life of solitude rather than seeking out new connections. In the present, the attacker trembles as she looks at the familiar sight. Her head drops low as she struggles with the weight of her resurfacing memories. The sharp blade slips from her grasp and clatters uselessly against the ground. A firm hand suddenly snatches her wrist to prevent any further movement. The young girl gasps in shock as she is pulled into an unexpected embrace. She finds herself held tightly against her former attacker under a shimmering light. With tears welling in her eyes, Akita calls out the name of her lost companion. The girl remains frozen in pure bewilderment at the sudden change in atmosphere. The muscular warrior watches the scene unfold from the ground with total confusion. He stares wide-eyed as he begins to piece together the strange turn of events. Meanwhile, the shadowy hooded figures begin to dissolve and vanish into thin air. The student bystander explains that Akita once shared a deep bond with a pet. He recounts how the loss of that one true friend devastated her entire world. Memories surface of her choosing a path of cold duty to mask her lingering grief. The image of a small, trembling dog with a red scarf appears in her mind. The speaker continues his explanation while watching the emotional display before him. The girl in her arms begins to shake uncontrollably from the sheer absurdity. The warrior asks if this entire confrontation was meant to be a reincarnation ritual. Akita looks down with soft eyes and vows that she could never harm her beloved friend. She squeezes the girl in a joyful hug while declaring how adorable she is. The onlooker stands speechless as a wave of affection replaces the murderous intent. She begins to scratch the girl under the chin exactly like a pampered pet. Akita-san beams with a radiant smile, her cheeks flushed with a newfound sense of joy, while the young girl beside her remains utterly overwhelmed and flustered by the attention. The scene shifts to the quiet, open sky where soft white clouds drift lazily by. Focusing on the modest exterior of an apartment complex nestled in a quiet neighborhood, an elderly woman erupts in a fit of rage upon seeing her tenant's condition. She scolds the battered warrior and the student for returning home covered in fresh wounds. Suddenly Akita-san arrives at the entrance and casually announces her return to the group. The muscular warrior points a finger in absolute disbelief, letting out a piercing scream of terror. Unfazed by the commotion, the girl waves cheerfully while recognizing her companion from earlier. The landlady explains that their former attacker actually moved into the building just yesterday. Akita-san trots forward with her arms outstretched, eager to greet her favorite little friend. Sensing a potential threat, the warrior quickly intercedes and pulls the girl back to safety. He warns her to keep her distance, fearing that a hidden blade might strike again. The accused girl stares back with a blank expression, questioning the logic of such a claim. The panicked student rushes forward to join the defense, shouting his vow of protection. His heroic moment is cut short as the warrior sends him flying with a swift kick. Grabbing the girl firmly by the shoulder, the warrior declares that he will protect her. He commands her to stay by his side from this moment forward to ensure her safety. The onlookers watch the intense display of possessiveness with flat, unimpressed expressions. The girl looks up at her self-appointed guardian with a gaze full of silent wonder. The girl's face flushes red as a massive question mark appears over her head, while the landlady stands calmly amidst the shouting and chaos of the group. A peaceful view of the cloudy sky follows a brief, silent moment of reflection. Elsewhere, a small white chihuahua trots confidently along the pavement on its leash. Its owner follows behind while remaining completely glued to her mobile phone. An incoming call notification from Akita suddenly lights up the device's screen. A mischievous and slightly sinister smirk spreads across her face as she watches it. A vibrant montage appears featuring the warrior and his students in various poses. The warrior looks toward the laughing girl with a mix of confusion and annoyance. Two boys suddenly drop to their knees and beg to walk the small dog. One of the boys looks up with a sharp and questioning gaze. The tiny chihuahua suddenly stops in its tracks and begins to squat. Horror strikes the boys as the dog does its business right at a neighbor's gate. The girl remains completely oblivious to the situation while music notes drift around her. Unexpectedly, the warrior lunges forward and snatches the phone from her hands. He holds the device high in the air while scolding her for the dangerous distraction. She jumps up and down frantically in a futile attempt to reach her property. A dark-haired student appears nearby with a terrifying aura while holding her own phone. Her face contorts with a chilling and manic expression as she demands an answer. The entire group freezes in absolute terror as Akita-san looms over them with a deathly stare. Akita suddenly pulls Chiwa into a tight embrace, proposing they spend the coming weekend together, leaving the young girl completely flustered by the unexpected invitation to hang out with a real friend. She gazes back at Akita's radiant smile, wondering if someone so beautiful could truly be her friend. However, Palmer erupts in a fit of rage, vowing that such a meeting will never happen. He continues to shout insults at the angel, branding her far too dangerous for Chiwa. A sudden realization hits the warrior, causing his aggressive stance to falter for a moment. He stammers in disbelief as the reality of the situation begins to set in. His students point out that Chiwa deserves a normal social life and suggest he tag along. Chiwa turns toward him with an irresistible, pleading expression that tugs at his heartstrings. Finally relenting, the warrior sighs and agrees to the outing with one major condition. He points a finger at the smiling angel, warning her that he will be watching her closely. The weekend finally arrives as the sun shines brightly over a large commercial building downtown. The warrior and his two loyal students stand guard at the meeting spot with determined expressions. He reminds his companions to remain vigilant and never trust the motives of the celestial visitor. The group waits patiently outside a storefront, preparing themselves for whatever trouble might arise. Chiwa eventually makes her appearance, sporting a surprisingly eccentric and mismatched ensemble. The sight of her bizarre clothing choice leaves the entire group frozen in absolute silence. She approaches them with a cheerful greeting, oblivious to the sheer shock on their faces. With a smug and proud grin, she boasts about the effort she put into selecting her wardrobe. The two boys immediately begin showering her with compliments, while Palmera watches in complete disbelief. Chiwa stands awkwardly in her mismatched outfit, while the boys observe her peculiar choice of clothing. Akita arrives shortly after, looking effortlessly stylish and sophisticated in her sleek sleeveless top. Chiwa is immediately awestruck by the angel's stunning appearance and impeccable sense of fashion. She watches in silent admiration as Akita approaches with a cool and composed demeanor. The young girl marvels at the fact that someone as beautiful as Akita is her friend. She remains frozen in a state of pure shock as the reality of the outing sinks in. Akita suddenly breaks into a radiant smile, clearly delighted to see her friend dressed up. The angel pulls the smaller girl into an affectionate hug, gushing over how adorable she looks. Palmyra continues to rant against the celestial being, convinced she is plotting something nefarious. His paranoia spikes when a mysterious hooded figure wearing a surgical mask suddenly looms behind him. He panics and screams about a potential slasher while the others watch his outburst in confusion. The hooded stranger reveals himself to be his other student, who simply went to buy drinks. He offers refreshments to the entire group, putting an end to the warrior's baseless fears. The boys bow deeply in gratitude as Akita leads the way to their first destination. The group arrives at a towering commercial building topped with a massive, iconic bowling pin. They step inside the bustling entertainment center, where Chiwa and the boys gaze around in wonder. Palmyra confidently suggests turning the game into a competition with a special request for the winner. His students join in his enthusiastic battle cry, determined to defeat the angel at any cost. Akita responds with a subtle, knowing smirk that suggests she is more than ready for the challenge. The digital monitors above the lanes light up to welcome the group as their match begins. Akita launches her bowling ball and scores a perfect strike with her very first throw, leaving the boys completely speechless as they stare in disbelief at the flying pins. The angel coolly reveals her specialized bowling glove, proving she is a seasoned veteran. Chiwa trembles at the sight of her friend's overwhelming talent and professional gear. She realizes that Akita has mastered the art of spending time entirely alone, imagining her friend as the ultimate pinnacle that every loner aspires to reach. Palmyra dismisses the idea of elite status and prepares to take his own turn. He arrogantly claims that elite characters like her are merely foils for his greatness. The warrior puts every ounce of his supernatural strength into a devastating throw. His shout of power echoes through the alley as he completes his aggressive follow-through. A sudden silence falls when the bowling ball vanishes completely from the lane. The heavy sphere eventually falls from the ceiling and crashes onto the floor. This terrifying outcome leaves the proud warrior weeping and declaring the sport too scary. A ball rolls uselessly down the gutter, ending a disastrous turn for the boys. Palmyra sulks in a crouched position while Chiwa steps up for her attempt. The timid girl clutches the heavy ball tightly while staring down the long lane. She gathers her courage and decides it is finally her time to shine. Chiwa charges forward with a determined expression and a quick series of small steps. She swings her arm with a small grunt of effort to release the ball. Her fingers get stuck and the ball simply dangles from her hand as she stands frozen. Chiwa stands frozen in tears as she realizes her fingers are stuck inside a children's 5-hole ball, while the scoreboard highlights Akita's perfect streak against the zeros of her struggling companions. A successful strike finally echoes through the alley as the pins scatter across the lane, sparking a wild celebration between the two overjoyed boys who cheer for their unexpected victory, as they express their genuine happiness with the sport, while a disgruntled Palmyra sulks nearby. Another ball rolls down the lane and manages to clip a single pin at the edge, filling Chiwa with pure joy as she leaps into the air to celebrate her very first point, which leaves Palmyra sweating in agony as he realizes he is now the only one with no score. Driven by desperation, he grips the heavy ball until the veins in his arm bulge with power, launching a massive overhand throw that travels through the air with terrifying speed, shocking Chiwa, who watches the illegal maneuver with her mouth wide open in disbelief, though Palmyra laughs triumphantly at his strike until a sharp whistle cuts through his celebration. Two security guards suddenly charge across the floor to reprimand him for his dangerous overhand technique, resulting in a final leaderboard that places the warrior in dead last with absolutely nothing to show, as the angel casually prepares for her next turn with the effortless grace of a true professional. Palmyra places his hands on the boys' shoulders and tells them the game is far from over, despite their protests that closing the massive skill gap between them seems completely impossible. The warrior ignores their logic and declares that he will find a desperate way to stop her. Suddenly he leaps onto the lane with a reckless dash while Akita is mid-swing, unleashing a thunderous battle cry as he risks everything to disrupt the angel's perfect game. Akita maintains her composure even as the warrior's reckless interference causes total chaos. Unluckily, Palmyra takes a direct hit to the face and collapses onto the waxed floor. The security guards rush in immediately to ban him for his unauthorized use of barriers. Shortly after, the entire group finds themselves banned and standing outside the sports complex. Despite the embarrassment, Palmyra smugly insists that the match resulted in a fair draw. Meanwhile, a genuine smile begins to spread across Chiwa's face as she reflects on the day. She suddenly exclaims with pure joy that the outing was the most fun she's ever had. Walking through the city, she admits she never realized how exciting friendship could actually be. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she thanks everyone for spending their time with her. Palmra pauses for a moment, his expression softening as he prepares to speak his mind. He reminds her that today is certainly not the end of their time together. He tells her that she can always reach out whenever she wants to hang out again. The warrior encourages her to fully embrace her life in this world because she belongs here. Chiwa stares up at him in stunned silence as she absorbs his unexpectedly kind sentiment. However, he quickly reverts to his old self by threatening to kill her if she ever leaves. The sudden shift in tone leaves the girl standing completely frozen in the middle of the street, overwhelmed by the intensity of his words. Her eyes begin to fill with massive tears. She eventually breaks down into a loud, dramatic wail that catches Palmra completely off guard. Panicked by her reaction, he frantically explains that his threat was just a joke and a catchphrase. Chiwa beams with happiness as she promises she will never leave for another world. Chiwa offers a warm and sincere thank you to Palmra for always protecting her. This unexpected kindness causes Palmra to turn bright red with shock and embarrassment. Their friends immediately begin poking fun at his flustered reaction, while Chiwa beams. Shimmering light fills the air as the mood of the peaceful day lingers. A small, dignified girl and her maid walk away from the cheerful group unnoticed. The mysterious child looks back over her shoulder with a sharp and calculating gaze. She asks her maid, Kali, to confirm the identity of the girl she just saw. With a look of pure disdain, she labels Chiwa a revolting image of a commoner. Watching Chiwa from a distance, she vows that she will never accept this situation. Tyria shouts a harsh insult as her maid tries to temper her aggressive attitude. Sunlight glints off the school windows as a new day begins in the classroom. The teacher bursts into the room to announce the arrival of even more transfer students. Palmra voices his suspicion about the sudden influx of newcomers while the others watch. A soft glow transitions the scene as the new students prepare to enter. A sliver of the classroom door begins to slide open to reveal the newcomers. Tyria steps into the room with her maid following closely behind her. She maintains a stern and judgmental expression as she takes in her new surroundings. Chiwa and Akita stare in collective silence at the two figures standing at the front. A wave of shock hits Chiwa when she realizes how young the new transfer is. The teacher introduces Tyria Airedale and Kali Border to the rest of the surprised students. The teacher introduces Tyria as a child prodigy who skipped ahead to high school. Chiwa looks on with a bewildered expression at the young transfer student. Tyria maintains a stern and serious demeanor while facing the group. Pointing directly at her target, the small girl calls Chiwa out by name. Chiwa is startled as the child steps closer with a shadow over her eyes. Tyria begins to address her with a very dark and ominous tone. She suddenly loses her temper and shouts a harsh insult at Chiwa. The child's face twists with fury as she screams a death threat. Chiwa reacts with shock and horror at the girl's intense verbal attack. Sensing the danger, Kali rushes in to intervene before things spiral out of control. The maid quickly carries the struggling and protesting child out of the room. The classroom falls into silence as everyone tries to process the scene. Shortly after, a teacher wearing glasses approaches Chiwa to request her presence. He smiles while suggesting they go somewhere private to discuss important matters. Akita and Palmra immediately move to protect Chiwa with cold and threatening gazes. They call him a lousy angel and refuse to let him be alone with her. The view shifts to the school exterior as the atmosphere remains heavy. Outside, Tyria and Kali stop to rest after their hurried exit from class. Kali scolds the young girl for being reckless and causing a scene. The maid then reminds Tyria that their primary goal is to kill Chiwa. Tyria looks nervous upon hearing they must strike Chiwa when her guard is down. Kneeling down, Kali pledges to stay by her side no matter what happens. The maid offers a reassuring and gentle smile to the young girl. Gazing back, Tyria remains silent while processing the sincere words of support. The two of them suddenly snap their heads toward the roof above. Squinting at the top of the building, they see several people gathered together. Tyria realizes that Chiwa is exposed and declares this is their chance. They waste no time in rushing toward the stairs to launch an attack. High above, the rooftop remains still as the group continues their conversation. The angel teacher reveals a brochure detailing a plan for her reincarnation. Chiwa stands there with a completely blank face while trying to understand. He describes how the angels held a meeting to find a way to convince her. The teacher excitedly asks if she would like to become a villainess. He explains the popular trend of women being reborn into roles of power. Chiwa frantically waves her hands to stop the ridiculous conversation from proceeding. The entire group startles as the rooftop door swings open to reveal intruders. Tyria marches out with an intense and angry look while Kali follows behind. The child suddenly brandishes a broom while screaming out Chiwa's name. She jumps into the sky to deliver a flying blow against the student. Akita catches the broom with one hand to stop the attack easily. Akita lifts the struggling Tyria into the air by her collar as she continues to shout. Chiwa stares in disbelief while the angry child's face looms large in her vision. Tyria screams at the top of her lungs for the student to disappear from this world. Sweating profusely, Chiwa reels back in shock from the intense and unexpected hatred directed at her. Kali rushes forward with an alarmed expression to reach the small girl. The two newcomers share a tight embrace as Akita questions their origins from the sidelines. Chiwa suddenly notices something on the document she holds and gasps in realization. The brochure reveals a villainous plan featuring an illustration of a girl remarkably similar to Tyria. Clinging tightly to the maid's side, Tyria shoots a fierce and defensive glare at the group. She yells in protest after Chiwa compares her to the character shown on the paper. The others gather around to observe the striking resemblance between Tyria and the illustrated villainess. A heavy silence falls as the young girl looks down with a complicated and pained expression. Kali explains that they are actually travelers from a place called the Dalmatian Kingdom. A grand estate appears as the narration introduces Tyria as the daughter of a noble family. Posing with confidence, the girl is described as someone born into a life of wealth and talent. The atmosphere shifts dramatically as a caption announces that an unforeseen tragedy soon struck her. In a flashback, Tyria encounters several maids who are busy practicing a form of fortune-telling. One of the staff members nervously invites the young lady to witness a vision within a crystal ball. An image of a younger Tyria smiling brightly appears reflected on the surface of the sphere. She is shown riding in a royal carriage while waving cheerfully to the commoners waiting outside. Angry at being called a villainess, Tyria lashes out at the gossiping maids nearby. One maid calmly suggests peering into a vision as the young noble feels mocked. A brief period of time passes as the scene transitions forward. Clutching the glowing crystal ball, the maid announces she finally understands the truth. A vision of a cheerful girl appears as the maid describes a split identity. Sweating under pressure, the servant reveals that another person has hijacked Tyria's body. The news strikes Tyria with absolute horror as she processes the theft of her form. The maid explains how a girl named Chiwa will eventually transfer her soul over. Confused and desperate, Tyria interrupts the explanation to demand answers about her future. She frantically questions the fate of her own personality during this strange possession. The maid delivers the chilling news that Tyria's current self will be entirely erased. Looking away in solemn silence, the servant confirms there is no mistake. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Tyria breaks down in tears while pleading to stay. The maid watches the sobbing child with a look of deep sympathy and resolve. Pulling the girl into a tight embrace, the maid vows to prevent the tragedy. Tyria gazes up hopefully and asks if there is a way to stop the erasure. The maid proposes a lethal solution involving the elimination of Inkai Chiwa. Tyria stands still for a moment as the dark suggestion hangs in the air. A sinister smile spreads across the girl's face as she dismisses the moral weight. Fueled by sudden aggression, Tyria vows to bury her future replacement deep in the ground. Tyria questions how they will reach the target's world while her maid considers a remaining obstacle. Without hesitation, the young girl manifests a massive magical crest that pulses with intense light. She commands her loyal servant to prepare for the journey with an intense and focused expression. Stunned by the display, the maid marvels at the child's incredible proficiency in high-level teleportation. She offers a soft smile of encouragement, ready to support her mistress in the coming confrontation. A pitch-black void tears open in the sky as Tyria plunges headfirst into the dimensional rift. Upon arrival, the young noble is caught by a schoolgirl who looks on with a mixture of pity. 3 students stand together on a fenced rooftop, observing the strange arrival with varying degrees of stoicism. Chiwa's face contorts in pure horror as she realizes the gravity of the supernatural threat. She points frantically and asks if her future involves being replaced by this mysterious child. Her companion confirms the soul erasing plan with a disturbingly cheerful and psychopathic attitude. Tyria declares with fiery resolve that her existence belongs solely to herself and no one else. Gathering all her magical strength, she conjures a giant sphere of dark energy that looms over the area. The sheer pressure of the spell causes the surrounding space to ripple and shake violently. Overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the attack, Chiwa cries out in desperation and fear. The young girl points directly at her target and orders her to be wiped from existence. She hurls the devastating blast forward, shouting the name of her ultimate destructive technique. Thinking the battle is over, Tyria and her maid celebrate their apparent victory with jubilant leaps. The celebration is cut short when Tyria notices a presence lingering within the fading smoke. Through the destruction, a group of defenders emerges with weapons drawn to protect Chiwa from further harm. Tyria and her maid stare in absolute disbelief as their world-shattering offensive is effortlessly neutralized. The maid breaks into a cold sweat while processing the impossible reality of her mistress's failed spell. A sharp-eyed warrior steps forward and sternly warns the young girl to cease her interference. Trembling with sudden fear, Tyria collapses into tears as the realization of her predicament sets in. She wails in desperation, pleading with the universe because she does not want to cease existing. The tall defender crouches down to explain that killing her target results in her own immediate erasure. He further clarifies that this phenomenon is a direct consequence of the rules of otherworldly reincarnation. Tyria blinks in total confusion, unable to grasp the complex metaphysics behind her own potential demise. Chiwa listens intently as the boy reveals that her death triggers a villainous takeover of her body. Both the young mistress and her servant stand perfectly still, their minds blank from the shocking revelation. They exchange a hollow look, paralyzed by the weight of their narrow escape from certain destruction. Shaking violently from the close call, they embrace while realizing their research was dangerously incomplete. Chiwa expresses her pity for the child and her own refusal to become a reborn villainess. Their teacher casually offers to cancel the entire reincarnation process using his mobile phone. He contacts a celestial agent to request the cancellation of an assassin's contract on Chiwa's life. A moment of tension follows when the call goes unanswered, leaving Chiwa feeling uncertain and anxious. Tyria and her maid suddenly pivot their stance, declaring their new mission to act as her guardians. The maid smiles warmly, explaining that preserving Chiwa's life is now the only way to save Tyria. The warrior enthusiastically joins the new pact, vowing to prevent the reincarnation by any means necessary. As the chaotic day finally concludes, a quiet and starry night settles over the residential neighborhood. The maid quietly prepares the room for the night while dressed in her comfortable polka-dot pajamas. She gently strokes the sleeping Tyria's head and wishes her young mistress a peaceful rest. Looking back with a soft smile, she feels a sense of duty toward the child she protects. Her expression suddenly shifts to one of suspicion as she hears a strange rattling sound nearby. She approaches the storage closet and listens to the persistent scratching and thumping coming from within. With a swift motion, she flings the doors open to confront the source of the disturbance. A gagged man bound tightly in thick coils of rope falls forward onto the tatami floor. The captive assassin stares up in absolute terror while making muffled cries of desperation. Towering over him with a dark shadow across her face, she sternly orders him to be quiet. She explains with a hollow gaze that Tyria is currently trying to sleep in the next room. The maid intensifies her cold stare, demanding absolute silence from the intruder who disturbed the peace. Shaking with fear and drenched in sweat, the tied-up man realizes the true nature of his captor. A flashback to the previous day reveals the man loitering near the school while smoking a cigarette. Students pass by him with nervous glances, whispering about his intimidating and shady appearance. The assassin chuckles to himself, dreaming of the career-defining achievement of successfully reincarnating his target. He laughs out loud with arrogant confidence, certain that his contract will be an easy success. Approaching the target's neighborhood, he prepares a high-voltage stun device to ambush the unsuspecting girl. His plan backfires instantly as a massive surge of electricity violently arcs back through his own body. He collapses into a heap while a seemingly ordinary schoolgirl stands before him, completely unaffected. She looks down with dead eyes as the final sparks of his failed attack vanish against her uniform. Highlighting her strict code, the maid envisions a captive loiterer locked away on a cross in a dungeon. Back in reality, she looks down at the bound assassin cramped inside her small apartment closet. Leaning forward with a dark intensity, she declares her absolute commitment to protecting Tyria at any cost. Her eyes turn vacant and chilling as she issues a stern warning against making any further noise. The assassin can only stare back in mute terror, his face drenched in sweat as he remains immobilized. As the next morning arrives, the sun shines over a typical residential street with power lines crisscrossing the sky. Chiwa walks towards school while letting out a wide, uninhibited yawn and holding her bag tightly. A sharp remark from behind stops her in her tracks, critiquing her lack of ladylike decorum. Tyria stands proudly with her arms crossed, accompanied by her maid and a tall man in a suit. Chiwa and her friend exchange confused glances, baffled by the group's sudden presence in their neighborhood. The maid offers a pleasant morning greeting to Chiwa, sparking an immediate reaction from the young mistress. Tyria erupts in a fit of jealousy, demanding to know why she was not the first one greeted. While Tyria continues her haughty lecture on etiquette, the maid lightly taps her head to silence her. Raising a finger, the maid gently interrupts the tirade to formally correct Tyria's elitist worldview. She calmly explains that everyone is equal and that class-based insults are entirely inappropriate. Tyria falters and groans in defeat, her face flushing as she struggles to maintain her composure. Avoiding direct eye contact, she fidgets with her fingers while feeling the weight of the maid's lesson. She eventually manages to stammer out a blushing apology to Chiwa for her earlier behavior. Witnessing this rare moment of vulnerability, Chiwa is completely overwhelmed by how cute the girl looks. The maid suddenly suffers a massive, explosive nosebleed from the sheer impact of Tyria's adorable display. The group stands in stunned silence as the maid justifies her explosive reaction to Tyria's cuteness. Shifting to the school day, the morning sun illuminates the stark white walls of the academy building. A quiet atmosphere settles over the school grounds as the afternoon proceeds under a bright sky. Tyria sits regally at a portable tea table while her maid stands ready to serve her. Gourmet dishes including a hearty hamburger steak and strawberry shortcake are laid out elegantly. Wide-eyed with surprise, Chiwa asks if she is truly allowed to feast on the entire spread. She tentatively takes a small bite of the food to test the richness of the flavor. Her expression transforms into pure bliss as she savors the incredible taste of the meal. Beaming with joy, Chiwa admits she has never tasted anything so wonderful in her life. She gives a radiant smile while expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Kali for the kind gesture. The maid is suddenly struck by a wave of intense emotion from the girl's sincere appreciation. Overwhelmed by the warmth, Kali blushes deeply while processing the unexpected kindness shown to her. She reflects on how long it has been since she last heard such gentle words. Looking back at the student, she concludes that Chiwa is truly a remarkable and wonderful person. The peaceful moment breaks when Tyria points her fork accusingly at her steak regarding hidden carrots. She turns her head away in a huff after being told that ladies shouldn't be picky. A weary sigh escapes the maid as she deals with her young mistress's stubborn culinary preferences. From a distant vantage point, the group appears as small silhouettes enjoying their lunch on the terrace. Two mysterious men observe the scene from afar, one squatting casually on a nearby railing. They discuss their inability to contact a missing colleague while keeping a close eye on the girls. Looking at a phone, the colleague is described as someone who often goes off the grid. Kali maintains a stoic expression while listening to the man's reputation. The scene shifts to a quiet residential area where the sun shines over a balcony. Inside, the mysterious man lies bound and gagged on the floor as Kali towers over him. He winces as she prepares to interrogate him further about his motives. Holding a small slip of paper, she informs him that Chiwa's reincarnation process is currently paused. She offers to release him under the condition that he returns to heaven without a fuss. Defiantly, the bound man scoffs at the deal and claims he is much tougher than his colleague. A crazed look enters his eyes as he vows to see the reincarnation through at any cost. Infuriated by his stubbornness, Kali begins battering him with the head of a broom. She pauses her assault when he suggests that Chiwa becoming a villainess would actually help her. From his spot in the closet, he argues that the transformation would turn Tyria into a sweet girl. He paints a picture of a future where Tyria is kind to her servants and everyone around her. Kali wavers for a moment, gripping her broom as she considers the possibility of a polite mistress. The mental image of a perfectly adorable and respectful Tyria begins to cloud her judgment. She is momentarily overwhelmed by the thought of such a perfect being existing in their world. Realizing she is being swayed, she breaks into a nervous sweat and tries to refocus. Turning her back on him, she dismisses his words as nothing more than manipulative mind games. She clasps her hands together and reasons that a 5-year-old is entitled to some selfishness. Remembering their long history together, she reflects on Tyria's innate kindness while walking hand in hand. Kali smiles warmly, declaring that serving her mistress is her greatest source of happiness. She stands firm before the captive man and demands he abandon his plans for Chiwa. Turning her back on him, she prepares to leave the room with her resolve hardened. The bound man stares up in shock as he realizes his manipulation has failed completely. A single eye widens in a moment of intense realization during the impending transition. Kali steps forward into a blinding white light that consumes her entire surroundings. The scene shifts to the school rooftop where the sun shines over the building. A beautifully prepared plate of omelette rice sits ready and glistening under the light. One of the students reacts with pure joy at the sight of the delicious meal. Kali watches with a smile as the girl devours the food and praises her cooking. She then turns to Tyria and proudly mentions that she left the carrots out. Tyria sits at the table with a dark, menacing aura radiating from her tiny frame. Her face contorts with rage as she demands to know what kind of dish she's been served. She declares that she only eats griffin eggs, envisioning the mythical beast on its nest. Kali sighs in exasperation, pointing out that griffins do not exist in their current reality. Furious at being corrected, Tyria screams at her servant not to talk back. She grips a metal spoon tightly in her small hand as her anger reaches a boiling point. With a sudden burst of violence, she hurls the spoon directly at Kali's forehead. The nearby students look on in absolute horror at the young girl's sudden tantrum. Kali collapses to her knees on the ground as Tyria towers over her with silent indignation. Kali gasps in disbelief, staring up at her mistress as sweat beads on her forehead. Tyria looms over her and points a finger, reminding Kali of her lowly status. The young girl's expression is full of cold fury as she continues her verbal attack. Kali's eye trembles in fear as she absorbs the weight of the girl's words. A voice suddenly calls out from the side, breaking the heavy silence. Pomeranian steps forward and demands that Tyria apologize for her cruel behavior. Tyria dismisses him instantly, claiming her right as an employer to handle her servant alone. He argues that those in power have a responsibility to treat their followers with respect. Scoffing at the idea, Tyria insists it is natural to dominate those beneath her. Chiwa tries to calm the situation, while Pomeranian maintains his aggressive stance against the girl. Kali remains slumped on the ground, her face pale as she stares into space. She suddenly collapses face first onto the floor, causing Chiwa to scream in alarm. The servant struggles to breathe, huffing painfully as sweat pours down her skin. Tyria looks down with total revulsion, declaring that the sight of her servant makes her sick. She delivers a final, heartless decree that she no longer needs Kali in her sight. Kali remains frozen in place, her eyes wide with the realization of her dismissal. She thinks back to her deep-seated belief that her mistress is actually kind. A memory of them walking hand-in-hand surfaces, representing a bond that seems lost. Kali reflects that her only purpose is to ensure the happiness of her master. Regardless of this devotion, Tyria turns her back and walks away into the empty void. Kali kneels in despair as Tyria walks away, questioning her purpose in her mistress's life. Pomeranian calls out to the retreating girl, trying to stop her heartless exit. Struggling to stand, Kali gasps for air while sweat beads on her trembling skin. Chiwa rushes forward in a panic, asking the suffering woman if she is okay. Noticing Kali's sickly complexion, Chiwa suggests they head straight to the school infirmary. The servant looks up in disbelief, moved by Chiwa's selfless display of kindness. Despite the help offered, Kali stumbles away toward the rooftop entrance in a daze. Chiwa watches in shock, calling out the woman's name as she disappears inside. Swaying unsteadily, Kali makes her way toward the double doors of the roof building. The rooftop remains quiet under the vast sky as the girl isolates herself from the group. Inside a storage room, a tied-up man lies on the floor and asks what is wrong. Kali collapses into a corner and begins to cry while the captive watches her. She mourns the life she dedicated to Tyria, feeling completely abandoned and alone. A sudden shift in her perspective occurs as she reaches a breaking point. Sobbing uncontrollably, Kali admits that nothing matters anymore now that she has been discarded. The bound man interrupts her grief, bluntly ordering her to untie the ropes. Surprised by his directness, the servant pauses her weeping and looks at him. Memories of a joyful past with her fellow maids and a smiling Tyria flood her mind. She remembers being told that every person has an inherent right to be happy. Focusing on the man before her, she listens to his lecture about finding happiness through reincarnation. The captive man stares intensely at Kali, promising to save her if she simply trusts him. Stunned by the offer, Kali trembles as sweat pours down her face in the dim room. She stands before the bound man, gasping for breath while contemplating his strange proposal. Her vision blurs from exhaustion as she continues to huff under the weight of her despair. Finally reaching out, she begins to loosen the thick ropes binding the man to the floor. Her eyes widen with a frantic energy as she pushes through her physical limits to free him. A strange tension fills the air as the man finally sheds his bindings in the silence. Standing tall after being released, the man smirks while Kali collapses to the floor in total fatigue. She continues to pant desperately, her body finally giving out after the immense strain. The man looks down at the fallen servant with a cold and calculating gaze. He explains that he is a divine messenger who brings about reincarnation through fatal exhaustion. Detailing his methods, he speaks of creating toxic environments that push targets to their breaking points. The man describes the process of the mind and body succumbing to insurmountable stress. Standing over his victim, he gleefully announces the activation of his deadly overwork ability. He confirms that Kali has stopped breathing and declares her officially dead with a cruel laugh. His eyes gleam with malice as he sets his sights on Chiwa as his next unfortunate target. Meanwhile on the rooftop, Tyria breaks down into loud and uncontrollable sobs. Chiwa and Pomeranian watch in confusion as the girl wails toward the sky. Wiping her eyes, Tyria admits that she has no idea what came over her earlier. She reflects on her cruel words to Kali and wonders why she behaved so heartlessly. Tyria continues to wail loudly while Chiwa and Pomeranian look on with deep concern. Chiwa questions if she truly meant her harsh words, but she frantically insists she would never harm her friend. Reflecting on her dependence, Tyria realizes she is completely incapable of functioning without her loyal companion. Standing nearby, Pomeranian adjusts his glasses and declares that he finally understands the cause of the chaos. He explains that their enemy uses a lethal power to drive subordinates to fatal exhaustion. According to his theory, Tyria's cruel behavior was a byproduct of this toxic supernatural manipulation. The boy warns that Tyria's sudden clarity likely signifies that the ability has reached its conclusion. This horrific realization leaves the young girl paralyzed with a look of sheer terror on her face. Disbelief washes over the group as they struggle to process the potential loss of their friend. The scene shifts to a suburban home where the tragic outcome awaits behind closed doors. Suddenly Tyria bursts through the sliding doors of a tatami room while screaming for Kali. Her heart sinks as she discovers Kali's limp body lying motionless in the middle of the floor. Sweat beads on Tyria's forehead as she stares in shock at the unresponsive figure. A close-up reveals Kali's eyes are shut tight as she remains perfectly still on the mat. Tyria calls out again with a trembling voice, hoping for any sign of life from her. She leans in close to observe the peaceful but terrifyingly still expression on Kali's face. Chiwa and the others arrive at the doorway to find Tyria standing over the fallen girl. The room remains heavy with a suffocating silence as no breath comes from the body. Finally breaking down, Tyria throws herself over her friend and lets out a soul-shattering cry. Her face contorts with unbearable pain as she wails into the air over her immense loss. Chiwa and the boy stand frozen in shock as Tyria's agonizing screams fill the room. Tyria collapses over her friend's lifeless body, her voice breaking from the intensity of her grief. Standing nearby, the dark-haired boy narrows his eyes as a cold fury begins to boil. He declares this tragedy completely unforgivable while the others struggle to maintain their composure. Kali lies perfectly still with her eyes shut, embodying the gravity of the angel's forbidden crime. The boy's gaze hardens with murderous intent as he focuses his hatred on the monster responsible. He announces his plan to hunt down Norimoto and drag him back to face heavenly judgment. A hand reaches out to stop him as he prepares to storm out of the house. Turning back with a dark aura, he scoffs at the idea of such a lenient punishment. His face contorts with rage as he vows that the culprit won't escape with his life. The young man watches him in silence, sensing the terrifying shift in his companion's demeanor. Suddenly Tyria's voice rings out as she demands to join the hunt for vengeance. She looks up with a fierce determination in her eyes that masks her recent sorrow. The girl stands firm and pledges to personally avenge her fallen companion with her own hands. Introducing herself by her full name, she reasserts her role as Kali's proud master. The group gathers at the exit while Tyria promises her friend a swift return. A brief memory of Kali smiling in her maid uniform flashes through her mind. The motionless figure remains on the tatami, looking peaceful despite the surrounding turmoil. Swallowing her pain, Tyria turns away from the body to face the dangerous road ahead. The door creaks shut behind them as they set off to find the man who destroyed their peace. The front door remains shut, leaving the quiet apartment behind as the group departs. Clear blue skies stretch over the neighborhood while the investigation officially moves outdoors. A profile of Norimoto identifies him as an overwork user currently hiding somewhere in the city. The companions discuss the sheer impossibility of locating him without a single reliable lead. Stepping into the light, Akita-san offers a confident smirk as she prepares a solution. She raises her hand to the air, signaling the start of a supernatural technique. With a booming command, she summons a legion of masked slashers to serve as her eyes. Nearby pedestrians gape in horror as a hooded figure materializes directly in front of them. More shadowy entities descend from above, triggering a chorus of screams from the terrified crowd. A panicked man sprints away as a silent, masked summon begins its sweep of the area. The girl orders her spectral army to comb through every corner of the bustling town. She gazes ahead with a ruthless expression, certain that chaos will eventually expose their prey. The rest of the group watches the unfolding spectacle while acknowledging the efficiency of the search. Fluffy white clouds drift lazily through the atmosphere as the search efforts continue. Armed with blades, the hooded summons march through the streets and frighten away the local residents. The masked figures move in a coordinated wave that forces everyone else to flee for safety. Chiwa observes the bizarre scene and compares the state of the town to a sudden apocalypse. 60 minutes pass by without any sightings of the culprit, deepening the group's growing frustration. Standing before a large building, they question where Norimoto could possibly be hiding himself. Akita-san scowls with visible irritation as she grows tired of the fruitless and time-consuming search. A sinister chuckle ripples through the air as a shadowy entity manifests near the group. Norimoto mocks the investigators from his hiding spot, confident that they are looking in the wrong direction. He reflects on Akita's irritating skill and explains how he prepared for her interference long ago. Boasting of his superiority, the villain vows to remain perpetually out of their reach. The antagonist casually strolls past the search party while hidden under the hood of a plain sweatshirt. He keeps his face partially obscured, observing the oblivious teenagers with cold and calculating eyes. Chiwa and her friends remain focused on the distance, never suspecting the enemy is right beside them. Targeting the girl specifically, Norimoto intends to send her to another world through sheer exhaustion. He activates his specialized ability and prepares to strike her down with a curse of overwork. A sudden, heavy lethargy strikes Chiwa, making her world spin as her energy rapidly depletes. She lets out a soft sound of bewilderment, while her face pales from the unexpected strain. Her knees buckle under the supernatural pressure, sending her crashing toward the pavement. Chiwa gasps for breath and admits that she has suddenly become too tired to move. The unseen attacker revels in the success of his spell, knowing the victim will eventually succumb to death. Drenched in sweat, the high schooler fights against the crushing urge to simply give up. Her friend rushes to her side to offer support and suggests that she take an immediate break. A stern man dressed in a business suit suddenly looms over the collapsing student. He screams at her for being lazy and taking the easy way out during her time of need. The teacher's face contorts with rage as he demands that she continue working despite her condition. Chiwa looks up at the frightening hallucination of her sensei with a look of pure shock. The hallucination of her teacher continues to berate Chiwa, accusing her of always needing rescue and never trying to change. Akita watches the display with wide-eyed shock, her expression shifting as she recognizes the pattern of the mental assault. The small girl realizes that the exact same phenomenon that once plagued her is now happening to her friend. She observes the man in the suit as he grows more toxic, recalling her own struggle with a similar manifestation. While she explains how the enemy is using a superior's position to harass the student, her companion listens intently. Chiwa sinks deeper into despair, her eyes welling with tears as she begins to believe she deserves nothing at all. The masked villain laughs maniacally in his hiding spot, anticipating a major promotion once the girl succumbs to exhaustion. The hallucination looms larger, declaring that incompetent students like her have no place in this world. He gestures wildly toward a massive truck that suddenly appears, its headlights blinding as it barrels toward the target. Both the attacker and his victim react with sheer terror as the phantom vehicle threatens to cause a fatal collision. The teacher stands firmly in the path of the oncoming truck, surrounded by an eerie glow, while the world descends into chaos. The hidden antagonist grows increasingly nervous, unsettled by how far the manifestation is escalating beyond his control. The vision of the sensei prepares to strike a final blow, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Chiwa lets out a frantic cry of fear, shrinking back as the mental pressure reaches its absolute breaking point. Her friend rushes forward with a roar, demanding that she get a hold of herself before disaster strikes. A sudden blur of motion cuts through the tension as a new figure enters the fray with incredible speed. A powerful kick connects with the boy's midsection, catching him completely off guard and stopping his desperate advance. The mysterious attacker lands gracefully on the pavement, leaving the others reeling from the sudden and violent intervention. The friend recovers from the blow and shouts in confusion, questioning what the long-haired girl thinks she is doing. The newcomer brings a finger to her lips and coldly demands silence as she takes control of the situation. Akita stands frozen in confusion, reeling from the realization that she was just told to be quiet. Then the small girl brandishes her wooden wand, declaring her intention to take matters into her own hands. But she is suddenly stopped by the loud, embarrassing sound of her own stomach rumbling during the crisis. She quickly realizes that her lack of a midday meal has left her completely drained of magical power. A wave of guilt washes over her as she remembers the delicious lunch her friend prepared for her. Tears stream down her face while she offers a heart-wrenching apology for failing everyone who relies on her. Her morning is interrupted by a gentle hand patting her head, providing a sudden sense of security. Looking up, the girl finds a tall, stoic student watching over her in the middle of the street. The mysterious newcomer maintains a cold and detached gaze, appearing completely unaffected by the surrounding supernatural phenomena. Nearby, a massive transport truck appears out of nowhere, barreling directly toward the hallucination of the teacher. He laughs maniacally, berating his student while welcoming the impending disaster as a favor to her. Chiwa huffs and pants with exhaustion, her body trembling under the weight of the teacher's relentless psychological assault. Watching from a safe distance, the masked mastermind stands motionless as the situation takes an unexpected turn. He remains perfectly still and silent, observing the chaotic scene with a growing sense of professional calculation. A sudden realization dawns on him, causing him to reach for his mask in a moment of hesitation. Sweat beads on his brow as he admits to himself that the current state of affairs is going wrong. He stares in horror as the phantom teacher prepares to claim credit for the girl's potential reincarnation. His eye widens in panic as he worries that his rival will steal the spotlight away from him. The teacher phantom continues his deranged rant, calling his student a silly goose as the vehicle closes in. Finally, the truck strikes the phantom with full force, sending him flying as the confrontation reaches its peak. A man in a hoodie runs forward, screaming that he must be the one to finish her off. His hand reaches out desperately, sweat flying as he refuses to let anyone else take credit. He dives through the air with a manic expression, shouting that this achievement belongs to him. A sudden impact occurs with loud sound effects filling the air as the truck collides. The massive truck comes to a screeching halt, dust and debris swirling around its cargo container. Speed lines streak across a cloudy sky, signaling the intensity of the chaotic event unfolding below. A pair of feet land firmly on the ground, creating small shockwaves upon a sudden arrival. The hoodie-wearing man stands tall, having caught a dazed schoolgirl in a protective bridal carry. A spiky-haired student and a small girl look on with expressions of pure shock and disbelief. The man realizes he accidentally blew his cover while the girl in his arms stares up suspiciously. A dark-haired student watches silently, his face partially obscured as he begins to speak about an ability. He explains that the death by overwork ability requires the target to be in direct line of sight. The man in the hoodie listens intently while still holding the girl, his expression turning to concern. The observant student continues his deduction, noting that the truck was a ruse to draw someone out. Horror dawns on the man as he realizes he was tricked into revealing his secret identity. The spiky-haired boy stares intensely, finally identifying the man as the elusive Norimoto. Beside him, the small girl glares with deep-seated anger, naming him as the one who killed Kali. The group surrounds the storage unit while the man stands trapped on top with his hostage. Frustrated by the turn of events, the man reaches for a sharp blade hidden within his clothes. He pulls the girl close and holds the knife to her throat, screaming for everyone to stay back. The group stares in shock as the situation takes a dangerous turn. Norimoto holds a knife to the girl's throat, threatening to kill her if anyone moves. He ponders the girl's inevitable fate, claiming his ability has already sealed her doom. Laughing manically, the kidnapper declares that the girl's reincarnation in another world is certain. The hostage girl appears dazed and exhausted under the physical strain of the hostage situation. Fury erupts from the spiky-haired boy as he curses the man for his cruelty. Standing atop the storage container, Norimoto warns everyone to stay back or face the consequences. He continues his crazed rant, promising to finish her off regardless of their actions. The protagonist screams the villain's name with absolute rage burning in his eyes. Suddenly, a shirtless student with a tie interrupts, demanding to know who blocked his attack. His expression turns toxic as he vows never to forgive those who interfered with him. Norimoto panics upon realizing the newcomer has entered a state of uncontrollable toxic rage. The crazed student prepares a final strike, aiming to destroy both the kidnapper and the girl. The spiky-haired hero intervenes with a powerful flying kick directly to the shirtless boy's face. Joined by the dark-haired girl, the protagonist continues to stomp on the fallen toxic student. Soon after, the defeated boy lies bound in thick ropes while muttering philosophical nonsense. The captors stand over the tied-up student as he begs them to end his life. Norimoto's attention shifts back to the container's edge as a small shadow begins to climb. The small girl smirks with an unsettling expression while clinging effortlessly to the metal wall. She continues her rapid ascent toward the roof as the kidnapper watches her approach in disbelief. The small girl reaches the top of the container, surprising Norimoto as he holds his knife. Brandishing a heavy mallet, she declares her intent to take revenge for her fallen companion. She launches herself forward with a swift and powerful physical strike toward her target. Her foot slams into Norimoto's shin with a bone-shattering impact that echoes through the air. The kidnapper lets out a deafening scream of agony as the pain radiates through his leg. During the chaos, the hostage girl slips and plummets from the edge of the high storage container. The spiky-haired boy reacts instantly, catching the falling student safely in his arms with a grunt. Norimoto collapses onto the roof, clutching his injured leg while groaning in absolute misery. Raising her weapon once more, the small girl prepares to deliver a finishing blow to her enemy. A sudden burst of movement disrupts the confrontation as tension peaks between the two combatants. Norimoto barely manages to evade the follow-up attack, panting heavily from the intense physical exertion. The young girl gasps in surprise as the villain finds the strength to resist her strike. He roughly seizes her arm and hoists her into the air, yelling in frustration at her interference. A momentary silence falls as Norimoto stares at her with a look of bewildered realization. Tears well up in the girl's eyes as she screams about the loss of her dear friend. A dark and cruel smirk spreads across the villain's face as he begins to laugh softly. Mocking her resolve, he questions why she blames him for a fate she seemingly caused herself. The girl's eyes widen in shock as he reveals the true circumstances behind her original death. A fractured memory surfaces, showing her falling through a dark and splintering reality of her past. The vision concludes with her witnessing a tragic event involving her maid and a mysterious dark portal. The girl recoils in absolute shock as she is blamed for the tragic outcome. Norimoto screams insults at her while maintaining his firm grip on her arm. He leans closer with a crazed grin, declaring her responsible for the woman's death. Dangling her over the precipice, he reveals a dark plan for her body to be overtaken. The kidnapper bursts into maniacal laughter as he hoists her high above the container. Bowing her head in sorrow, the girl begins to believe that the blame lies with her. She recalls a tender moment of embracing her maid before everything went wrong. The gentle image of her companion Kali fills her thoughts as she mourns. Weeping openly, she offers a heartbroken apology for the fate her friend suffered. Norimoto stands tall on the roof, holding his captive in a position of complete dominance. A sudden command for the villain to let go cuts through the silence. Diving from above, Kali reappears to confront the man who is hurting her mistress. The maid delivers a devastating kick that slams squarely into the villain's face. All three figures are thrown into the air by the sheer force of the sudden intervention. A loud crash signifies the chaotic descent of the combatants from the storage unit. As they fall, the maid wraps her arms around the girl to shield her from impact. Hitting the ground with practiced ease, the maid safely lands while cradling the small girl. The child gazes up at her savior with wide eyes filled with confusion and hope. Kali reassures the girl with a kind smile, checking to see if she is hurt. The young girl can barely contain her emotions as she realizes her friend has returned. Norimoto recoils in disbelief, screaming at Kali about how she could possibly still be alive. Kali calmly addresses Tyria, explaining that her entire family line has served the Airedales. She recalls working tirelessly as a maid from a very young age without ever resting. Dismissively, she explains that the concept of overwork means nothing in her line of duty. She announces her full name as Kali Border, servant to the world's most selfish villainess. Clarifying the situation, she reveals that she was merely taking a brief nap earlier. The villain grumbles in frustration that his deadly ability failed against a hardened professional. Showing off her incredible mental fortitude, the maid stands firm against her trembling opponent. Tyria gazes at her companion with a mixture of shock and growing hope. The small girl asks for confirmation that her dear friend is truly standing before her. Kali offers a warm and gentle expression to reassure her mistress. Pulling the child into a hug, the maid apologizes for causing so much worry. Heavy tears of relief begin to fall from Tyria's eyes as she embraces her savior. She wails her companion's name loudly while clinging to her with all her strength. Witnessing the emotional reunion, Norimoto quietly decides to take this opportunity to flee. The kidnapper turns and sprints away from the scene to avoid further conflict. Tyria's attention shifts back to the escaping villain as she hears her name called. Kali suggests that they work together to finish off their enemy once and for all. The girl looks momentarily stunned by the maid's bold proposal for battle. Tyria shouts her agreement with a radiant smile and determined fists. Tyria and Kali grasp each other's hands with unwavering resolve. A massive aura of power erupts around them as they prepare their final strike. Shouting, "Limit break!" in unison, they tap into their hidden potential. The terrified Norimoto begs for mercy as the duo charges toward him. He frantically attempts to negotiate using his deadly supernatural ability one last time. Ignoring his pleas, the pair delivers a synchronized and devastating punch. The impact generates a blinding shockwave that resonates throughout the entire area. Norimoto collapses onto the pavement, twitching uncontrollably after the brutal hit. Nearby, Chiwa looks up with a confused expression as she wakes. She remarks on her sudden surge of energy as the villain's spell breaks. The bound teacher's eyes snap open as he returns to his senses. He looks around in total bewilderment, wondering how he ended up in such a state. The group observes that Norimoto's influence has finally vanished from everyone. Feeling deep shame, the teacher tearfully begs his students for punishment. Tyria turns her attention back to Kali to offer a sincere apology. She expresses deep regret for the cruel words she spoke during the conflict. Kali looks away coldly, claiming that she cannot easily forgive such insults. The young girl trembles with sadness as she awaits her friend's final judgment. Breaking into a playful wink, the maid promises forgiveness if Tyria obeys her. Tyria stares in shock while her friends relentlessly kick the defeated villain. Night falls over the quiet house as the stars shine brightly in the sky. Inside, a steaming plate of Hamburg steak accompanied by several carrots is served. Tyria looks visibly distressed as Kali demands she eat the vegetables to earn forgiveness. She picks up a large piece of carrot, sweating at the thought of eating it. With the maid observing her every move, the young girl prepares to take a bite. Squeezing her eyes shut, she forces the vegetable into her mouth and chews rapidly. Her expression shifts from fear to shock as she tastes the hidden flavor. She exclaims that the food is actually good while savoring the meal with delight. Kali smiles warmly, mentioning that she has always tailored the cooking to Tyria's preferences. The maid gently reminds her master to always finish every bite from now on. Tyria looks up hopefully, confirming if this gesture truly settles their recent conflict. Placing a hand over her heart, Kali declares her immense love for the girl. Tears of joy stream down Tyria's face as she becomes overwhelmed by the kind words. She calls out to her friend with a loud and passionate shout of gratitude. The pair shares a heartfelt hug as the tension between them completely dissolves. Meanwhile, Chiwa notices Palmera sitting on the floor while wiping away his own tears. She questions if he is actually crying, prompting an immediate and flustered reaction. He stands up and yells out a denial, claiming he has never once cried. Storming toward the door, he ignores Chiwa's remark about him already being home. The flustered boy is greeted by his companions who are busy preparing a meal in the kitchen. Palmera stands at the entrance while his companions kindly offer him dinner or a relaxing bath. His face flushes with tears and confusion as he struggles to process the sudden kindness. Night settles over the quiet suburban home, while voices inside continue to express heartfelt gratitude. Morning eventually breaks over the city with birds chirping loudly near the utility poles. Chiwa meets up with Kali and a cheerful Tyria outside as they start their day. Tyria reveals that she has granted Kali a vacation to stay longer in the human world. She beams with joy while expressing her excitement about attending school alongside her faithful maid. The pure sentiment causes Kali to suffer a sudden and violent nosebleed from overwhelming emotion. Collapsing to the ground, the maid swoons as she finds her master's words far too precious. A bright flash of light signals a transition away from the peaceful morning scene. The setting shifts abruptly to the jagged and dark peaks of the demon realm. A young man stands nonchalantly over the smoking remains of a defeated high-ranking demon general. He scratches his head in genuine disbelief that his opponent held such a prestigious title. Witnessing the defeat, the remaining small demons flee the area in a frantic and panicked retreat. Far in the distance, a massive and foreboding castle sits perched atop the craggy mountains. Inside the fortress, a fist slams against the surface in a fit of localized rage. Several demons gather to lament their fallen comrade and curse reincarnators with unfair cheat abilities. A mysterious presence suddenly manifests from the shadows above, questioning the source of the noise. The gathered demons cry out in sheer terror as they recognize the powerful figure appearing before them. A dark silhouette known as the demon Lord Ruberus slowly descends the stairs toward his trembling subordinates. Ruberus stares forward with a piercing gaze, his white hair contrasting against the sharp horns on his head. A Kate subordinate kneels before him to deliver the grim news regarding General Boston's recent defeat. They discuss the alarming threat posed by human reincarnators who possess powers far beyond their expectations. Bernard, the demon army ambassador, interjects with a confident smirk while announcing he has a counter-strategy ready. Pulling out a modern device, the ambassador asks his master to look at the target he has identified. Ruberus remains silent and stoic as he listens to the proposed plan for handling their enemies. A massive holographic projection of a smiling girl suddenly appears, captured as the demon's primary point of interest. The scene transitions to the tranquil floating islands of heaven where the Bureau of Reincarnation Affairs operates. Two angels dressed in professional business suits approach their colleague to invite him for an evening drink. Kusuda, a bespectacled angel, politely declines the offer in order to celebrate his daughter's birthday at home. The co-workers exchange friendly farewells before heading their separate ways in the peaceful heavenly corridor. An ordinary commuter train rattles along the tracks as the evening rush hour begins. Kusuda experiences a heartwarming vision of his smiling wife and young daughter waiting for his return. Standing among the crowd of passengers, he beams with joy while reminiscing about his daughter's sweet words. He silently vows to work as hard as possible to preserve his family's simple and happy life. A sudden and piercing scream shatters the quiet atmosphere inside the crowded train car. A young woman with blonde hair appears visibly shaken and tearful as she looks toward the man. She points an accusing finger at Kusuda while shouting a devastating allegation for everyone to hear. The angel stares back in total shock and disbelief, unable to process the gravity of the situation. Nearby passengers immediately react with expressions of judgment and utter disgust at the unfolding scene. The girl screams for the man to stay away while he tries to explain himself in front of onlookers. Two muscular enforcer angels suddenly seize him by the shoulders to force him off at the next stop. Kusuda breaks into a frantic cold sweat as his mouth hangs open in utter shock and growing terror. The blonde accuser huddles on the ground with manipulative tears while the man feels like a condemned criminal. He dreads the irreparable societal damage that will ruin his life even if his innocence is eventually proven. Staring into the abyss of his ruined future, he realizes that his professional and personal life is over. He envisions his colleagues gossiping about the scandal with expressions of deep disappointment and casual mockery. A horrifying vision of his family appears where his wife demands divorce and his daughter expresses her hate. Trying to keep his composure despite the overwhelming pressure, the angel prepares himself for a desperate gamble. The train doors slide open with a hiss as he concludes that running away is his only hope. Kusuda suddenly bolts from the train at high speed while the two enforcers watch him flee the scene. He sprints down the station platform with his briefcase in hand, refusing to be held for a false crime. During his frantic escape attempt, he notices a figure standing directly in his path further down the corridor. The same girl stands waiting for him with her arms crossed and a smug look on her face. Stunned by her sudden appearance, the man wonders how she managed to get ahead of him so quickly. He steels his nerves while sweating profusely, telling himself that he must keep moving to save his future. With a look of intense determination, he prepares to rush past the girl to return to his family. He briefly recalls the happy and smiling faces of his wife and young daughter to bolster his courage. Letting out a desperate and guttural cry, the man focuses all his energy into one final explosive effort. Kusuda lunges forward with a powerful shout, vowing that he will not lose everything he holds dear today. Kusuda lunges at the girl, but she effortlessly knocks him back with a swift and powerful blow. The impact sends him tumbling across the platform until he collapses onto the ground. A cold and sinister smile forms on the girl's face as she enjoys her victory. The fallen angel groans while a large shadow suddenly falls over his battered body. An imposing man with pointed ears tells him to stay put to avoid any further trouble. Sweating and bruised, the official looks up and asks the mysterious newcomer for his name. The stranger introduces himself as Bernard, the strongest general and ambassador of the demon army. Hearing the identity of his mortal enemy causes Kusuda to recoil in absolute horror. Bernard explains that he knows the man's high-ranking position and has a favor to ask. A smartphone is suddenly shoved into the official's face to display an incriminating recording. The video depicts the girl screaming for help on the train while Kusuda appears to be attacking her. Surrounded by hulking demons who have dropped their human disguises, Bernard claims he is caught in 4K. The general points out that the truth of his innocence will never matter once the video spreads. Despair washes over the official as he realizes his job and address will be exposed to everyone. Bernard promises to delete the incriminating footage if the angel performs one small task for them. Later that night, a massive skyscraper towers over the city during the silent and late hours. A high-security door clicks open as a figure sneaks into the facility to avoid detection. Wearing a patterned headscarf and a full-body suit, a nervous Kusuda infiltrates his own office. He begins typing frantically at a computer terminal to access the restricted reincarnation database. Bernard's demand is revealed as the angel must change Chiwa's future from a hero to a demon. Bernard towers over the official, explaining that the demon army needs to upgrade its ranks with powerful cheats. Although the angel protests such selfish reasons, the demon general coldly informs him that he has no choice. Holding up his phone, Bernard threatens to post the incriminating video of the train incident on social media. Sweating profusely behind his desk, the disguised official begins frantically typing at the high-security computer terminal. He resigns himself to the task while standing alone in the dark office during the late-night hours. Chiwa's profile appears on the monitor with her destiny clearly marked as a future hero. A few keystrokes later, the existing text is deleted until only the first two letters remain on screen. The hacker begins inputting the new classification to seal the young girl's dark fate. The process completes as Chiwa's official record is successfully overwritten to designate her as a demon. Meanwhile, against a backdrop of jagged peaks, Bernard reports the successful change in status to his superiors. The general stands before a stoic figure, boasting that this acquisition will revolutionize their military power. He introduces the silent warrior as Ruberus, the strongest king within the entire demon realm. A wave of celebration breaks out among the monstrous ranks as they praise their formidable leader. Far away, the guilty angel looks down in shame while questioning if his cowardice has doomed the world. Ruberus maintains a piercing and unreadable stare as the general continues his enthusiastic reporting. The Demon King eventually turns away with an air of cold indifference, leaving the official even more bewildered. Raising his arms high, Bernard orders his soldiers to prepare for an immediate excursion into the human world. Suddenly, a violent pillar of energy erupts from the ground and tears through the center of the gathering. The demons recoil in utter shock while trying to comprehend the source of the unexpected magical blast. Smoke fills the air as a pair of legs is sent flying through the chaos of the sudden ambush. The smoke clears to reveal the demon army's top generals lying motionless on the stone floor, prompting Bernard and the surviving onlookers to stare in absolute horror at their fallen peers. As the general wonders aloud who could possibly possess the power to take out such elite warriors, a mysterious figure casually scratches the back of his head amidst the lingering dust clouds, revealing a young man who stands unfazed while his elf companion cheers loudly for her hero. Realization strikes Bernard like a physical blow when he identifies the intruder as a legendary reincarnator. Meanwhile, the battered generals grovel on the floor while begging for their king's forgiveness. Ruberus remains silent, his piercing gaze narrowing as he evaluates the intruder with cold precision. Noticing the powerful aura, the young hero points an accusing finger at the stoic demon leader. He excitedly slams his fist into his palm while challenging the monarch to an immediate duel. The king responds with a flat inquiry, demanding to know the purpose behind this sudden aggression. A momentary lapse in confidence washes over the boy as he struggles to find a suitable answer. Shifting awkwardly, he admits that he lacks any grand motive for wanting to trade blows today. He simply breaks into a wide grin while confessing his desire to test himself against a strong opponent. Ruberus absorbs the honest answer with a grim expression that hides his true intentions. Further back, the elf maiden jumps for joy while shouting her undying devotion to her champion. The hero ignores the noise and calls out for the king to finally show him a real battle. He anticipates a great deal of enjoyment from the upcoming clash with the demon. Hoping to finally have some fun, he prepares to test the limits of his legendary powers. Suddenly, the Demon King moves with blinding speed and delivers a heavy kick to his face. The hero's head snaps back violently from the heavy blow, forcing an involuntary cry of pain from his lips. He collapses onto all fours on the cold stone floor, struggling to process the sudden power of the monarch. Ruberus immediately follows up with a crushing stomp that creates a massive impact crater where the boy lies. Watching the brutal assault, the elf maiden screams out for her hero in a state of utter panic. The Demon King looms over his fallen opponent and coldly asks if his power was finally enough to satisfy. The boy drags himself backward across the tiles with a look of genuine shock on his face. He forces a nervous smile while sweating profusely, admitting that he simply isn't in his usual groove today. Making a hasty retreat, he sprints away at top speed while his elf companion follows with declarations of love. Ruberus watches the pair vanish into the distance while a nearby demon observer gapes in disbelief. The king remains stoic, his silent contemplation highlighting the immense gap in strength between him and his challenger. The spectacled demon screams in shock, amazed that his master took out a legendary reincarnator with such ease. Ruberus stands alone as the smoke drifts past, his aura solidifying his reputation as the world's strongest demon. The observer turns to Bernard and questions if there was ever a need to cheat the reincarnation system. The king agrees with the sentiment, turning back toward his council to address their concerns directly. He confidently asserts that he is more than capable of handling any mere intruder from another world. Hearing this, the lesser demons rejoice and laugh at the thought of their enemies running in fear. Bernard suddenly loses his temper and screams at the celebrating crowd, startling the demons into silence. He reminds them that they desperately need more manpower since all 4 top generals are out of commission. Pointing toward the girl, he insists that they must proceed with Chiwa's reincarnation for the king's sake. He shouts his undying loyalty to the heavens while the monarch simply acknowledges the effort with a curt response. Ruberus yields to the plan, turning his back to the group with a final, decisive command. A blinding light erupts as the trio prepares to cross over for Chiwa's scheduled reincarnation. The scene shifts to a peaceful day in the human world under a bright, cloud-filled sky. School bells chime loudly over the exterior of a modern campus building as classes end. A strikingly handsome young man with white hair strides through the schoolyard, drawing every student's eye. His sharp, intense gaze and unique accessories give him an air of dangerous mystery and authority. Nearby girls whisper in excitement, completely smitten by the dreamy stranger walking past them. Meanwhile, 2 men in formal suits watch the newcomer's progress from behind a perimeter fence. The observers appear visibly perplexed and nervous as they monitor the white-haired man's brazen movements. They look up at the school building to confirm they have reached Chiwa Inukai's location. One man hesitates, worrying that stepping onto the grounds will brand them as suspicious trespassers. The white-haired stranger halts in his tracks when he hears a voice calling out to him. A cluster of bubbly schoolgirls surrounds him instantly, peppering him with personal questions and admiring glances. He looks down at his admirers with a cold, piercing stare that offers no warmth. Showing no interest in their chatter, he abruptly turns his head away to ignore the growing crowd. The girls erupt in cheers, finding his dismissive and stoic attitude even more attractive than before. With a blunt tone, he demands to know exactly where he can find Chiwa Inkai. He pivots toward a solitary girl standing near the school entrance who appears frozen in place. Chiwa stammers out an apology while sweating nervously, unsure if she is the one being summoned. The mysterious visitor narrows his eyes, locking his intense focus onto the girl he came to find. The 2 observers react with explosive excitement upon confirming they have located Chiwa Inkai. Chiwa stands in total confusion as the plan for her immediate reincarnation into a demon is set. The older man screams out his master's name in a fit of dramatic panic. The white-haired stranger turns his back on Chiwa, effectively ending their awkward confrontation. Chiwa remains baffled as the mysterious visitor begins to walk away without further explanation. She stands frozen with a dazed expression, unable to make sense of the situation. The 2 suited men watch the scene unfold with wide eyes and open mouths. They point and shout in alarm as they realize something is very wrong. The lead observer clutches his head while admitting they have made a grave mistake. A sudden realization reveals that the intimidating visitor is actually an extremely shy and lonely person. He only acts mighty in the demon realm because he is surrounded by his underlings. Being in a place full of strangers feels like a nightmare party for him. The attendant tries to reach out to his master to address the sudden crisis. The stranger expresses a deep and desperate internal urge to just go home. A long, panicked scream for the master echoes through the school building. The group argues outside the school entrance during lunch break about going inside. The stranger refuses to enter because he fears being left entirely by himself. He stares forward with a blank expression, paralyzed by the thought of social isolation. He eventually sulks on the ground like a child while his attendant begs him to behave. Chiwa watches the bizarre tantrum from behind a wall with an intense and curious gaze. The 2 suited men look down in disbelief as the white-haired visitor sits on the floor like a child. Chiwa and her friend rush over to join the group while calling out for attention. The older man erupts into a panicked shout before Chiwa desperately tries to silence him. His eyes widen in terror as he notices a sudden movement coming from above. A spiky-haired boy with an arrogant grin lands forcefully on the ground before the startled group. The observers and the white-haired stranger stare in complete shock at the unexpected intruder. The newcomer greets the girls with a smug look, claiming to have finally found them. Chiwa and her companion react with an ear-piercing scream of pure terror. He suddenly takes off running with a mischievous spirit while the girls give chase. The boy laughs boisterously and kicks a can, leaving the onlookers entirely bewildered by his antics. Chiwa scolds the older man furiously for revealing their location with his loud outbursts. More students begin to gather in the distance, heightening the man's fear of a public scene. Realizing they are being watched, the 2 suited men flee the school grounds in a frantic sprint. The spiky-haired boy and Chiwa stand in silence, baffled by the sudden departure of the strangers. He eventually turns his attention toward the white-haired boy who remains quietly in the hallway. A tense silence falls over the area as the white-haired visitor prepares to speak. He utters a single cryptic name while staring directly at the newcomer with focused eyes. The spiky-haired boy can only respond with a look of utter confusion to the strange declaration. They remain locked in a dramatic confrontation as the atmosphere between them grows heavy. The perspective shifts to the towering spires of the majestic castle within the Retriever Kingdom. Historical records recount the brutal war between humanity and the monstrous demon army. Fierce battles erupt as human soldiers are thrown back by a terrifying power. Two battered knights collapse to their knees while admitting the overwhelming strength of their foe. The formidable demon king Ruberus emerges from the dust to loom over the defeated warriors. A sudden surge of speed cuts through the air as the confrontation intensifies. A brave knight in a cape charges forward and strikes at the demon king. The two observing soldiers shout in alarm as they watch their companion's reckless assault. Ruberus effortlessly catches the blade and asks why they continue such a hopeless struggle. Despite the odds, the hero refuses to yield while declaring his devotion to justice. He screams out a final defiant promise to stake his very life on this moment. A blinding burst of energy consumes the battlefield as their powers collide violently. Ruberus delivers a crushing blow that shatters the hero's sword into countless fragments. The Demon King maintains a stoic gaze as he stands amidst the debris. The hero's vision fades as he falls from the weight of the devastating counterattack. Ruberus towers over his fallen opponent while preparing to deliver a final judgment. The knights watch in horror as they cry out for their comrade Pomera. A moment of quiet reflection follows as the Demon King examines himself. He notices a small smoking wound on his arm inflicted by the human's last strike. Knight Pomera remains motionless on the scorched ground after the intense battle ends. Ruberus looks on with newfound respect and vows to never forget the hero's name. Ruberus and Pomera stand in the school courtyard facing one another while a student watches curiously nearby. The girl suddenly recognizes Ruberus as the person she encountered earlier that morning. Ruberus lowers his head in deep thought while contemplating the weight of the current situation. He imagines himself at a formal party feeling like an isolated stranger in a crowd of guests. Amidst the lonely vision, he turns back to find a sudden ray of hope appearing. He sees Pomera smiling brightly in a tuxedo while greeting him warmly after a long time. Snapping back to reality, Ruberus reaches out and forcefully grabs his rival's shoulders. He leans forward against the hero's chest while trembling with intense and unspoken emotion. With his hands still clenched tightly, he silently repeats Pomera's name in his mind. A focused close-up captures Ruberus's eye as he looks upon the man he once fought. Pomera stands frozen with a bewildered expression while the white-haired student holds onto him. The confused hero finally speaks up and asks for the stranger's identity. Ruberus stares back with wide eyes as the realization of being forgotten hits him. Silent streaks of tears begin to fall down his face after hearing the crushing question. A dark silhouette of his former demonic self appears to contrast with his current human appearance. He remains in a state of shock because he no longer possesses the horns he once had. Passing schoolgirls begin to scold Pomera for being a bully and making the boy cry. A student asks if the two of them are friends while Pomera tries to explain himself. Ruberus dwells on the unexpected word as a shadow falls over his face once again. He looks up with a blank stare while the concept of friendship hangs in the air. Tyria and a nearby student remark that Pomera actually has friends, catching the hero off guard. Pomera looks on in shock as he realizes how the situation appears to the onlookers. Ruberus stands frozen with a pained expression while the weight of his forgotten identity settles in. A trembling hand reaches out as a stuttered response fails to escape his lips. Attempting to save face, Pomera throws an arm around Ruberus and loudly declares they are best pals. He then lifts Tyria up like a shield between himself and his speechless rival. The hero encourages the young girl to make a new friend, referring to her as a chihuahua. Ruberus remains silent while staring at the strange duo with a completely blank expression. Tyria looks back at the white-haired boy with visible hesitation and nervous sweat. She suddenly lets out an unsettling laugh while flashing a peculiar, smug grin. Ruberus continues to observe her with a deadpan look that shows no sign of amusement. Without saying a single word, he turns his back and begins to walk away from them. The school bell chimes through the air to signal the end of the lunch break. As students disperse, Pomera quickly asks for the stranger's name and class assignment. The scene shifts to an official explaining that Ruberus is now enrolled as a first-year named Kasuda. He formally introduces himself as Kasuda Ruberus from Class 4 with a stern face. Pomera waves him off and heads toward Class 1 since they are in different sections. Standing alone in the schoolyard, Ruberus watches his nemesis and the girl depart. He grits his teeth in pure frustration while mentally screaming his new, forced human name. Elsewhere, an official senses a sudden wave of danger while his companion calmly sips his tea. The school building stands tall against a backdrop of drifting white clouds. Palmyra and Tyria sit quietly at their desks during the school day. They both notice a shadowy figure watching them through the classroom door window. Ruberus presses his face against the glass while staring intensely at the hero. He worries about being completely alone in this strange new human world. Suddenly, Palmyra slides the door open and catches his rival off guard. The hero tells him to return to class, promising they will meet later. Ruberus stands frozen as a sense of relief washes over his face. He quickly makes his way down the hallway while Palmyra watches him leave. The afternoon sun begins to dip lower as classes finally come to an end. Everyone gathers outside a local convenience store to buy some after-school snacks. Tyria and her friends excitedly discuss the marvelous inventions of the modern world. Palmyra smirks confidently while reaching into his pocket for some spare change. He reveals a shiny 500 yen coin to the shock of his companion. Tyria expresses her disbelief since the hero is almost always completely broke. He boasts about earning the money by giving massages to a kind elderly woman. Ruberus watches the group from a distance while standing near the store entrance. He laments his lack of funds and fears being excluded from the fun. Palmyra approaches and offers to share half of his cold popsicle with him. The former demon lord gazes at the gift with wide eyes and silent gratitude. Palmyra holds out a frozen treat for his former enemy to take. He stands triumphantly while the girls express their shock at his sudden generosity. Ruberus accepts the cold snack but remains completely bewildered by the gesture. He stares down at the unfamiliar object and wonders about its purpose. The group begins walking home together through the peaceful neighborhood streets. A profound question about the nature of enjoyment drifts through his mind. Memories of aggressive challengers from his past life suddenly resurface. He recalls the countless arrogant heroes who only ever sought him out for battle. Those violent encounters were the only times he heard the word mentioned. Back then, fun was a concept built entirely upon combat and destruction. He observes his new companions laughing and realizes how different their world is. The simple act of existing alongside others without conflict feels entirely new. A faint and genuine smile finally touches the former demon lord's lips. He recognizes that this quiet moment brings him a strange sense of comfort. The girls continue their journey while Ruberus begins to drift away from them. Tyria stops and looks back with a sudden sense of concern. She watches as he absent-mindedly wanders onto a nearby pedestrian crosswalk. The traffic signal flashes a bright red warning that goes completely unnoticed. A massive truck barrels down the road directly toward the oblivious young man. He looks back with a serene gaze as danger closes in from behind. A deafening impact sound echoes through the air as the world seems to stand still, leaving Tyria and her friends frozen in absolute terror at the scene unfolding before them. Palmyra suddenly intercedes by slamming his hand against the truck's windshield to halt its momentum. Ruberus stares in silence as the shattered glass spiders out from the hero's powerful grip. The savior smirks while calling his companion a fool for his lack of awareness. He leans in close to the dazed former demon lord while the truck remains paralyzed behind them. A moment of tense silence passes between the two rivals in the middle of the street. Ruberus remains speechless as he processes the sudden and violent rescue. The girls watch from a distance as the dust settles around the massive vehicle. While Tyria shields the eyes of the young ones, another friend expresses her surprising approval. Evening soon falls over the quiet neighborhood as the sun begins to set behind the houses. Inside a cozy home, a man wearing a dog-themed apron announces that dinner is finally served. Ruberus sits down to a warm meal with his new family while they ask about his day. He offers a simple nod of confirmation while reflecting on his unusual school experiences. The house fills with laughter as the narrator observes that the demon has truly made friends. The following morning begins with the presentation of a carefully packed lunch for the day ahead. Ruberus announces his departure while standing at the doorway of his residence. His guardians wave goodbye and encourage him to have a wonderful time at school. He steps out into the morning air and begins his walk toward his daily destination. Arriving at the school hallway, he finds Palmyra waiting for him near the lockers. Ruberus meets Palmyra's gaze with a stoic and unreadable expression. Palmyra questions the former demon lord about his living arrangements in the narrow apartment corridor. The hero gestures toward a door while casually inviting his rival to visit any time. A sudden realization washes over Ruberus as he stands frozen in the hallway. Watching from the shadows, the two observers mistakenly interpret his blank stare as a sign of pure joy. Palmyra offers a smug grin while asserting his dominance in the conversation. The elder investigator remains unconvinced by the claim that the youth is actually happy. The morning sun shines brightly over the city as a new day begins. Ruberus and Palmyra rejoin Tyria and the others outside their residence for the walk to school. The two secret watchers peer around a corner with expressions of utter confusion. The mustachioed man recognizes Palmera's true identity as a legendary holy knight. He recalls that the knight's reputation for strength is renowned throughout the celestial realms. Shock sets in as he wonders why such a powerful figure has changed so drastically. Palmera looks on with an air of cold confidence that unnerves his secret observers. The investigator realizes that the knight has mentally snapped after being used by so many reincarnators. The man notes that Palmera was personally responsible for sabotaging every previous attempt to transport Inkai Chiwa. The hero stands with the young girl while vowing to prevent her from ever leaving this world. Sweat beads on the onlooker's face as he realizes his team is now the target of Palmera's wrath. The investigator contemplates the necessity of fighting the knight to fulfill their mission of creating a powerful demon. Regardless of their conflicting goals, the hero has unexpectedly become the demon lord's first true friend. The mustachioed investigator ponders his next move while sweating under the pressure of the situation. He looks up at the vast sky while contemplating the uncertain future of their mission. The school bell rings to signal the start of lunch as students gather for their break. Tyria proudly presents a boiled egg she prepared herself while her friends watch in amazement. Nearby on the rooftop, Ruberus sits alone while holding a neatly wrapped lunch package. The former demon lord stares down at the bento box with a mixture of curiosity and hesitation. He recalls the moment the investigator handed him the food earlier that morning. Sensing something unusual, the group of students turns their attention toward their quiet companion. Ruberus holds out a box of fried chicken while explaining his intention to share with everyone. The golden brown pieces of chicken glisten invitingly as the group gathers around the offering. Shock and delight wash over the faces of the young girls at the unexpected generosity. Laughter fills the air as everyone eagerly digs into the delicious meal together on the roof. The girls happily munch on the food while debating if the meat came from a mythical creature. Palmera joins in the feast while striking up a conversation with the stoic youth. From a distance, the secret observers watch the scene unfold from the edge of the building. The investigator uses binoculars to closely monitor the group's interactions from their high vantage point. They mistakenly identify Ruberus's blank, unmoving stare as a sign of overwhelming joy. The older man praises his partner for the brilliant idea to use fried chicken as a peace offering. A hand reaches out slowly to grab another piece of the popular snack. Ruberus suddenly turns his head with a sharp glance as if sensing the eyes watching him. Tyria reaches out tentatively toward the container of food while expressing surprise. She suddenly breaks into a panicked sweat and apologizes for her perceived selfishness. The girl drops to her knees in a dramatic display of exaggerated remorse. The container of glistening fried chicken remains held out firmly in the air. Ruberus sits cross-legged against the railing and calmly encourages her to eat. His intense and stoic gaze remains fixed on the young girl before him. Tyria beams with pure joy as tears of happiness well in her eyes. Palmera happily eats while commenting on the successful formation of a new friendship. The word friend lingers in Tyria's mind as she looks up with wonder. Ruberus stares back while silently contemplating the unfamiliar concept of having a friend. A radiant smile spreads across Tyria's face as she excitedly confirms their bond. The entire huddle of students gathers close to share the meal together. From their distant post, the two investigators watch the harmonious rooftop gathering. The lead investigator closes his eyes while savoring the success of the mission. He experiences a brief flashback to his time as a powerful demon lord. A younger Ruberus with tiny horns peeks out from behind the investigator's cape. Tears of genuine relief and pride stream down the older man's face. He pulls himself together and informs his partner that their work is finished. Turning to leave, he suggests a celebratory dinner of red rice for tonight. Kusuda offers a gentle and knowing smile as they prepare to depart the area. The two investigators depart from the rooftop through a doorway while acknowledging their finished task. The scene shifts deep into the jagged and desolate landscape of the demon world. A group of monsters stands upon a balcony overlooking the rocky terrain while discussing current events. Two demonic soldiers laugh heartily at the idea of an invincible army bolstered by a cheater. Their laughter is cut short as a mysterious boy suddenly appears crouching right between them. The startled demons recoil in shock as they recognize the intruder from a previous encounter. The young hero remains calm and casually greets the host of monsters with a simple wave. The demons demand to know why he has returned after his previous defeat by the king. He nonchalantly scratches his head and explains that a cold had dampened his fighting spirit before. The monsters grow furious and demand he leave immediately since their ruler is currently away. A horde of aggressive creatures lunges forward in a coordinated attempt to drive the intruder off. The hero simply smiles with closed eyes as a mysterious energy begins to manifest around him. Far away from the conflict, a peaceful hum echoes from a suburban house under a clear sky. Inside the kitchen, Kasuda happily prepares a meal while celebrating the growth of his young master. He continues to cook while contemplating the deep similarities between different races and their shared hearts. His partner Bernard enters the room carrying a large pot while wearing a somber expression. The older man bows his head and offers a sincere apology for his past manipulative actions. Kasuda pauses his work to listen intently to the investigator's heavy admission of guilt. He quickly brushes off the apology with an energetic cheer and encourages Bernard to finish cooking. Bernard gazes at his companion with a look of profound respect for his forgiving nature. Kasuda offers a warm and encouraging smile to his companion while they work. They both strike a determined pose, excited to prepare a feast for their master. Bernard's attention is suddenly drawn to a nearby television displaying heavy electronic static. His eyes widen in utter disbelief as he witnesses something truly shocking on the screen. In the demon realm, the once aggressive soldiers now lie defeated across the rocky ground. A wounded wolf demon desperately cries out to Bernard through the remote monitoring device. A foot steps firmly onto the battlefield as a voice mutters a phrase of annoyance. The young hero expresses his boredom because the ruler he sought is currently missing. Bernard becomes overcome with intense rage at the intruder's disrespectful attitude and presence. The boy crouches before the camera and cheekily flashes a peace sign at the monitor. More demonic reinforcements leap from above to strike down the distractor with renewed fury. He effortlessly tosses the attackers aside with a casual gesture and a playful remark. The transmission in the kitchen becomes increasingly unstable as the two men watch in horror. Kasuda panics and insists they must immediately contact the Demon King about the emergency. Bernard falls into a deep silence while his face remains hidden in a dark shadow. He firmly rejects the idea of reporting the failure to their supreme leader, Ruberus-sama. He explains that abandoning their comrades in battle is the one act their master despises. Kasuda watches with concern and asks what his partner intends to do about the situation. The investigator dramatically flings his formal jacket aside to reveal his hidden strength. Bernard stands tall with an incredibly muscular physique and vows to handle the intruder himself. Kasuda frantically warns that even a demon of Bernard's stature cannot defeat a reincarnated cheater hero. Bernard remains silent while his companion insists they report the situation to the Demon King immediately. Kasuda recalls seeing his master looking genuinely happy for the first time earlier that day. The muscular investigator looks down with a heavy heart while considering his next dangerous move. He imagines Ruberus enjoying a peaceful adolescence and laughing together with a group of friends. Vowing to keep his leader away from the war, Bernard prepares to act alone. On the monitor, the young hero continues to easily overpower the remaining demon soldiers. The intruder declares his intent to save his brethren and find the missing ruler. Kasuda trembles with fear and asks why his partner is being so incredibly reckless. Bernard extends his hand and focuses his demonic energy into a concentrated point. A brilliant surge of power erupts as he attempts to open a portal through space. He identifies himself as the second most powerful warrior in the entire demon army. With an intense gaze, the ambassador prepares to force his way onto the battlefield. The investigator lunges forward with all his might to breach the dimensional wall. An unexpected energy barrier flashes into existence and violently blocks his advance. Bernard is left speechless as his powerful attack fails to leave a single scratch. Recoiling from the impact, he drops to the floor in total disbelief at the defense. The two men stare at the massive energy grid now shielding the demon world. The boy on the television screen casually admits that he might be responsible for the shield. He sighs while noting that his own overpowered abilities are often difficult to control. The young hero casually explains that his incredible magic manifests even without his conscious effort. Bernard stares at the broadcast in total shock as the intruder expresses a desire to fight him. Several fallen demon soldiers cry out for their commander's help from the distant war-torn landscape. The transmission suddenly cuts to black with a sharp sound, ending the horrifying live feed. Both men remain motionless in front of the empty screen while the silence of the room deepens. Bernard bows his head in shame as the weight of his powerlessness begins to crush him. He collapses onto his hands and knees while screaming out in pure, unadulterated frustration. Clenching his fist tightly, the demon investigator laments his inability to rescue his trapped comrades. Kasuda tries to offer comfort by pointing out that the barrier is beyond even the Demon King's reach. A sudden realization strikes the assistant as he begins to consider a desperate and unconventional alternative. Bernard looks back in confusion when his partner mentions their friend Inkai Chiwa by name. The master strategist explains that a soul crossing worlds might bypass the physical barrier entirely. He illustrates how a spirit could theoretically travel from heaven directly into the demon realm. Kusuda enthusiastically suggests that reincarnating their friend as a powerful demon could turn the tide. The muscular warrior hesitates while reflecting on the girl's genuine bond with their missing leader. He remembers the peaceful sight of Ruberus enjoying simple snacks with a circle of happy friends. Turning away once more, the ambassador struggles with the ethics of using a friend as a weapon. The voices of his loyal subordinates cheering his name echo through his mind like a heavy burden. A grim resolve finally settles on Bernard's face as he makes a difficult choice for his people. The scene shifts away to the vast and indifferent expanse of the cloudy blue sky. Chiwa waves goodbye to her school friends as they part ways for the day. She continues her walk home alone through the quiet suburban streets. The girl suddenly halts as an unsettling presence catches her attention. A massive, shirtless figure stands blocking her path further ahead. The muscular man towers over the road with dark streaks marking his face. His eyes narrow with a heavy, focused intensity directed solely at her. Chiwa trembles with visible shock as she realizes she is being targeted. The intruder identifies her by her full name, further heightening her fear. He clenches his fist while making a bizarre demand for her to become a demon. Lunging forward, he screams a desperate plea for her to join his side. His face contorts into a terrifying mask of desperation and raw power. Chiwa lets out a panicked shriek as the giant man reaches out for her. Out of nowhere, a sharp kick connects with the attacker's head. The impact sends the muscular man reeling back toward the pavement. As the giant falls, a mysterious young man lands and stands between them. The protector stands his ground and demands to know who the attacker is. He maintains a stoic and threatening demeanor while warding off the threat. The attacker regains his footing and shouts back with a ferocious expression. Tension peaks as both fighters square off in a direct confrontation. The warrior lets out a deafening roar as he prepares to strike again. The spiky-haired youth intercepts a heavy punch with effortless precision. He grips the massive fist firmly while maintaining a calm and steady posture. Despite the giant's overwhelming size, the young man refuses to budge an inch. The protector stares down his opponent with a look of absolute cold indifference. A dark vision of suffering demons flashes across the scene like a premonition. Chiwa watches the unfolding battle with wide eyes and a look of pure bewilderment. The muscular attacker roars Chiwa's name in a final fit of irrational rage. Executing a swift counter-offensive, the protector strikes with crushing force. The giant is sent crashing violently into the concrete from the sudden impact. Standing over his fallen foe, the young man draws a sharp blade. He looms over the defeated attacker while pointing the cold steel downward. A murderous intent flashes in the protector's eyes as he orders him to die. He raises the weapon high into the air for a final lethal strike. A massive shockwave erupts as the executioner brings his sword down. Suddenly, a mysterious white-haired man appears and effortlessly halts the execution. The stranger maintains a stoic and unbothered expression while facing the blade. The spiky-haired youth recoils in shock at the sudden arrival of this newcomer. The defeated giant looks up and identifies the stranger as Lord Ruberus. The newcomer explains that he has been informed of everything by another ally. The protector demands to know the identity of this mysterious and powerful warrior. Chiwa looks on with a trembling heart as she calls out Ruberus's name in disbelief. The white-haired stranger closes his eyes with a stoic and unshakable resolve. Suddenly a massive pillar of blinding energy erupts from the ground between the combatants. The protector quickly shields Chiwa as the shockwave from the blast pushes them back. Thick smoke and debris swirl around the stranger as a dark transformation begins to take place. Emerging from the haze, Ruberus fully reveals himself as the formidable Demon King. With a piercing gaze, the monarch declares his intent to reincarnate Chiwa as a demon. The young warrior stands his ground while the atmosphere grows heavy with demonic pressure. Recollection flashes through his mind as he finally grasps the true gravity of his opponent's identity. Chiwa collapses against her protector's back, her strength failing her at the worst possible moment. She trembles violently while confessing the sheer terror gripping her soul. Stunned by her admission, the youth looks back at her with a face full of concern. The confrontation is interrupted by a heavy presence looming over the narrow urban alleyway. Ruberus maintains his icy stare, unmoved by the emotional turmoil of his adversaries. Frustration boils over as the spiky-haired protector grinds his teeth in a silent rage. A frantic man in a business suit suddenly runs into the scene with his arms waving. He jumps right into the middle of the standoff, shouting that now is not the time to fight. The young warrior reacts with utter confusion to the arrival of this unexpected interloper. Another figure in a suit approaches from the distance and tells everyone to hold their horses. The newcomer adjusts his glasses and warns that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Chiwa and the young warrior look on in total confusion as the situation spirals out of control. The camera pulls back to reveal the exterior of an apartment building nestled under a hazy afternoon sky. Inside, two men in suits scramble on their hands and knees in front of a blank screen. A memory unfolds of monsters cowering in terror while begging their attacker to let them go. A black-haired man erupts in manic laughter, shouting about his own overpowered strength as he strikes them down. Standing amidst the wreckage, the arrogant warrior dismisses the lives he has ruined with a cold shrug. He explains with a sickening grin that heroes beating up demons is simply the standard practice. The demons look on helplessly while he compares their suffering to a simple video game. While striking a theatrical pose, he declares that crushing mobs was always his favorite hobby. Back in the present, the listeners are left speechless by the sheer depravity of the hero's mindset. The man with glasses hangs his head, declaring such behavior to be utterly despicable and unforgivable. The flashback continues as the hero revels in a power trip, targeting anyone weaker than himself. The angel laments how this small group of reincarnators is ruining the reputation of their kind. The mustachioed man is overcome with grief as he worries about the safety of his friends. A massive cage of crackling white energy suddenly materializes to block their path forward. Ruberus narrows his eyes at the barrier, his face hardening with a mixture of anger and focus. A hand cautiously reaches out to touch the humming surface of the impenetrable light. Ruberus attempts to force his way through the seal, but his strength is not enough to break it. The onlookers realize with dread that even their leader is currently trapped behind the magical wall. The scene concludes with the final revelation of the name belonging to the powerful demon king Ruberus. Ruberus coldly distances himself from the fate of the demon realm while Pomrakuin watches him closely. A sharp glance back reveals the depth of the demon king's detachment from his former home. Pomrakuin narrows his eyes as he prepares to challenge the dark warrior's hidden motives. The atmosphere thickens as Pomrakuin reminds Ruberus of his original plan to transform Chiwa into a demon. Chiwa stands frozen in shock as the reality of her intended fate is finally brought to light. Nearby, the angel and his companion bow deeply while discussing the gravity of the situation. Ruberus remains stoic as he admits that building a demon army was his primary objective from the start. A sudden flash of intense realization spreads across a wide-eyed face as the truth sinks in. Losing his composure, Pomrakuin lunges forward and grabs Ruberus by the collar in a fit of rage. Chiwa cries out in alarm, desperately trying to stop the two men from coming to blows. Despite the threat, Ruberus remains calm and softly confesses that he simply cannot follow through with his plan. A look of pure bewilderment crosses Chiwa's face as she listens to the unexpected confession. Ruberus maintains eye contact with his rival while explaining that he values Chiwa as a true friend. The simple admission leaves Chiwa breathless and overwhelmed by the weight of his words. Looking down, Ruberus reiterates his refusal to take the life of someone he cares for. Chiwa softly utters his name, her gaze lingering on the man she once feared. The two warriors stand in a silent standoff, either willing to back down from their convictions. Turning his back on the conversation, Pomrakuin makes a sharp gesture to signal the end of the debate. The angel erupts into a passionate speech about the necessity of matching chi abilities with equal power. Grabbing her shoulder, he frantically warns Chiwa that time has run out for her to reincarnate in another world. Pomrakuin delivers a sharp blow to the angel's head in a sudden burst of irritation. Looming over the cowering divine messenger, he warns that he will kill anyone trying to reincarnate the girl. He quickly clarifies that his anger stems from not wanting her to actually lose her life. The angel frantically reaches into his suit jacket to present a potential solution to the problem. He displays an official-looking 24-hour free trial passport for a temporary iSky experience. A detailed explanation follows, outlining how one can experience life in another world for a day. A diagram illustrates the process of transporting her soul between the different realms. The angel excitedly notes that the trial even includes a cheat ability for her convenience. He starts to mention the possibility of a permanent contract if she finds the experience pleasant. Pomrakuin immediately shuts down the suggestion with a blunt rejection that leaves the angels devastated. Chiwa looks down at the trial passport with a thoughtful and serious expression on her face. The general stands firm in his refusal while the angel watches him from a low position. Holding the passport, Chiwa expresses her desire to gain power if it means becoming strong. She resolutely states that she wants to use this opportunity to save Ruberus's companions. Looking him in the eye, she tells Ruberus that he is a very precious friend to her. Although she is visibly nervous, she vows to try her absolute hardest for his sake. Ruberus remains frozen in place, clearly moved by her selfless and unexpected words. Pomrakun scoffs at the sentimentality but cannot hide a small, knowing grin. Stepping forward, Ruberus announces his intention to accompany her on this dangerous journey. Pomrakun declares himself her legal guardian to ensure the angels don't force a permanent contract. Ruberus declares his intention to join the mission, but the angel mentions a problem. A flashback reveals an anti-demon barrier currently surrounding the entire demon realm. The barrier prevents any demon from entering their home world, even with divine help. Ruberus processes this news with a grim and silent expression. Suddenly, a hand grabs his shirt as a voice tells him not to be discouraged. Pomrakun looks him in the eye and insists that he should rely on his friends. Ruberus is taken aback by the general's unexpected show of emotional support. With a fierce grin, Pomrakun promises to crush the hero responsible for the barrier. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Ruberus can only whisper the name of his loyal general. The group is suddenly interrupted by more friends announcing their desire to join. Tyria and her classmates step forward, claiming it's their duty to help a friend. Pomrakun looks on with a sharp, predatory smile at the growing party. Chiwa clenches her fist, clearly moved by everyone's willingness to risk themselves. The school friends strike confident poses, ready for whatever supernatural challenges await them. A long silence follows as Ruberus stares at the ground, absorbing their kindness. His voice finally breaks the quiet as he acknowledges the group's support. Lowering his head in a rare moment of humility, he sincerely thanks his friends. The scene shifts to a majestic view of floating islands drifting through the clouds. At a celestial reception desk, the angels process the group's temporary eye-sky trial. The divine messengers finally hand out passports to the entire party to begin their journey. The journey leads back to the jagged and dark mountains of the demon realm, where a violent explosion suddenly sends demonic warriors scattering into the air, allowing a smug young man to bask in the adoration of a cheering elf, while the last of the demon soldiers collapse in total despair on the ground. The bored victor looks around and wonders if anyone can provide a real fight. But his searching is interrupted by a massive truck appearing out of nowhere, leaving the hero wide-eyed and stunned as the vehicle rushes toward him. A deafening crash rings out as the truck makes direct contact with its target, pinning the arrogant warrior against the grille as it finally comes to a stop. The hero grumbles in annoyance about the nonsensical appearance of a terrestrial vehicle, turning his back on the machine while muttering about his misfortune. He suddenly whips around with a startled expression as a new threat approaches. Pomrakun strikes with incredible speed and lands a heavy blow on the hero's jaw, causing the elf companion to scream in shock at the sudden assault. The general stands confidently in front of the truck and issues a mocking greeting. Behind him, the truck's cargo doors swing open to let the rest of the party descend. The hero recovers from the punch and stares back with an intense and focused gaze. The entire group strikes a unified pose as they confront their powerful adversary. With a predatory grin, Pomrakun prepares to exact his revenge on the hero. The party stands ready to commence their assault against their common enemy. The smug hero smirks and asks Pomrakun if he is truly strong, while Kusudadano rushes past him to check if the fallen demon soldiers are safe. The battered warriors look up in confusion and wonder who these strange people are. Pomrakun proudly announces that his group has come to the demon world to save everyone, leaving the demons in a state of shock over their king having human allies. As the conversation continues, one of the girls begins scratching her head in annoyance. She continues the scratching motion while standing motionless with a blank facial expression. Crying out that her head is super itchy, she is asked if a mosquito bit her. The man with glasses explains that the irritation is a side effect of crossing worlds, noting that there are certain risks involved with obtaining legendary cheat abilities. The trio strikes an energetic pose to emphasize that itchy heads are a common symptom. Pomrakun turns back to the girl and asks her what specific skills she has gained. The bespectacled man prepares to use his smartphone to analyze her current level of power. Chiwa stands still with a dazed look as the device begins its rapid scan. The man's eyes widen and he screams in pure astonishment at the displayed data. An official status window reveals that Chiwa possesses an astronomical rank of 10 S ranks. The two men scream in absolute disbelief at the sight of her impossible rank. They frantically point out that most reincarnators only receive a few such ranks. The men realize her power grew because Pomerkun constantly saved her from destined demise. The group celebrates their unstoppable secret weapon while the hero watches on in total confusion. Chiwa scratches her head in confusion and wonders if she really possesses such incredible strength, clenching her fist tightly as she begins to process the reality of her newfound power. She points directly at the arrogant hero and asks if she is truly stronger than him, leaving the black-haired man standing in stunned silence as he processes her bold question. The girl declares her intent to put him in his place for tormenting Ruberus's friends. Meanwhile, two mysterious men in another location observe the entire confrontation through a television monitor. The man with the mustache stares at the screen with an expression of pure disbelief. His companion with white hair looks on intensely while muttering Chiwa's full name under his breath. Back on the battlefield, the hero scratches his head and asks about the horrible things mentioned. He laughs maniacally while claiming that all demons are merely toys for reincarnators to play with. The nearby demon soldiers grit their teeth in anger upon hearing such a heartless declaration. Chiwa shouts that the demon world is not a playground and winds up for a strike, catching the hero off guard as he watches her prepare a supposed special attack. She lunges forward with a fierce battle cry and throws her fist toward the enemy. A massive burst of light fills the air as the strike connects with the target. However, the hero remains completely unmoved as her fist rests harmlessly against his chest. Chiwa stares up at him with a bewildered expression as her attack fails to do damage. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, she turns away and awkwardly calls for a brief timeout. She begins walking back to her allies while the hero watches her exit in confusion. Chiwa frantically demands an explanation from her friends while insisting that she is still just as weak. An official with a halo explains that Chiwa is currently on a trial Ice-Guy reincarnation contract, presenting a status screen that shows her absurdly high defense despite failing grades in every other category. The men mockingly offer her more power if she chooses to formalize a permanent agreement. Ruberus stands protectively in front of the confused girl while warning her never to trust angels. Watching from a distance, the hero grows impatient and asks if the group is ready to fight. He clenches his fist with a smug grin while claiming he just wants to punch something. Ruberus draws his blade and vows to settle the score once and for all. The hero responds with a crazed expression of delight as the battle officially resumes. A sudden blur of motion signals the start of a lightning-fast exchange between the two combatants. Ruberus launches a fierce sword strike that is met with a massive, blinding impact. The hero stops the blade with just a single finger while Ruberus looks on in shock. Smiling condescendingly, the arrogant man calls his opponent far too naive to actually win. He delivers a swift, powerful counterattack that sends the former Demon King reeling backward. A violent explosion rocks the ground as Chiwa screams out for her friend in total terror. The hero stands amidst the debris while boasting that his power is simply insurmountable. Ruberus is thrown against a cliffside and struggles to regain his footing after the blast. He grits his teeth in agony while cursing his inability to overcome the reincarnator's strength. The hero looks down at his fallen foe with an air of complete and utter superiority. Casually scratching his head, he sighs and complains that Ruberus is not even a fun toy. A final wave of intense energy surges through the air as the tension continues to rise. Ruberus stands amidst massed assailants and several trucks hovering ominously in the sky. He reacts with visible startle as the surreal threat materializes around him. The bespectacled angel discusses the rules of reincarnation while a truck floats behind him. He sternly asserts that it is the angel's responsibility to rectify such barbaric behavior. Sudden holy chains manifest and coil tightly around Ruberus to immobilize him. He looks back toward the two girls who are generating a brilliant light. The girls shout their spell names while pushing their magical power to the limit. A series of trucks and mass slashers collide in a massive, overlapping combat technique. An immense gale of energy sweeps horizontally across the barren terrain. Both girls stare ahead in total amazement at the outcome of their assault. Ruberus stands relaxed within the dissipating clouds while asking if that was the best they could do. The young woman in the suit expresses her shock that he is entirely uninjured. Ruberus lets out a massive, disrespectful yawn while noting how sleepy the fight makes him. The hero seizes the opening to lunge at Ruberus's back with a heavy sword. His face contorts with rage as he vows to end the demon's life once and for all. A powerful striking motion cuts through the air with a sharp sound effect. The hero's blade snaps into pieces upon making contact with Ruberus's body. Ruberus turns around with an arrogant expression and mockingly calls his opponent a beginner. The hero breaks into a cold sweat while processing the destruction of his primary weapon. The former Demon King continues to jeer at his foe with a wide, unsettling smile. Ruberus delivers a massive kick that sends his opponent soaring into the distance with incredible force. The defeated combatant continues to hurtle across the horizon while Ruberus watches with his hands on his hips. Observing from the sidelines, the angel with glasses silently acknowledges that the former Demon King is remarkably strong. He reflects on the fact that Ruberus was once just a social recluse living in modern-day Japan. The angel finds it incredible that simple reincarnation allowed him to easily bring down someone like Pomura-kun. Wearing a look of deep satisfaction, the angel praises the amazing potential of reincarnators despite the chaotic situation. He stands across from Ruberus in the barren wasteland and remarks that the current outcome is a shame. The angel laments that Ruberus could have made countless people happy if he had used his powers for good. Ruberus simply smirks in response to the moralizing lecture while looking back toward his allies. Nearby, a different bespectacled angel in a business suit kneels down to speak with the fallen hero. He suddenly presents a small lanyard pass and urges the knight to use its power immediately. The angel proudly displays the item, identifying it as a premium edition iSky Experience free trial pass. He explains that this specific pass grants the user a fully powered cheat ability upon activation. The hero gazes at the card with a look of pure confusion as he processes the strange offer. He glances toward Ruberus and realizes that even a former loner gained immense power through reincarnation. The angel continues his pitch, asserting that the strongest knight would surely become an unrivaled hero with it. Looking away momentarily, the celestial being admits that such a request is quite strange coming from an angel. He bows deeply while begging the knight to lend his strength for the sake of the demon world's families. In another location, a man in a suit covers his face and sobs loudly as a mysterious figure approaches. A young man with white hair and sharp eyes looks on with a calm and focused expression. Pleading desperately, the angel in the suit continues to offer the special lanyard pass to Pomura-san, who remains silent as he is reminded of his status as the Demon King's only true friend, while the celestial being continues to urge him to wear the item and unlock his full potential. A cold and determined look begins to form on the fallen knight's face. He slowly reaches out a hand toward the offered trial pass as if he might accept it, but he suddenly lashes out and violently swats the lanyard away from the angel's grasp, sending the item skittering across the dirt as the angel looks on in complete shock. His hand remains extended as he bluntly tells the divine messenger to stay away. He flashes back to a memory of a powerful punch while expressing his resentment toward all reincarnators. He barks out a fierce declaration that he would rather perish than ever become like one of them, leaving the bespectacled angel speechless and frozen in place by the intensity of his refusal. However, a girl in a school uniform quietly approaches and retrieves the pass from the ground. She walks over to where the two men are gathered with a calm and purposeful stride. Crouching down before the knight, she presents the lanyard once more and commands him to put it on. He stares at her with wide eyes, completely thrown off by her bold and direct behavior. She reasons that since their opponents are cheating, it is only fair for them to use cheats too. Her words are echoed by their gathered allies who all voice their belief in his inherent strength. Offering a gentle and encouraging smile, she assures him that a single boost will never diminish his worth. He looks at her in silent contemplation as the weight of her support begins to sink in. His companions stand nearby with hopeful expressions, waiting for him to make his final decision. The girl and the angel watch with expectant smiles as the knight finally reconsiders their proposal, who chuckles to himself while admitting that they have truly managed to corner him emotionally. Reaching out his hand at last to accept the trial pass from the young girl's grasp, he solemnly slips the lanyard over his head and prepares to accept its supernatural power. A sudden and violent pillar of energy erupts from his body, startling everyone in the vicinity. He lets out a primal scream as his physical form begins to absorb the raw celestial magic. Clenching his fist tightly, he endures the overwhelming pressure of the cheat ability's activation. The shockwave of his transformation tears his upper garments to shreds as he roars toward the sky. His opponent stands back in awe while watching the blinding light of the transformation expand. The dark-haired youth stares forward with wide eyes, sensing a sudden shift in the battlefield's atmosphere. A massive wall of dust and smoke rolls across the landscape, obscuring the knight's silhouette. A single armored boot steps firmly onto the cracked earth from within the settling debris. The warrior's powerful back is revealed as he emerges from the wreckage of his own clothing. Standing tall and shirtless, he wears the lanyard as a badge of his newly acquired strength. He looks down at his own hand, marveling at the unnatural heat radiating from his palm. He observes that an infinite surge of energy is now rushing through every vein in his body. Squeezing his fingers into a tight ball, he realizes the terrifying potential of a true cheat ability. The enemy combatant begins to laugh maniacally, thrilled by the prospect of a more entertaining duel. He flashes a wide, crazed grin as he anticipates the violence that is about to unfold. Without a moment of hesitation, the knight lunges forward and delivers a devastating punch to the villain's face. The dark-haired youth staggers back in pain, staring at the shirtless warrior across the battlefield, clutching his throat while gasping for air as he struggles to comprehend the sudden power shift. Meanwhile, the supernatural observers watch in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the knight's initial strike. A man in glasses turns away solemnly, revealing that he actually gave the warrior no real abilities. He explains the complex rules of reincarnation, while the other spirits listen with somber expressions. A close-up of the lanyard reveals that the supposed cheat item is merely a standard employee identification card. Unaware of the deception, the knight roars in triumph, convinced he has truly become a divine reincarnator. The young girl trembles as she realizes the terrifying nature of the warrior's newfound delusion. The man in glasses chuckles to himself, marveling at the sheer destructive potential of a human's imagination. She lets out a comical scream of shock upon hearing the truth behind the warrior's sudden evolution. In the distance, the two combatants resume their intense duel with a series of high-speed kicks and strikes. A massive fist hurtles forward with enough force to shatter the sound barrier and overwhelm any defense. The shirtless warrior declares his own invincibility as he delivers a finishing blow to his staggered opponent. A rapid-fire barrage of punches rains down upon the villain, leaving him no room to escape the onslaught. The force of the final impact sends the enemy tumbling backward through the air like a ragdoll. The girl watches the spectacle in awe, wondering how someone could become this powerful through belief alone. The angel clarifies that the warrior's deep understanding of cheat abilities allowed him to manifest this strength. Standing victoriously over his fallen foe, the knight radiates an aura of absolute confidence and overwhelming power. Far away, two men watch the conclusion of the fight on a static-filled television screen in a small room. The older man celebrates the victory and announces that the fate of the demon world is finally secure. The dark-haired youth staggers back and collapses, groaning in visible pain from his injuries. He yells at his opponent in a fit of rage, calling the fight rigged and unfair. Attempting one last desperate strike, he lunges forward while demanding a fair and square match. The shirtless warrior meets the attack with a heavy punch that connects squarely with the protagonist's jaw. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving the young man dazed and reeling. Triumphantly shouting, the warrior claims his superior cheat abilities will never allow him to lose. The onlookers stare with blank expressions, knowing full well the man is acting on a lie. Looming over his downed opponent, the fighter promises to tear him apart in a final assault. He pauses for a brief second, his posture radiating a false sense of absolute dominance. Suddenly, a horrific pain surges through the warrior's body, causing him to cry out in agony. The girls in the distance look on with wide-eyed shock at the warrior's sudden distress. The bespectacled man realizes the fighter has finally pushed his mortal frame too far. The warrior drops to his knees, his body shaking from the massive strain of his exertion. His physical form begins to crumble under the weight of using 100% of its power. He huffs and pants for air, his eyes bulging as he realizes his power is fading. One of the girls calls out his name, her face filled with worry for her friend. Meanwhile, the protagonist stands up and watches the warrior struggle to stay upright. He chuckles to himself, noting that the fighter definitely pushed himself past any reasonable boundary. The young man stares down at the kneeling figure, unimpressed by the failed display of strength. A cruel smile forms on his lips as he announces that their playtime has finally reached its end. Floating high above the battlefield, the young man looks down at his opponent and promises a painful retribution. Raising his arms, he manifests a gargantuan orb of crackling dark energy that blots out the sky. The shirtless warrior looks up from the ground, his face contorted in sheer terror at the overwhelming power. With a deafening roar, the protagonist pours every ounce of his concentration into the swelling sphere. The sheer scale of the dark sun dwarfs everything below, crackling with violent bolts of lightning. Watching from a distance, the spectators scream in panic as they witness the world-ending level of concentrated energy. Amidst the chaos, a white-haired observer watches silently while others tremble at the impending destruction. Meanwhile, the blonde elf gazes up at the massive orb with a look of twisted admiration. Lost in a fit of manic obsession, she cheers and professes her love for the incredible display of force. Back on the cratered Earth, the fighter struggles to maintain his footing under the crushing atmospheric pressure. Sensing the imminent blast, the bespectacled man desperately orders everyone to flee the area immediately. However, the short-haired girl pauses for a moment, looking back at her comrade with a resolute expression. The warrior remains slumped on the ground, his body nearly broken by the previous exertion and current gravity. Ignoring the safety of the group, the girl breaks away and runs back into the heart of the danger zone. The protagonist screams that the final moment has arrived, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. Declaring the name of his super black explosion, he begins the final descent of the devastating energy mass. The dark sphere drops toward the surface, threatening to vaporize everything within its wide radius. Gritting his teeth, the warrior stares into the void of the approaching orb as he awaits the end. Just as the light fades, he looks up in confusion to find someone standing directly in his path. The young girl bravely spreads her arms wide to shield him from the certain death raining down from above. The warrior shouts in confusion for the girl to leave while she offers a quiet apology. She looks back over her shoulder with a nervous smile, explaining she could not help herself. Flashbacks depict multiple instances where the warrior risked his life to save her from certain death. Standing before him under the dark sphere, she reasons that protecting him just once is enough. She closes her eyes and smiles peacefully, seemingly accepting whatever fate awaits them both. The warrior stares at her in complete disbelief, unable to comprehend her reckless sacrifice. He frantically screams for her to escape as the massive energy mass looms ever closer. Without warning, the girl shoves him backward with all her strength to get him clear. She stands alone facing the descending void, her hands raised as if to hold it back. Looking down at her hands, she whispers his name with a gentle and knowing expression. With tears streaming down her face, she jokingly threatens to kill him if he dies. Nearby, the two male students watch the scene with their mouths agape in total shock. The blonde elf and her companion are equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. Another observer watches the confrontation with a focused and serious expression. The warrior bellows her name at the top of his lungs as the world turns white. The massive sphere of dark energy finally makes contact with the ground in a cataclysmic impact. Floating in the aftermath, the young protagonist pants heavily from the extreme exertion of the attack. Smoke and debris cloud the area as the young man lands amidst the devastated landscape. He wipes sweat from his face and chuckles, reflecting on the intensity of the battle. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of pure shock as he notices something in the dust. The protagonist kneels on the shattered ground as the dust from his ultimate attack begins to settle. Chiwa emerges from the dissipating smoke completely unharmed, wearing a look of utter confusion. The warrior stares at her in absolute shock, unable to believe she survived the cataclysmic impact. A group of onlookers watches the miracle unfold with their mouths wide open in disbelief. Nearby, two men are equally stunned, with the older one breaking into tears of relief. She hesitantly speaks up, trying to gauge the situation while the thick smoke continues to swirl. A divine interface appears in the air, beginning to reveal the specific stats of Inukai Chiwa. She looks at her hands and awkwardly admits that she is somehow still alive. The system interface flashes brightly, revealing her defense rank is an impossible 10-layered S tier. The protagonist lets out a deafening roar of pure frustration upon seeing the ridiculous cheat code. He lunges at her in a fit of rage, accusing her of being a dirty cheater. A single word of warning echoes through the battlefield as tensions reach a boiling point. The warrior suddenly intervenes with a powerful kick directed at the lunging boy. Blinded by fury and wide-eyed rage, the protagonist continues to scream as the blow connects. The force of the strike sends the young man tumbling backward across the jagged wasteland. Seeing the threat neutralized, the group of students erupts into cheers and joyful celebration. The mustached man sobs hysterically while clinging to his companion in a display of relief. Chiwa and the warrior stand together, watching their opponent lie defeated in the distance. Wearing a triumphant and satisfied grin, the warrior looks on as the conflict finally subsides. Standing amidst the desolate mountains, the elf girl gazes toward the savior and softly whispers the word hero. The elf girl looks on with a dazed expression while whispering words of love toward the hero. The defeated protagonist remains motionless on the ground as the lingering smoke drifts past him. Sharp mountain peaks rise into the dark sky, framing the desolation of the battlefield. Palmyra and the warrior stand side by side, looking out over the now quiet wasteland. She turns to him with a bright smile, remarking on the successful conclusion of their battle. The warrior gazes downward with a somber expression, contemplating the nature of the conflict. He looks at the fallen boy and muses that neither of them can accomplish anything without cheats. Raising his open palm, he searches his own body as if looking for a hidden power. The student girl stares back at him with a look of pure confusion and uncertainty. A man wearing glasses and a halo approaches to ask if the warrior has noticed the truth yet. The jagged peaks of the demon realm remain silent under the weight of the heavy atmosphere. Realization hits the warrior like a physical blow as he questions if he never had cheats at all. The haloed man explains with a laugh that he only used psychological tricks to empower the warrior. Steam and rage emanate from the warrior's body, causing the man to recoil in sudden fear. He suddenly clutches his chest and gasps for air as a wave of intense pain strikes him. Violent tremors and energy surges rack his frame while he lets out a desperate scream. The warrior collapses onto his back from total exhaustion as his friends watch in shock. His fingers twitch on the cracked earth while his strength completely drains away. Lying immobile on the ground, he finally accepts that his victory came from his own natural strength. The young student looks down at him with an expression of profound worry and surprise. Lying on the ground, the warrior reflects on defeating his opponent using his own genuine strength. The schoolgirl cheers enthusiastically, declaring that he truly is the strongest person she knows. She looks down at him with a gentle and warm smile, radiating pure kindness. A look of stunned silence washes over the warrior's face as her words sink in. Shielding his eyes from the light, he remains sprawled out across the cracked earth. His hand covers his face in a moment of quiet, emotional contemplation. He breaks into a wide, tearful grin while finally accepting his own worth. A bright and ethereal light fills the air as a final taunt echoes out. Standing tall once more, the warrior bellows a triumphant insult toward his defeated foe. His voice carries across the wasteland as he celebrates his hard-earned victory. The haloed man and the girl watch him with expressions of quiet pride. His companions gather around him, their faces glowing with a sense of relief. A fair-haired young man offers a serene and knowing smile toward the group. The dark and jagged peaks of the demon realm loom over the quiet battlefield. Leaning on his friend for support, the exhausted warrior limps away while grumbling about his aches. A group of various demons approaches the humans to express their profound gratitude. The warrior brushes off their thanks, claiming he only wanted to punch a jerk. His words deeply touch the monstrous residents, who watch him with wide-eyed admiration. As the group departs for home, a mysterious figure watches them from a distance. The warrior suddenly snaps his head back as if sensing a strange presence. The warrior and the schoolgirl gaze upward with expressions of utter disbelief. A lone young man stands confidently atop a high ridge overlooking the battlefield. The girl blinks in confusion while trying to make sense of the new arrival. Silhouettes of numerous figures begin to populate the jagged skyline in the distance. A massive crowd of identical young men suddenly lines the entire cliff edge. Both the warrior and his companion break into a cold sweat at the sight. Her eyes widen in sheer horror as the impossible reality finally sinks in. Several clones simultaneously scratch their heads and sigh in synchronized boredom. More versions of the same individual join the growing line with casual expressions. A fragment of abstract art signals a transition between the escalating events. The entire army of cheater heroes looms over the valley with collective arrogance. Peering up at the overwhelming numbers, the girl remains completely frozen in shock. She trembles violently while questioning how their previous victory could be undone. Turning to her companion, she points out that every enemy looks exactly the same. Her face pales significantly as she contemplates the sheer scale of the threat. A sharp pang of exhaustion causes the battered warrior to grit his teeth. His legs finally give way as he collapses heavily down onto one knee. One of the clones stares down and speaks with a calm, indifferent voice. The enemies look out over the expanse at the small group of survivors. The clones express their boredom regarding the lack of excitement and the absent king. The clones loiter with indifferent postures, realizing the demon king is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, their expressions shift to manic glee as they prepare to unleash their cheat skills. Reverting to a state of collective apathy, they decide to engage simply because they are present. The horde of identical attackers leaps from the high cliffs toward the valley below. Cackling with wild-eyed madness, the clones descend while shouting about their overwhelming power. The terrified girl and her companion scream at the sight of the falling army. Despite his injuries, the battered warrior pushes himself up from the cracked ground. He glares upward with a fierce and desperate intensity as sweat pours down his face. An explosive force suddenly ripples through the air, creating sharp shards of energy. Several clones are sent flying backward as a sudden impact halts their advance. The remaining enemies halt their charge and stare in utter confusion at the unexpected resistance. Chiwa stands resolutely before her allies, projecting a massive, radiant shield that displays an impossible defense rank. The attackers shriek in absolute disbelief at the sight of a stat that surpasses their own. With her face partially obscured by shadow, the girl calmly commands the intruders to leave. The glowing dome of energy completely isolates the survivors from the encroaching army of clones. She stares ahead with unwavering determination, promising to shield her friends from any harm. Frustration boils over among the clones as they growl at the impenetrable wall before them. The group behind the barrier celebrates and praises the young girl for her heroic intervention. Refusing to back down, the enemies shout in fury while preparing to launch debuff magic. Chiwa maintains her stance even as a small, ominous crack begins to spiderweb across the defensive field. Chiwa gasps in shock as a large crack suddenly splits her massive defensive shield. The clones mock her by repeatedly chanting for debuffs while she yells back in frustration. A swarm of identical attackers kicks and punches the glowing energy dome from every angle. The survivors huddled inside fear the end is near and consider calling for emergency backup. The man with glasses shouts a desperate challenge at the clones' twisted view of happiness. The enemies laugh maniacally while boasting about the joy of having cheat skills and harems. He collapses to his knees in total disbelief at the shallow nature of his foes. The battered warrior instructs the young girl to drop the barrier and escape alone. She looks back at him with a wide-eyed expression of utter confusion and disbelief. He insists that she can still get away unscathed if she abandons them now. The clones continue to swarm the radiant dome while he argues for saving one life. Chiwa remains silent as she processes the grim choice laid out before her. Her companions watch with tearful eyes as the gravity of the situation sinks in. The warrior hangs his head in defeat while waiting for the shield to fail. With a calm expression, she tells him that running away is simply not an option. He stares up at her in stunned silence as she defies his logical plea. She spreads her arms wide and smiles, confident in her ability to protect them all. Standing tall within the glowing dome, she chooses to stay with her friends instead of fleeing. The clones grow increasingly frantic as they strike the barrier with repeated, fruitless blows. A blinding white light slowly begins to envelop the battlefield as she maintains her guard. Chiwa reaches out to the defeated warrior, inviting everyone to return to the apartment complex together. She maintains a warm smile despite the tension, her face showing a mix of determination and kindness. The warrior remains slumped over in disbelief, muttering an insult at her stubbornness and lack of self-preservation. The protective energy barrier suddenly explodes into shards under the weight of the clones' relentless assault. A group of identical attackers watches as the smoke clears from the site of their successful breach. The companions huddled behind the girl gasp in absolute shock at the sight before them. The clones revel in their victory, shouting about their overwhelming power and the thrill of using cheat skills. A dense haze of particles fills the air, marking the moment the battlefield undergoes a dramatic shift. A violent surge of energy blasts outward, tossing the numerous attackers into the air like ragdolls. The enemies are scattered by the shockwave, their bodies flailing as they are repelled from the center. The survivors stand paralyzed with surprise, noticing strange halos appearing above the heads of those nearby. Swirling clouds of dark smoke part to reveal the source of the devastating counterattack. The clones tremble in fear and confusion, unable to understand how their power was so easily countered. One attacker's face pales as he begins to recognize the terrifying identity of their new opponent. The Demon King Ruberus makes a grand entrance, standing between the girl and her terrified enemies. His intense gaze remains fixed forward, his sharp features and horns projecting an aura of absolute authority. The warrior looks up from behind the newcomer, asking in a shaky voice how he managed to arrive. The Demon King acknowledges the contribution of a companion, attributing his presence to their previous actions. Images of the destroyed barrier and the defeated heroes fall flicker through the minds of the observers. He offers a final word of thanks before preparing to return to the demon world. Small demons cheer enthusiastically, calling out to their majesty with wide smiles and tears of joy. Several identical clones of the adversary stand in silence, appearing hesitant as they face their new challenger. Demon King Ruberus stands with a commanding presence, surrounded by rising smoke and flickers of dark energy. The attackers tremble with sweat on their brows, questioning how their powerful foe escaped his confinement. One clone attempts to rally the group, reminding his copies that their massive numbers should be enough. The clones exchange looks of nervous determination, trying to find the courage to resume their assault. Sharp diagonal motion lines fill the frame, signaling the start of a sudden and violent confrontation. A swarm of identical heroes leaps into the air, descending upon the lone Demon King from all directions. Ruberus gazes calmly at his own hand, completely unfazed by the dozens of enemies closing in on him. A large speech bubble dominates the scene, delivering a cold command for the pests to leave his sight. His expression hardens as he invokes the name of a devastating technique, focusing his lethal intent. Massive arcs of dark energy tear through the battlefield, scattering the army of clones like autumn leaves. The schoolgirl watches from the periphery with dinnerplate eyes, stunned by the sheer scale of the destruction. Her face contorts into a comedic mask of terror as she screams about the Demon King's overwhelming strength. The battered warrior looks up with a slight smile, marveling at how easily the cheaters were swatted away. He declares with newfound clarity that those who rely on stolen power were never true heroes at all. Ruberus begins to walk away as the dust settles, leaving the seated warrior to reflect on his words. The warrior expresses his refusal to grant the title of hero to those who simply reincarnated with gifts. The Demon King pauses to look back, officially recognizing the warrior by name as the only worthy human. The warrior stares up in silent shock, his face frozen by the weight of the unexpected praise he just received. Ruberus stands over Hero Palmyra, acknowledging his splendid fight and formally calling him Hero Palmyra-kun. Palmyra reacts with a sweat-dropped, comedic face, questioning the suffix and the Demon King's high and mighty attitude. The hero smirks back, returning the favor by casually addressing the powerful entity as Ruberus-kun. Ruberus lets out a quiet humph, his stern features relaxing into a surprisingly calm and peaceful expression. The two former enemies stand together amidst a sparkling backdrop, their mutual respect finally bridging the gap. Nearby demons gape in utter disbelief, murmuring to each other that their terrifying sovereign actually laughed. A pair of stunned newcomers join the bewildered group of monsters watching the strange scene unfold. A dark, textured panel appears, marking a transition in the narrative as the battle's heat dissipates. The screen remains dark for a moment, letting the weight of the Demon King's acknowledgement sink in. A lighter gradient begins to lift the shadows, transitioning the scene toward the administrative cleanup. Winged workers in uniform halos photograph the debris and set up traffic cones around the cratered earth. A suited angel stands with Palmyra and Shiwa, promising that heaven will take full responsibility for restoration. The trio turns their attention toward a distant voice that suddenly greets the entire assembled group. The angel in glasses looks over his shoulder with a startled expression, caught off guard by the arrival. A dignified elder in a business suit and halo appears, revealed to be the presiding chief angel. Palmyra looks on in shock as he learns this newcomer is the supreme authority over all of heaven. The high-ranking deity bows his head in a sincere apology, accepting blame for the chaotic incident. Looking up with a humble gaze, he pleads for the survivors to believe in his true motives. Images of the reincarnated heroes flash by as he explains his original wish was to grant them happiness. He concludes with a heavy heart that the only failure was their lack of understanding regarding their cheats. A montage illustrates various other reincarnated individuals utilizing their special abilities to lead fulfilling, joyful lives. Meanwhile, the chief angel admits that heaven must undergo deep reflection regarding its recent management failures. The high-ranking deity addresses Chiwa directly, causing the schoolgirl to startle in response to the sudden attention. She stares blankly as she receives the surprising news that her scheduled reincarnation has been officially cancelled. The celestial administrator explains that her transfer is suspended until the overall eye-sky system can be safely improved. Further divine reforms are discussed as the officials agree to implement mandatory humanity checks for all future candidates. Chiwa stands in thoughtful silence while processing the sudden halt of her impending journey to another world. Her confusion instantly turns into pure elation, and she dances joyfully because her life is no longer in danger. While the girl celebrates, the chief angel informs a bewildered Palmyra that a visitor has been seeking him. A hand appears in the frame, firmly gripping a heavy, sheathed broadsword as a familiar presence draws near. The hero's eyes widen in disbelief as he identifies the dignified figure who has traveled across dimensions. A majestic, bearded monarch in royal attire stands alongside the angel, calling out Palmyra's name with gravity. The stunned warrior struggles to find his words while Chiwa watches the formal meeting from a distance. Looking directly at his former champion, the king asks if he would consider returning to his previous service. The angel clarifies that the sovereign has never stopped searching for his loyal subjects since his sudden disappearance. The monarch confesses that his trust in Palmyra far exceeds his faith in any of the cheat-wielding heroes. Palmyra remains frozen as the heavy blade is solemnly extended toward him in a gesture of reconciliation. The king presents the weapon as the enduring symbol of knighthood belonging to his distant, magical realm. Amidst a backdrop of fading light, the royal figure issues a heartfelt invitation for his hero to come home. Palmyra gazes ahead with a conflicted expression, contemplating the heavy weight of his past and his uncertain future. Chiwa watches Palmyra intently as he stands before her adorned with celestial identification cards. The warrior turns his back to the group while contemplating the magnitude of his past life. Disbelief washes over the schoolgirl's face upon hearing the news of his potential departure. The majestic sovereign continues his heartfelt plea for his champion to return to his service. Palmyra stammers with uncertainty as the weight of the moment begins to set in. Holding out the sacred blade, the king waits patiently for his knight to accept the call. An expression of grim determination settles on the hero's features as he reaches a conclusion. The two companions stand opposite each other while the reality of their goodbye becomes clear. A soft, resigned smile plays on Palmyra's lips as he prepares to say his farewell. Chiwa gazes upward with wide eyes, fully absorbing the impact of their final moments together. She breaks the tension by loudly exclaiming her approval of his noble destiny. The warrior is taken aback when she formally recognizes him as a true hero. With a cheerful grin and a pump of her fist, Chiwa celebrates his incredible journey. She steps forward to offer one last gesture of friendship as they stand in the fading light. Palmyra chuckles to himself while finally accepting the mantle he has carried for so long. He suddenly demands a promise from the startled girl before their paths diverge. The hero points a finger at her while imparting final words of wisdom for her future. Listening intently, Chiwa feels a sense of newfound strength growing within her heart. Palmyra looks on with a tender gaze as he urges her to live fully in her own world. Back on Earth, two students stand together in the hallway as the sun shines on a peaceful new day. Chiwa and her younger friend stand side by side while proudly wearing their student identification cards. The former Demon King and his subordinates watch over the scene with dignified expressions. The girl offers a soft smile as she firmly commits to her future on Earth. Walking into the light, Palmyra raises a hand in a final, silent farewell to his friends. A brilliant glow envelopes the area as the connection between worlds finally begins to fade. Several days pass while the sky remains clear over the quiet suburban neighborhood. Chiwa strolls down the familiar path toward her school as a normal student once more. An elderly woman greets her warmly from the porch of a nearby house. The schoolgirl pauses to exchange morning pleasantries with her grandmother in the calm morning air. They both acknowledge how quiet the neighborhood has become without their previous guests. A peaceful expression settles on Chiwa's face as she accepts the stillness of her life. She bids her grandmother goodbye before continuing her trek down the street. The old woman watches her granddaughter leave with a look of quiet contentment. Chiwa walks toward the horizon while the sun shines brightly on the residential district. Drifting clouds fill the vast expanse above as a new chapter begins elsewhere. High atop a mountain, a majestic white castle stands proud against the blue sky. A colossal dragon descends upon a line of brave knights who stand their ground. Palmyra suddenly leaps into the air with his sword drawn to challenge the beast. Determination burns in the hero's eyes as he prepares to strike from above. A blinding flash of energy erupts when his blade connects with the dragon's scales. Palmyra lands a devastating blow against the dragon, creating a massive explosion of energy. His fellow knights cheer enthusiastically from below as they witness his overwhelming strength. The hero stands atop the fallen beast while the soldiers chant his name in unison. A pair of soldiers celebrate the start of Palmyra's era now that the cheaters are gone. Palmyra maintains a silent and detached gaze despite the grand victory he just achieved. He turns his back to the crowd to stare at the endless expanse of the sky. Floating islands drift peacefully through the clouds in the realm known as heaven. Akita-kun sits at a desk with a halo over his head while sighing in boredom. His glasses-wearing colleague approaches and tells him to focus on their current tasks. The man smiles while explaining that they must patch the flaws in the reincarnation system. Akita-kun slumps deeper into his chair at the mention of the heavy workload ahead. He admits that he lacks any passion for a world that does not include his friend. The colleague reassures him that a reunion is possible if they complete their work. He promises that reincarnations to other worlds will resume once the system is fixed. Akita-kun looks back with a flat expression as he is asked about his motivation. A dark shadow suddenly falls over his face as an intense determination takes hold. The boy begins working with supernatural speed while handling multiple documents and phone calls. His coworker watches in disbelief as Akita-kun bellows his friend's name at the top of his lungs. The desperate shout for Chibi rings out across the vast and cloudy horizon. The focus shifts to a peaceful stone building standing under a clear and sunny sky. A gloved hand carefully serves a steaming cup of tea to a young girl. Teruya-sama takes the cup with a bright smile and offers a polite thank you. The surrounding maids react with complete shock at the girl's newfound manners. They whisper frantically that the child's polite behavior is nothing short of a miracle. A group of staff members pulls Kali aside to ask about their time in the other world. Kali explains that they met a wonderful person who taught the young girl about kindness. The other maids listen in awe as they struggle to believe the transformation. The lead maid confidently promises that Teruya-sama will never become a villainess. Teruya-sama suddenly calls out to her friend and suggests they share a slice of cake. Kali questions the offer since it is the girl's favorite type of dessert. The child beams while mentioning that Chiwa always shared her favorite foods with her. Overwhelmed by the adorable gesture, Kali suffers a comical and massive nosebleed. Loud shouts for the maid echo as the scene shifts toward a distant mountain range. The focus moves to the sharp peaks overlooking the vast territory of the demon realm. A man in a suit stands beside a demon lord as he is appointed department head. Demonic citizens celebrate the return of peace now that the cheaters have been eliminated. A pair of soldiers discusses the fact that the demon king was not the one who won. They reveal that Pomera and a human girl named Chiwa were the true victors. A silver-haired demon expresses his deep respect for the strength the duo displayed. The tall demon Lord Ruberus-sama looks on as the transition to peace begins. A silver-haired demon looks down with a faint and peaceful smile upon his face. Ruberus-sama stands atop a high balcony while surveying the sharp and jagged peaks of his domain. Returning to the human world, Chiwa stands before the gates of a large and modern school building. She adjusts the strap of her bag while gathering her courage to face the day ahead. A vivid memory of Pomera-kun surfaces where he sternly commands her to make new friends. He insists that she must prove her independence and ability to thrive without his constant presence. Taking a deep breath, the girl slowly slides open the door to her bustling classroom. Two nearby students stop their conversation to glance at her with looks of genuine surprise. She approaches their desk with her head bowed low while struggling to overcome social anxiety. The pair of classmates exchange a puzzled look while wondering what she wants to say. Trembling with nerves, Chiwa keeps her eyes hidden behind her bangs to hide her mounting fear. She suddenly bows her head deeply and manages to stammer out a polite morning greeting. A heavy silence fills the air as the two girls remain frozen in complete shock. Chiwa's face flushes bright red as she instantly regrets her awkward attempt at a conversation. She frantically flees from the desks while waving her hands in a state of pure panic. The girl collapses onto her own desk and hides her face to mourn her perceived failure. Her classmates suddenly rush over with cheerful expressions and brightly return the morning greeting. Chiwa looks up in total disbelief as she realizes her brave gesture actually worked. The two students smile warmly at her while welcoming her into their social circle. A sense of quiet relief washes over the girl as she begins her new journey. Chiwa beams with genuine happiness as she reflects on her newfound social success. An onlooker screams at the top of his lungs in response to her overwhelming cuteness. Warm memories of kind faces from her past life flicker through her mind. She remembers the strength and guidance Pomera-kun provided when she needed it most. The girl finally accepts herself for who she truly is while walking with confidence. Strolling through the school halls, she enjoys the simple pleasure of talking with friends. She enthusiastically dives for a basketball during a lively physical education class. Her friends laugh and playfully pat her on the head after the game. Rubbing her neck sheepishly, Chiwa feels a deep sense of belonging and warmth. She addresses an image of Pomera-kun in her heart to report her fulfilled promise. Standing alone under a vast sky, she realizes her desire to escape reality has vanished. A peaceful smile settles on her face as she resolves to live independently and happily. Later, her two classmates corner her to ask about her relationship with Pomera-kun. One girl raises a finger while pointing out the obvious bond between the two. Chiwa stands frozen as she hears the startling suggestion that they might be dating. Her eyes go wide and her face flushes red from the pure shock of the question. The friends insist they must like each other since they were always inseparable. Trembling by the staircase, the girl begins to question her own hidden feelings. She stares off into the distance while pondering the true nature of her heart. Various memories of the fierce and noble knight continue to linger in her thoughts. Pomera-kun stands alone with a stoic expression while looking back toward the reader. Meanwhile, Chiwa gazes into the distance with a faint blush and wide, curious eyes. The scene shifts to a grand medieval castle towering majestically under a bright, cloudy sky. A group of adoring citizens waves their hands enthusiastically while chanting Pomera-sama's name. The noble knight stands tall in his gleaming armor with a billowing white cape. His loyal companions, Pochi and Peisu, beam with pride while praising his heroic status. The two young squires pause to look at their leader with expressions of mild confusion. Despite the fame, Pomera-kun stares away while silently admitting that his current life feels boring. Pochi and Peisu exchange concerned glances upon noticing their captain's lack of enthusiasm. The knight's gaze drops as he remains lost in a moment of quiet contemplation. Elsewhere, Chiwa adjusts her school bag while reflecting on a nagging sense of emptiness. Back at the castle, the squires observe Pomera-kun closely as a realization dawns on them. A bold question suddenly appears, asking if the knight harbors romantic feelings for Chiwa-sama. The warrior remains momentarily silent while processing the unexpected inquiry from his subordinates. His face instantly contorts into a panicked, sweating mess of pure shock and embarrassment. The two companions casually mention they noticed his long-standing crush quite a long time ago. Blushing furiously, the knight stammers a loud denial while insulting the girl he actually likes. A sudden shout from the distance breaks the awkward tension as the trio turns around. A man wearing glasses waves cheerfully while leaning out of the window of a large truck. The young squires excitedly greet Shibasaki-sensei and welcome him back after their long time apart. Shibasaki-sensei approaches the knight to announce he has arrived with some major news, revealing that Pomura-kun has been selected to serve as a hero once again. The angel explains that the reincarnation system is back under a new chief angel's orders. Meanwhile, the new leader makes herself comfortable in her office with a playful attitude. Sensing a chance for their captain, Pochi and Peisu urge him to move forward. The loyal squires encourage him to break the cycle and follow his true heart. Pomura-kun realizes his true mission is to return and protect Chiwa-sama at all costs. Seeing his resolve, his companions offer him a final, supportive smile of encouragement. The knight lowers his head in silence as he prepares to make a life-changing decision. With a quick grunt, he finally admits that he must take this unexpected path. He sprints away across the cobblestones with his white cape trailing in the wind. The squires question why Shibasaki-sensei specifically chose to deliver this information now. The teacher hides his true intentions behind a mysterious and knowing smile. He confesses that he simply could not watch his student mope around in boredom. Shibasaki beams with pride while reminding everyone of his role as a dedicated educator. The companions chuckle warmly at the teacher's genuine concern for his former pupil. They look up toward the bright sky as the warrior departs for the human realm. Back in the modern world, Chiwa walks across a street while looking deeply preoccupied. She remembers the warrior's stern advice to live her own life in her own world. The girl pauses with a somber expression as she reflects on their distant connection. Chiwa looks up at the sky and admits her deep desire to see her companion once more. She vividly imagines the warrior in his various heroic stances while longing for his presence. The girl stands alone against a blurring horizon and wishes to reach the world where he resides. With tears beginning to form, she wonders if reincarnating is the only way to meet him again. A sudden rush of speed and light fills the air as time seems to accelerate. A massive truck barrels toward her while she remains frozen in the middle of the crosswalk. Her eyes widen in sheer terror as the vehicle closes the distance in an instant. Blinding light erupts across the street during the moment of the impending impact. Out of nowhere, Pomura-kun intervenes by delivering a devastating blow to the truck's front grille. Chiwa gasps in total shock as she witnesses the impossible feat of strength before her. The massive vehicle is launched high into the air as if it were a mere toy. The warrior stands firm on the pavement, while the girl remains speechless in the distance. She listens intently as he reveals that he knew she was contemplating a dangerous reincarnation. The knight looks back with a characteristic smirk and chides her for being such a fool. The girl can hardly believe her eyes as she stares at the man she thought was gone forever. Overwhelming relief washes over her and causes thick tears to stream down her cheeks. He gently pats her head and jokingly threatens her while calling her a silly chihuahua. A soft and genuine smile finally crosses the warrior's face as he looks at her. Chiwa beams with pure happiness while finally feeling safe in his protective company. The two souls are reunited under the vast sky as their story reaches its conclusion.